I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Stuff is going to happen, and so we're going to get a little bit off script, I'm sure. But my goal is that we're going to start with talking about how to play support. What is support? What does support mean? What's the general guidelines for playing support? And stay tuned, DPS and tank mains, because you're going to learn a lot from this as well. Then we're going to talk about what are the guidelines for general support play. Like, what do you think about when you're playing support? Like, what makes support unique compared to other heroes? And how do you generally improve your support gameplay as a whole? And then from there, we're starting to start going into each hero. Now, before I even break out the replay codes, we're going to literally just pull up the practice range. This is this ability. This is how we use this ability. This is how we use this ability. This is the general mindset of this hero. This is what makes this hero unique and how they interpret the overall support goal. If I were to say, guys, to be a great musician, you need to have a general understanding of basic music theory, and you need to interpret it creatively in something that has some form of structure, right? It's more of an art, so that's not the best analogy. How you interpret your music theory, how you instrumentate your songs, how you creatively express yourself is up to you, right? But there's still some bad music and there's still some good music, right? That's more artsy, so again, not exactly, that's more up for interpretation. But my point is that what we'll do is we'll establish some guidelines of how support's played, and then how a Moira player interprets support player, how Mercy interprets support play, how Zenyatta interprets support play, because they do it in different ways, but with the same intentions. And so we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, any reasons you're starting with support over the other roles? I felt like support is definitely one of the communities that's very interested in about improvement. So I felt like it would be a good start. And I also felt like DPS would have been a little bit too much for right now. Yeah, of course. Cheers, mate. Okay, so I guess we could kind of start talking about this. And for those of you guys that are new to stream, I like using Microsoft Paint. I know it's a little scuffed, but I don't really care. It's just here to draw stuff. So let's talk about pressure. So there's two things we're going to be talking about when it comes to support gameplay. One is map control, controlling space, and the second is pressure. And if you want to be really nitpicky, if you want to be really like analytical and nerdy, right, then really, I don't know what that was, really pressure and map control is Overwatch. That's just the entire game summed up in 2 points. And what pressure is essentially kill threat, all right? So pressure is kill threat. In other words, I might not get a kill, but I am putting out enough damage, or indirectly or directly, to make you feel that there is a chance that I might get a kill. Therefore, there's kill threat. Okay? Now, that can be either directly through shooting somebody with Zenyatta, indirectly through holding a position as Brigitte, to where if you walk into me, I will kill you. Damage boosting as Mercy. Even healing somebody as Baptiste, so that they can then do pressure, right? So pressure is the threat of a kill, okay? The second thing that we have to talk about is map control, all right? And we're not gonna go super in depth on this one. But essentially, map control is there are very powerful positions on the map, high grounds, off angles, flanks, areas in your mega health packs, to an extent the objective, the point, right? Where you would like to be there if you are a hit scan, or you would like to be there as a tank, or you would like to be there as a support. Think about, I'm trying to think what's a good example. Circuit Royale, the high ground on second point, right? When you're attacking second point, you're looking way up on that high ground. I don't like being on the floor because there's such a higher chance of me dying. I don't have good sight lines. I don't have good cover. I can't see very many enemies. I can only see like a shield, right? So what I want to do is that space up there, I want that so that I can kill you and that you can't kill me. You see, map control, more space control is usually what leads to more pressure, right? So even map control kind of comes back to pressure, right? If you have a better position, you're able to do more damage, more kill threat, and you're able to reduce the kill threat on you, right? Because it's a safer position. So The goal with support, tank, and DPS is to maximize your pressure and minimize your risk. And to do so, you have to position really well. You have to have good mechanics. And you also have to know how to use your cooldowns. If I use my anti-nade on myself, because I have to, it sucks. But unfortunately, that's not a lot of good pressure on the enemy team. But if I can anti-nade the enemy team, that's a much better return on investment, right? So if I can find a position where I can use my anti-nade offensively and not be forced to use it on myself, where it's only a little self-heal, then I'm putting out more pressure. If I, as a Mercy, am able to find a good position where my chance of death is significantly lower, then I'm going to be able to put out more pressure. Because when you die, no pressure, right? You're not putting out any pressure when you're in spawn. That's why survivability is so important. That's why surviving is important as a support. Because when you survive, you're putting out pressure. When you die, you're not. The key thing is finding the breaking point to where you can put out more and more and more and more, and not be a passive heal bot, but put out more and more and more pressure. Oh no, I died, I went too far. How did I go too far? Could I have found a better position? Could I have used my cooldowns better? Could I have been more aware of what was going on around me? So chat, when you play support, Mercy, Moira, Brig, Zen, Ana, Baptiste, Kiriko, whatever, Lucio, it doesn't matter. Everything that you do should be about maximizing your pressure, and minimizing your risk, okay? And you do that by increasing your general pressure output and trying to control space. Because if you are controlling space, either for yourself or helping somebody else control a powerful position, then you will more often win fights. Now, how we interpret pressure is tricky. For example, if I'm playing a Zenyatta, chat, if I'm playing Zenyatta, what's more kill threat? Shooting a Rhine shield or shooting the enemy Zenyatta?
Chat seminar.
Let's say that they're both equally aggressive. Let's not say the Zenyatta is a million miles away. The enemy's in. Right. Enemy's in. Now, the tricky part is the enemy's in won't be as easy to shoot sometimes. So then there's like a balance. Like, let's say the enemy's in's playing very far away and I can literally almost never hit him, but the Rhine shield's right in front of me. Okay, then maybe I put out Rhine shield. But you see, it's a risk versus reward. If I'm playing Mercy and I'm damage boosting a Pharah that's going in super aggressively, if I can stay alive, that's super, super valuable. But what if I die? You know what I'm saying? If I'm playing Baptiste and my Rhine is missing 50 HP, he's 500 HP, he's missing 50 armor. However, I see an opportunity to put a full clip on the enemy Genji on a flank. What's more important? Heal my Reinhardt for 50 armor or to shoot at the Genji on the flank? You guys kind of see what I'm saying, right? This is where great support heroes are made. Because, yes, the answer is pretty obvious right now, but obviously in game, it's not really clear. And you as a support need to be looking for these decisions. If all you're doing is healing, or all you're doing is damaging, and you're not looking for these, I wouldn't say dichotomy, but like you're not looking for these crucial decisions, you're missing out on pressure. Because the thing that makes supports unique is that they don't just do direct pressure. Supports have the unique aspect, more so than really any other role, of indirect pressure. And what that means is my kill threat doesn't just come from my gun, it also comes from my ability to help other people kill you with healing. You look at a Zenyatta, why does Zenyatta have such low healing? Well, because his identity is more about direct pressure and less about helping others. He's more selfish, right? And he needs to play selfish. You look at a hero like Baptiste. Baptiste has a great gun, but he also has great healing. So then what balances Baptiste out? Well, because generally Baptistes don't do as much actual killing damage as a Zenyatta does, right? So they have a little bit more healing to compensate. We're not going to be talking about balance as a whole here. We're just kind of giving you guys some general guidelines. You get somebody like an Ana, a lot of healing, but doesn't have as much time or capability to do as much direct pressure as herself. So there's a spectrum of, if you're healing somebody, you're supporting them to do damage. If you're not healing somebody, you're still supporting your team, but by killing the enemy team yourself. Killing damage would be the equivalent of, like, if I'm Baptiste, I might spend more time shooting a Rhine shield, but that's not very high pressure, right? It's just the easiest thing for me to do while I'm also healing. Whereas a Zenyatta, if you get shot by a Zenyatta, there's a lot, because of the nature of how fast that he can fire, and the fact that he can focus on hitting his shots and not have to worry about healing, there's a higher chance that you can get killed. So, indirect, direct pressure. Then we start to think about, like, utility, like speed amp is a support tool because it helps people to kill people. It helps people to survive. You look at something like a sleep dart. If you sleep somebody, not only do you stop them from being a kill threat to your team, but you also make them the target of death, potentially. If you discord somebody, higher chance that that person dies. So then you are putting kill threat on them and discouraging them from putting kill threat on you. Damage boost, that target now is a greater kill threat to the enemy team. So everything you do as a support is about maximizing my pressure. Should I be healing? Should I be damage boosting? Who should I be healing? Who should I be shooting? Where should I be positioned? It's all about maximizing pressure. All right, and that even goes into your positioning. Your positioning that's why cover matters, right? Because cover almost never compromises your ability to kill the enemy team. You could be a very aggressive player, but cover, all it does is good things. All it does is good things. But whether you play aggressive cover or defensive cover, depends. Depends. So does all this make sense so far? Because this is how you play support. This is the mentality that you have to get into. This is why if you're Moira and you're healing your Rhine, right? You're putting indirect pressure on the enemy team by keeping your Reinhardt alive. But that's not the only way that you should be doing that. In fact, there's a lot of other strengths about that hero that if you're not leveraging, you're leaving pressure out the side and you're doing your team a disservice. Heal botting is not good because it's depending on the hero, it's 40%, 50%, 80%, 60%, 30% of what your hero can do in terms of pressure. So you're doing your team a disservice. You're allowing the enemy team to play more aggressive and get more damage in because you're not hurting them directly. All right? So you have to think about, how does my hero contribute pressure? What's the best thing for me to do? All right. And this is where we get into the juice. Any questions so far? As always, I don't want to make time for questions, but we are going to try and move. So ideas of support, play your life as much as you can, but maximize your pressure. Play your life, maximize your pressure. Always. I think edging. No. Okay, so let's start right now. Let's start with Ana. So, using our guidelines of map control, controlling powerful positions, and maximizing pressure. What I need to do with Ana is I need to ask myself, should I be healing or should I be damaging? Should I be healing or should I be damaging? You guys know Awkward, right? One of Awkward's big things was that you should always be damaging unless you have to heal. Now that is a very harsh way of saying it, but it's a good mentality, okay? You need to be thinking about, I need to be putting out pressure constantly. And you're not doing that to carry the game or to be like, you're doing that because that's what your team needs. Your team needs you to be doing damage so that they will take less damage. If I should shoot the Genji once or the Tracer once, or put a pot shot in the Zenyatta in the backline, that reduces the damage that my team takes because those targets will have to back up for a little bit. Now they're not putting out pressure, and therefore my team is safer. So for right now, okay, my bot's low, I gotta heal him. But I do not keep healing my bot right now. Do you see this? 20 damage. This is not enough. This is not helping him. He doesn't really need that. He's not at a risk of dying. What would be better here is to go, oh shoot, he's critical, heal him up, now damage what's damaging him. Okay, oh, I'm gonna damage him again. Okay, now I heal him, now I'm healing. Okay, he's low, okay, now he's safe, I damage. Even if he takes a little bit of damage. Okay, now he's low, okay, we're good. That's the mentality that you have to be at with Ana. And that goes with not just your gun, but also your cooldowns, all right? So healing and damage, making that decision constantly. All right, sleep dart. Do I want to be looking for aggressive sleep darts? Okay, where I could try maybe get a big kill in the back line or a kill the tank, or is that going to mean that I'm going to die because the Wrecking Ball, Winston, and so on are going to be able to jump me and kill me afterwards? Right? That's the question. Do I save my sleep dart to keep myself alive so that I can keep putting out pressure, or do I use my sleep dart aggressively? And so you see how looking at the enemy's composition or looking at the situation, you could decide, do I need my sleep dart to keep myself alive? If not, then I need to be trying to look to use it aggressively. Generally, yes, defensive sleep is going to be better. Heck, you could even take an aggressive position and bait enemies on top of you and have your sleep dart as your get out of jail free card. But your mindset needs to be, do I need to keep it myself alive? If not, I need to be using it offensively. All right? Now, nade is another one a little bit like that. Now, one of the greatest things about these support changes in Overwatch 2 is the fact that I have my support passive, right? So I shouldn't need very often to have to use my nade for self-heal if I'm playing it properly or unless I'm being dove, right? So for nade, very high value on terms of offensive value. Anti-nade not only does damage, but it prevents them from being healed, which generally is more valuable than healing your teammates. So one of the things that separates, really the most important thing that separates Anas from each other is the Anas that are actually able to put out offensive pressure, kill threat pressure with anti-nade without significantly compromising their survivability. You see, if I laid a really big anti-nade, but it cost me my life to do that, then it, was that burst of pressure worth me being in spawn for the next 15, 20 seconds, trying to come back to the fight? However, the opposite is also true, where we have Anas playing safe, and missing opportunities to threaten kills on the enemy team, whether it's the DPS, the tank, the supports, or whatever. And by doing so, their team loses the fight because the enemy supports are putting out more pressure than you are. All right? So, makes sense with what we're looking for with nade. We have some ideas of what we're looking for with sleep. We have some ideas about when we want to heal and when we want to damage. We'll get some actual gameplay in just a few minutes to apply all of this. And then now the same thing goes with nano. The same thing goes with nano. Do we do it directly and go, bam, get in there, boy, woo, right? And go in there and do a lot of kill pressure on the enemy team. Nice job, Ana. Or do I wait until there's a lot of kill pressure on a specific target and then alleviate that pressure by supporting them, helping them with nano? Do I nano to save somebody's life, or do I nano offensively? It's tricky. You see it? Which one's going to get more value? Here's a question for you guys. For me to nano, why is nano Winston a good target? Why is nano Genji a good target? What separates a Winston, Genji, whatever from other? More uptime and more pressure? But why? They're hard to escape from. They take a lot of attention. Why? He can get to an aggressive position. Exactly. So when I nano a Winston, usually I'm not worried that they're not going to be able to get anything out of it. They have mobility, therefore that they can get kill threat with that, right? Even in Nano Reinhardt, sometimes maybe they're too far away, they use charge, or they don't have speed. It's a risk sometimes, right? But in Nano Winston or Nano Genji, you know that they have the speed to be able to get kill threat with it, right? So how do you use Nano if you don't have heroes that have a lot of speed or a lot of mobility? You see how it's more of a risk? You have to have more confirmation that that person is being fought on or chased or beat on, and then maybe you have to reactively nano them. You guys remember how sometimes in Overwatch League, I don't know if you guys were watching much this weekend, but you saw sometimes nano Zenyatta. Why? Well, at some point, if you don't have a really aggressive dive tank, it might be better to just go like, I don't want to risk wasting a nano and them just not being able to get to anything out of it. I know they're going for my Zen. They've got dive heroes, right? They're going to go for my Zen. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to deny their kill threat on my Zen with the nano. Right? So you just got to think about this, okay? So, obviously the fundamentals when it comes to deciding whether to heal or damage, which one's going to put out or alleviate more pressure. Sleep dart, am I going to significantly increase my chances of death by using the sleep dart now and not having it later? Am I missing opportunities to nade offensively? Can I use my nade offensively? And the last one, guys, when it comes to positioning, cover. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it for every hero. Cover. There is almost never, ever any downside to cover. Whether you're playing aggressively or defensively, cover is what's going to increase your pressure by keeping you alive longer. It might not always keep you alive forever. You might not be able to play cover all the time, but the priority was whether I'm going in hyper aggressive, I'm going battle on her, then I'm doing it here. Because this is just allows me to play so much more safe. And the funny thing is if you don't play cover, oftentimes it actually means that you put out less pressure, not just because you die, but like, let's say I'm playing no cover here and I'm like, oh crap, and I'm running away because I'm being shot, because I'm out in the open. When I'm running away, I'm not putting out pressure, right? So when I play cover, I'm not as concerned about being shot, so I can relax, and I could be an offensive-minded Ana because I know there's a significantly less chance of dying. And I start to get shot, I'm fine, and then I can just keep repeaking. Okay. So, let's look at some codes. Ana, what we're going to start off with is we're going to start off with a higher rank VOD. We're going to break down things that they're doing well, things that they could be doing better, and then we're going to migrate from there to a lower rank VOD and talk a little about the contrast between higher rank play and lower rank play. So Analog, if you're in chat, I think we're actually doing you first. We're going to go ahead and skip the 3rd point defense here. How's the game audio for you guys? Is it too quiet? So we swap to Ana here. Okay, here we go. So this is Masters Ana, okay? So Masters Ana. Now, first thing that you should see right now is, remember the first decision that we had to make with is Ana. How much healing versus how much damage do I need to be doing? Look at my tank line. Look at my DPS line. Look at my support line. I have a Mercy and I have a Zarya. I will be needing to heal. However, I don't have a Reinhardt or a Winston that will be demanding as much healing. Zarya has a smaller health pool. She's got a little bit of her own self-mitigation. So I will have more opportunities to do damage. And not only will I have more opportunities, it is a necessity that I take those opportunities because Winston demands healing because he does a lot with it. Zarya does not. So you need to be supplementing Zarya by actually doing damage. And if you're not doing damage, then you are doing worse than the enemy support. Heck, you could even look at the enemy Ana. She's running Kiriko and Ana and Junker Queen. So if the enemy Ana is not also looking for offensive damage pressure, she is also trolling. Now you guys are going to have compositions where you have like Reinhardt, Lucio, so you might have to put a little bit more attention to healing because that healing is needed more, right? However, if there's opportunities for you to be doing more damage, it's not only you probably could, you should. You need to. So here we go. We're on Ana. We're not going to break down every detail here, but my whole mindset right now is, can I put out offensive pressure right now? What's the most valuable thing for me to be doing right now? Is it to heal my Cassidy, who's at 177 HP, or is it to shoot/nade this Junker Queen that's trying to provide pressure onto my Cassidy? What's better right now? It's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky. Shoot Queen, sleep Queen, nade Queen. Maybe put one shot in my Cassidy. Maybe put a couple shots. Maybe try and go for the sleep nade shot on the Queen and then try and heal my Cassidy immediately afterwards. You guys see what I'm saying though? This is what we have to be looking for. Today, I'm not going to tell you exactly how to play the hero. Nobody can do that. Anybody says they can do that, they're liars. What I am going to tell you is exactly what you need to be thinking about and what you need to be looking for in your own gameplay. So shoot cast and Queen, then cast and Queen? Could be, right? So let's see. Let's slow it down. There's the shout. So right now, shout has been used. What should we do right now? How much HP does this Queen have? 427. How much kill pressure comes from a 75 damage shot on a tank that has 427 HP? Right? So now we go, there's no point shooting the Junker Queen because it's going to take way too many shots for me to actually threaten a kill. So now I'm either going to heal, sleep, or nade. Probably, I would probably heal and then look for a sleep dart. Okay, great job. Not executed perfectly, but the heal and the nade not only kept your Cassidy alive, but you just punched that Junker Queen right in the face. Screw off. I guarantee you a lower rank Ana would have focused on only healing Cassidy and maybe not done enough damage or anti-nade to the Junker Queen, and that might have actually killed your Cassidy. Maybe not, but that's what we're looking for. All right, now right now, we don't have our sleep in nade, so we need to be a little bit careful. However, how much pressure are we doing right now? Right? Can we do more pressure than what we're doing right now without dying? I think so. I think so. Now, I don't want to run out in the middle of the open, but I think I might be able to push up to here, or maybe even swing wide. And by pushing up, I don't necessarily need, not even pushing up. Maybe swing to a different position so you have a better sight line here, right? Let's see. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is where support gets crazy. Because right now, you have a critical tank and a Genji on you. Oh, I need to adjust these settings as well. Sorry, give me a second. So, you have a critical tank and a DPS on you. So what do you do? Now, I will say this time where we were wasting is a little bit unfortunate. We should have been doing something at this point in time. But you see, when there's a DPS on you here, it's actually kind of your responsibility to make sure that this DPS doesn't kill you. Like, support, stop complaining about, oh, you know, I never get help from my team. You have tools to deal with flankers. And remember, those DPSs and those flankers have to take risks to go for you. They have to use cooldowns just to even get to you. All right? There you go. Let's keep watching. You guys might hear a little buzz when I skip forward in the replay viewer. Unfortunately, a bug with the game. Not much I can do about it. But like right now, a little bit of healing because there's nothing to shoot. A little bit of healing because there's nothing to shoot. Here we go. Miss our nade. Disaster. Right? There's a massive opportunity right here to put an immense amount of pressure on them, and we missed our opportunity. We probably will still win this fight. We've got a lot of ultimates still available, but you can look at situations like these where you miss this, and this is how you can lose a fight. A lot of supports will miss their cooldowns or just waste their cooldowns and then heal properly and not die and go, why did my team lose? Your cooldowns are meant to put out pressure, and if you don't get value out of them, it's the equivalent of missing shots as a DPS. Right? No, it's okay, Analog. I'm beating up on you to prove a point, but that was honestly a tough nade, right? So, no pressure, right? And what does that mean? Well, this means this Junker Queen can play super aggressive. She doesn't care. She's not anti-naded, right? Even if you didn't nade the Junker Queen, look at the backline follow-up here, right? Like, let's say these guys start to walk forward. You would need to nade these guys to make sure that they can't walk forward, deny their kill threat, so that then your team can focus on Junker Queen. So let's see how we use the rest of our kit now. By the way, positioning, pretty good right here. Good cover. A lot of offensive value, a lot of healing LOS on our tank, right? Miss our nade, that's unfortunate. And do you notice that we turn and we see our team antied? So what do? We stop shooting them. This is why this player is Masters. There's no pressure to be had here, right? My team is basically healthy or antied, and I can't help with either of those things. So it's actually better for me to help my team by stopping these guys from walking forward. So that's why we put our attention forward. This sleep dart is a little bit ambitious. Great shot. We don't have our sleep in anti, so we need to be careful. Now, right now, here it comes, right? Here we go. I probably would have naded the Torb just because he was more aggressive. So you want to put your cooldowns generally on who's more aggressive, because if they don't get punished, they will kill your team. But also, if you punish them, you're more likely to kill them. Like, for example, this Kiriko is hard to kill because she's so far away. She's playing very safe. This Torb is playing very aggressively. If he doesn't die, he will kill your team. If he does die, then he's easy because he's just feeding, right? Okay. Nice shot. Big nade. And you're going to notice something, that even though we're making mistakes, this Ana is a lot more, I hate the term aggressive, but they're a lot more, they're not single target minded. They're not only heal, that's the only way. They know that they have to put out offensive value to help your team. And they don't even have to be very mechanically good at it. Look for nades, look for opportunities to use cooldowns. And we don't have cover here. However, we do have LOS of our team. I wonder if playing near here would be just a little bit better. You want LOS of your team and you want cover, right? Uh-oh, our Cassidy's in. I don't think we can help him. See, this is a great situation as a support where you see your one of your people all the way in, and to help this person would mean almost certain death for you. So then it's not worth helping them. If you're able to reposition, like if your entire team is pushed up here, then you would need to reposition. If it's only one person who's legitimately unhelpable, then you need to let them go. Okay. Now I hope you're about to nano this. Why would this be a good nano, chat? First question, is this person going to get kill threat with this nano? Second question, are we going to deny kill threat with this nano? Don't look at this as like, okay, there are bad and good nano targets. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like a Mercy sometimes is okay to nano, or Lucio is sometimes okay to nano, but generally not very good kill threat targets. So don't pretend that it's not Zarya. Just look at the positioning of this person. If you nano this target, she lives and she probably kills somebody. It puts out a lot of pressure and denies a lot of pressure onto her. So let's see what happens. I assume you're gonna nano this. And there it is. Completely shuts down that kill opportunity. And let's see if they get a kill of it. There it is. And even if they don't get a kill, look at how far this Torb and Ana are playing. They're so scared. This Joker Queen is completely by herself. There you go. Nice nano. Very nice nano. Yeah, sleep fishing. Yeah, this is a great catch from Anima. So remember when we talked about sleep dart usage, right? Use it offensively unless it compromises your ability to survive. But let me ask you guys a question. Is there going to be an opportunity for this Ana to get a higher value sleep or a higher percentage sleep soon? Probably, right? How about this? We walk forward to this better position here and land an easier sleep. Or Genji, right? Genji Blade, right? So this sleep dart, even if it hits on the Junker Queen, it will mean she loses HP. She will get shot, but she probably won't die because she's not playing super aggressive. And it also exposes you to being rushed on later. So even if you were to use it offensively, I'd probably want you to walk forward a little bit up on this high ground with better cover and then use it. Now, who are we going to nade? Run, 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 run. Nice, we survive. Now, what is the best thing that we can do right now? And you guys can see it right now. This is where our Masters Ana is different from a GM Ana. With all due respect. Full. So why are we trying to heal my Zarya? Why are we trying to heal my soldier? Nade the enemies. The best thing that you could do to keep these guys healthy is to shoot and nade these enemies from a safe position. Stats don't matter. Right, exactly. It just doesn't matter. We've seen so many times where a single heal shot on a DPS was better than healing a tank. A single shot on a Genji, on the enemy Genji, did more than shooting the enemy Junker Queen 2 or 3 times. So right now, you're looking to heal, but you shouldn't be. You should be thinking, I'm going to offensively nade, or where are my threats? Who's going to kill me? I need to be careful here, because even the fact that you're trying to heal your team here means you're kind of got a blind spot over here with where you need to really be worried, and it's exposing you. Right there. Big pressure right now. Somebody either dies or they have to fully disengage just from that one nade. Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm surprised it didn't hit the Torb. And look at how safe this Queen plays. Look at how safe. Oh my gosh, she almost dies. Really good job. Stop healing. Now, is there an angle that you can take to do damage here? Hindsight, no, I can't really. I'm like, there's nothing I can really peek here safely without dropping off of the high ground. But you didn't know that. You're still thinking about, PP Stinky is missing 14 HP. This is no pressure. You get nothing out of healing PP Stinky for 14 HP. Can I cover Mercy Res here? Absolutely, actually, you know, you either need to be thinking, I'm going to damage to cover my Mercy Res, or I'm going to preemptively heal my Mercy to cover Mercy Res, right? One or the other. So you could go for the defensive option and pocket your Mercy. You probably might take damage. Let's prevent this from being a problem, or by putting out offensive pressure to help your Mercy Res safely. But healing PP Stinky isn't it. Even that, like, probably not necessary yet. I might actually look for a sleep dart here. That would alleviate and put out more pressure. Defara's on the field. You have a very important responsibility now. Even a shot, one shot, you're not supposed to counter Far. You're just supposed to put a little pressure on Far. See, we messed up. So we're so focused on healing our Cassidy, who's totally safe. I mean, look at this guy. That we miss the opportunity to enable pressure, to enable kill threat. Our team is all the way in, and we're just sitting around and goofing off, right? This is different from what we said earlier with the Cassidy, because more of our team is pushed, and we're even up a few. So we could walk forward here to this next cover here and be careful, but we're screwing around, right? And then now our Zarya dies for it. Disaster. Be very careful. That's an okay sleep, a little bit RNG, right? Where you're like, maybe it'll hit, maybe it won't. Be careful about that, but it's not going to matter. Okay, perfect. First point attack. Let's maybe just look a teeny bit at first point attack. I don't want to spend too much more time on this Ana here, but everything is going to be about creating opportunities for my team, putting out pressure. I know they're on the flank. Oh shoot, not on the flank. Oh, Kiriko's on the flank. I got to survive this. I can't die. If I die, I lose pressure. Nade there, kind of a little bit yeeted. I don't think we really had a target in mind there. We just need to survive. Great. That's in a way what I call defensive pressure, where they dive us and we nade ourselves to keep ourselves alive, but also it hurts them too. It's the best of both worlds, right? Okay, now let's talk about this. We're on cart, so that's fine. Somebody has to push cart. But right now, what's the problem? Because cart is pushed up. So you guys should know what the problem is right now. What should this Ana player be doing? You can't see anything. Where's your pressure here? Who are you pocketing? How are you controlling space? How are you putting out or denying pressure right now? Yeah, you maybe can heal your tank, but this is like lame. Now, Analog says that he don't know how to position this map. Okay, you guys help Analog out. Where do we go? So, super high risk, high reward. Probably not necessary. A lot of pressure, a lot of risk, maybe not worth the trade-off. Depends on the situation. How about here? Right? I mean, even think about it from the support right now. Who is the best person that you could be healing right now? It's the Widowmaker. Why? Because not only is she the most fragile, but she's also in the most aggressive position, right? That and your Sojourn. So healing your Ram here is meaningless. PP Stinky doesn't deserve Jack. But Mist does. Help Mist out. If Mist survives this, it's huge for your team. Very helpful, very important, but you're not in a position to do that. Now, Analog, you said this is just more of a map and experience thing, so this is probably not a mentality thing. It's probably just more of a map and experience thing. But even when you're practicing a new map, this is why you need to experiment with positions. You need to find out where can I actually do pressure here? Where can I help my team out here? Because you're useless here. You're useless. Move up, move up, move up, move up, move up, move up, move up and around, up and around, up and around, right? If they had let's say a Widowmaker on high ground, maybe I'd have to be careful about peeking a position back here. But ultimately, Mist just dies, and we're gonna lose. If we do lose this fight, it's not because you didn't heal your tank enough. It's not even because you didn't land a big anti-nade. It's because you didn't help the aggressive people. Your Widow needs to swing wide so that she can get a sight lane. But if you don't help her, you're gonna lose. So this is the thing, guys. This is the thing. This is why you need to be helping aggression, right? Help aggression whenever you can. Doesn't mean you need to walk on top of the aggression. Doesn't mean you need to play on top of your Widow, but you need to be able to support that. A lot of us get stuck healing our tanks when our DPS and even our other supports are taking aggressive angles and trying to do things to control the map. And they get pressured because they're playing aggressively, and we don't prioritize them enough. So let's stop right there. Let's move on to our next Ana. And this is a bronze Ana, okay? So we're gonna have a little bit of a contrast, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about Ana from a different perspective, all right? So you guys now should know exactly what we're looking for. Exactly what we're looking for, right? So when we're looking for Ana, maximize your kill threat indirectly by healing and supporting on people in aggressive positions, and directly. Let's check it out. Now you guys are gonna notice something real fast about this Ana. I'm gonna play even at like 1.25 speed. And I want you guys to tell me, as soon as you see what this Ana is struggling with, I want you guys to say it in chat. Aim, obviously they're bronze. I didn't think their aim was actually that bad for bronze. Aim is what allows you to put out kill threat and indirect heal threat. Cover could be better. Just keep watching. Keep watching. How much pressure is this Ana putting out? Where is the weakness of this Ana in terms of pressure? You guys see it? Right, 0 DPS whatsoever. Now, I want you guys to look at the enemy composition, because it's really easy for us to say, DPS Ana, look for opportunities to do damage, right? But, do you see what they're running on DPS? They have a Hanzo, right? So, you need to be very selective about who you peek and how you peek. For example, I might try to take some pot shots when I know the Hanzo's dead. I might try to take a position where I can shoot the enemy team, but I don't peek the Hanzo. Right? Same thing goes with Widowmaker, right? I want to be doing damage, but I really don't want to peek that Widowmaker usually, right? That being said, you guys are absolutely right. A lot of healing, a lot of indirect healing pressure, but no offensive pressure either through nade, sleep dart, or damaging shots. And if you look at the enemy composition, there's nothing that we need to save our sleep dart and nade for to keep ourselves alive. And so therefore, if we're not looking for offensive value with it, we're actually throwing. Now I'm using that term kind of harshly, but you kind of see what I'm saying, right? If we don't get good offensive damage, sleep, and nade value, we're gonna lose. Because I guarantee you that Lucio is gonna do more value than we are playing as we are right now. Defensive nade. Here's a question. You defensively nade because your team took a lot of damage. There will be times where an offensive nade will scare the enemy team and damage the enemy team such that they cannot do damage to your team, and therefore removing the need to ever defensively nade. Because you keep the enemy team on the back foot so that they can't do as much damage to your team. You see that? If you play like this, you will find that you have to defensively nade more often because you're not putting out any offensive pressure. And even that nade there, unfortunately, they have got sound barrier, so it doesn't do a whole lot. All right, and we're just gonna keep rolling. We're gonna only focus on first point, attack, and defense, so that you guys can see. There's the defensive nade again because we didn't find opportunities to go offensively. Like even right now, Hans is on high ground, but I could shoot that Mei. Uh-oh. 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 Cover, right? Cover, y'all. Timing is really important too. Right, so when we look for nades, when our team is pushing, trying not to go by yourself, right? That's a good nade. I mean, this is it. Watch this, guys. Watch this, guys. Now, you might, in bronze, people will not always respect nade like they ought to. That will happen. But watch this right here. Anti-nade. Watch this Mei's response. She knows. Do you see this? Do you see this? This is pressure. Right here. Because is this Mei doing any damage right now? No. 0. Actually 0. Doing nothing. And not only that, but she might also have to ice block because she was not able to get healed. So one nade shut down a DPS player for 3-4 seconds. That's not a bad trade. Obviously, the more the merrier. But even then, this Mei might have to. Oh, she dies. She doesn't even get a chance to. There you go. Nice job, Ana. That you should feel very proud of yourself for that right there. You get that kill, and your team is taking less damage because of that anti-nade. Should they have nanoed earlier? Yeah, I think there were opportunities to nano people without, but I think we were trying to combo. I will say this, chat, generally comboing ults is something is not always great. But yeah, it's kind of funny there that they choose to go offensive there when the Hanzo is actively scoping at them, when it was actually the riskiest time to actually be doing damage. It's right there, but that's okay. All right, let's take a look at our defense. And the nice thing about defense is attack can be hard on some maps, especially on a map like Circuit Royale where you don't have very good sightlines. But defense, you have good positions to start from, so you should have an easier time getting offensive pressure. You can see people easier, right? You see this? A lot of healing. Okay, now our Zarya needs healing. Let's give her a heal. Uh-oh, that nade misses. And even if that nade hit, was my Zarya in need of a nade? I don't know. I think one heal shot, maybe two, and then we could have used our nade offensively, right? Even a nade on this Orisa, maybe to force a fortify or a spin, right? There's our DPS pressure, but what's the problem? What's the problem right now, chat? Now it feels like we're kind of tunneled on damage only. And our cover usage, and now it feels like we're a little bit out of position. Like, we can't see anything. We don't know if our teammates need healing right now. Is it better to go offensive or defensive right now? The answer is, we don't know. Because we don't know whether our team needs healing or not. We can't make that decision. We don't have the information. And I would also say, if we're going to do anything right now, we should probably get a big fat anti-nade right here. But yeah, we should probably throw nade and rotate out, so where we can see our team and we have better cover usage. I agree. Decent nade. Only hits the Mei, but decent. Oh, here's another question, guys. Who should we be shooting right now? I don't care if you're bronze. I don't care. I don't care if you have the worst mechanics and this is your first-person shooter. Zen. Okay. Or, I mean, you guys are giving me clearly the best target, but give me the second best. Kiriko, sure. Even Mei to force some ice blocked, right? You should not be shooting, in my opinion. I mean, the Orisa is taking damage, but right now, especially now that she's fortified, you really should not be shooting Orisa. Because remember, it's all about pressure. A fortified Orisa goes, oh, you shot me? Okay, right? Doesn't matter, right? A Zenyatta, you shoot me, and I'm like, please, right? Right? And even if you don't get the kill, the Zenyatta will probably have to rotate back. And now the Zenyatta's not doing any damage. And you've alleviated pressure on your team. Right? That's what we're thinking about. We're not even thinking about like you have a higher chance of getting a kill in the Zenyatta. The fact that you have a higher chance to get a kill in the Zenyatta is why you shoot him. Because even if you don't kill him, the response to him, you shooting him, is what's going to help your team. The problem is people are scared to shoot anything other than Orisa because Orisa's safe and easy. But it's better to shoot a Zen once and miss him twice than it is to shoot the Orisa 3 times in a row. Usually. Not always. That's a bit of a harsh example, but that's the goal. And also, when you practice shooting a Zen, your mechanics will get better. If all you're doing is shooting Orisas, your mechanics aren't going to get as better. Mei has ice block though, but guess what? If we shoot Mei, we force ice block, what is Mei doing when she's in ice block? She's not shooting. She's doing no damage. And she's also vulnerable to getting killed afterwards. Right. Healing, exactly right. Every time you force a cooldown with just using mouse 1, great. Unfortunate that nade doesn't hit the Orisa because that's probably going to mean that we die now. Because if we don't nade that Orisa, then that Orisa walks forward and kills our team. And that's exactly what happens. Yee! Careful, Hanzo. Ah! We'll watch one more fight here. All right. Not a very high value nade. because she's basically full HP and Orisa and a million miles away. We would have liked to have our nade now. We're still aiming for Orisa. You see that? We're still aiming for Orisa when we should have been aiming for either healing or Echo, which would have been more pressure, or shooting the Hanzo and Zenyatta. Okay, so that's going to be it for me for Ana. Let's wrap this up. Do you guys have any questions? So everything is about maximizing pressure, minimizing risk with our positioning, with our cooldown usage, and with deciding whether we want to heal or damage. Now, this is a very broad thing. This doesn't talk about hero matchups or compositional matchups or specific positions, but these are things that you can absolutely just download and then go and apply on your own and practice on your own. How to pressure if they have a super scary widow. Find a position where she can't shoot you. Take an angle to where you can see members of your team and the enemy team without having to peek her. Is there a situation where Ana plays in the middle of the team? If you want to push in aggressively for an offensive anti-nade, high risk, high reward, probably, but generally not super optimal. Should we always move in relation to our tank Spilo? You should try to. Yes, you should try to move in relation to your team. Boom, thank you so much for the sub, mate. How would you change the way you play if they have Kiriko? Honestly, I wouldn't change the way I play that much. Outside of maybe being careful about hard scoping so that I don't get my head blown off. If you use nade and you force Suzu, that's generally a good cooldown trade. So I wouldn't worry about it. Unless you need to really, really kill one target and you need to wait for Suzu, in which case, how do you force Suzu? You need to shoot the Kiriko, right? Or you need to shoot a squishy to force the Suzu, and then you look for anti-nade. How do you position versus Sombra? Always near cover, so that you can LOS her once she's hacked you, or even prevent the hack, or actively, comfortably take the duel. I might also change how I use my nade, where I use the nade to keep myself alive and to force her translocator in a 1-to-1 fashion. Something like that. When do you commit to your teammate's position? Whenever your teammates are in the majority. If there are 3 members of your teammate pushing up or 2 pushing up, you probably help them out. My Genji's walking back with Blade. Should I just nano my critical tank or wait for the Genji? That's a tricky question. If you think that you can keep your tank alive and or potentially get a kill out of it, I think it's probably okay. Where does a tank roll land on that spectrum? Oh, we'll have to wait and see for that one. You have to wait. That's a great question, Dry Ice. You'll have to wait and see for that one. Or maybe you can come up with your own answer. Why is comboing nano with ults not great? Well, it depends on the ult. Blade needs the survivability. Blade needs the survivability and the extra burst damage, so Nano Blade is generally good. Other ultimates don't get as much value out of it. Like a Flux, you're only doing slightly more damage on the drop down and more damage when they're in the air, which is a little bit inconsistent. Nano Primal, he's probably either going to kill a squishy or he's not going to kill a squishy. Nano Primal is a little bit, you're overlapping survivability there. There's not many ultimates. A Nano Visor is another example of an ultimate that's pretty decent at combo if you can land it, because Soldier might need the survivability of the Nano to not die in the Visor. Nano is, I wouldn't say Nano is not generally good to combo. It's just you have to be very selective about when and where you can combo it. Does that target need the survivability of the Nano? Can that target go aggressive with that nano? Honestly, Thad, it's always about playing what you enjoy the most. And you already have a pretty decent hero pool as it is. 3 supports is a pretty you have a good support for pretty much every situation. Literally dying from cringe. Thank you so much for the summon. Is Nano Ramatra combo high value? I would say it depends. It depends. I don't think it's a particularly good one, but a lot of you, I don't want you guys to like memorize and be like, Nano Ramatra is bad because Spilo said so. Sometimes it's going to be good, sometimes it's going to be bad. It's just not a combo that I would actively be seeking out. If it's last fight, if my RAM is critical, sure, of course. But it's not a combo like Nano Blade that I would actively be seeking out. I agree, Analog. I agree. And that's where the Master's expertise is coming in. Yeah, the survivability is more important. And a Ramatra in Nemesis form already has a lot of survivability. So maybe if he's critical, then that would be a good combo. Can you explain the difference between main versus flex support? Nothing that's really going to affect you guys. Flex support is just generally supports that have more aim reliant as part of their kit. And when in the Overwatch League, contenders, tournaments even before the Overwatch League, people wanted a Lucio player and they wanted a support that could aim, playing Ana and Zen. And so the Lucio player never flexed, right? You'd always just play Lucio. The flex support would play Ana, they would play Zen, right? So that was the flex role, okay? What happened then is we ended up having Ana Mercy metas and Zen Mercy metas. And you had these flex supports that were used to flexing, but you wanted them playing Ana and Zen. And if anybody had to learn how to play Mercy, it would be the Lucio player, right? And so that's how it came about. Is the flex came from the Ana and Zen swapping back and forth, and the Lucio player never swapping. And so nowadays people think aim specialist is Ana, Zen, you know, BAP players, whatever. But it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter that much. Any comps you really don't want to play Ana versus? I do think Ana struggles a little bit versus snipers for the very fact that we'd kind of said in this VOD where it's hard to get value with Ana if you're not looking for opportunities to shoot and nade. So therefore, it can be a little bit hard to play around Widowmakers and Hanzos. The terms are very archaic, yes. And a lot of comps like BAP Zen, Ana Zen, you know, Zen Kiriko, and so on, you need two players that can aim, right? Okay, so what supports are best versus snipers? Zenyatta is pretty good because he can selectively peek with 5 orbs. He can do great at pressuring things without even seeing them with Harmony and Discord. There's that lingering value as well. Sniper comps generally don't need as much healing because a lot of things is one shot, so having a more offensive solo oriented support is helpful. Mercy is okay with supports. BAP is pretty good at supports because the mortality field and window is pretty valuable. There's not a lot of supports that are good with snipers, but Zen, Mercy, and some of those would be decent, I would say. Even Kiriko has a little bit of options as well. Is sleeping a Widow valuable? It's pressure, especially if you can kill that Widow. And even if you don't kill that Widow is MIA for 4 or 5 seconds, not putting pressure on your team. And if you know where she's at, it's a pretty high percentage sleep dart if you're good with it. So yeah, it's a good value, right? It just depends on the situation though. Okay, let's move on. Baptiste. Now, let's go into the practice range. Let's talk about Baptiste. So, everything comes back to training and map control, right guys? Ana has a ranged gun. She can help people in different angles and control space. Baptiste does the same thing. Baptiste has a lot of range, right? With his healing and his damage. Now, his healing range is not near as good as, say, an Ana. It's a lot harder to land healing, even if you're a pro. But Baptiste has the ability to shoot people from a distance to put pressure on them, to prevent them from hurting himself or from hurting his team. There's Baptiste's pressure, right? All about pressure here. So if I'm helping here, again, it's the same thing as Ana. What's more valuable, healing or damage? Now, what's the key difference between Baptiste and Ana when it comes to this decision, guys? You guys see it? Weaving, right. You can do both. Now, you can't do both perfectly because, as you can see, if two targets are... If I'm trying to damage target 1 and heal target 2... it's kind of hard, right? It's not always consistent. So generally with Baptiste, when it comes to pressure, sometimes when the targets are close by, you can and should be weaving. Heal, damage, or damage, heal, damage, heal. I believe you could do 2 shots per heal, but I do think that slows down your healing a little bit. Somebody in chat can fact check me. So if you want to min-max your healing, you go damage, heal, damage, heal, damage, damage, heal, damage, heal, damage, heal, damage, heal. I don't have automatic reload on, so I'm gonna have to press that. You can do damage, damage, heal. It only slows you down a little bit, but yeah. So regardless, you should be weaving in damage and healing and practicing that combo. There's a lot of videos on there out there. I won't go in that in detail if you can. If the targets are very far apart though, you will have to probably make a decision like Ana, where I can't really do both, so what's more valuable? Healing this guy until he's critical, and then putting the damage output, okay, oh, that guy's critical. Oh, I can do both now, right? Right? That's kind of the Baptiste nuance right there. A little bit less damage, a little bit less healing, deciding which one do I is more of a priority. The other thing as well, as you guys can probably see, is look at the healing that I'm doing from this heal. Watch this on friendly bot, right? You see that? It's a decent amount of healing, but if I heal friendly bot directly, we'll wait for some damage to be done, a lot more healing. So being accurate with your healing shots is actually pretty important, which sometimes means that weaving is not realistic. Because if I'm doing this, I'm not a very good Baptiste, so I need to be like really careful about how I'm using it. Because if I miss like that, you do lose healing. Okay? So weaving is important whenever you can without compromising your healing output. However, when the targets are split, you have to decide, is it more pressure on my team directly or indirectly to heal or damage? That's why you play Baptiste. Like, Baptiste is in a position right now where his cooldowns are pretty decent, but it's actually the main reason why you play Baptiste is for his gun. That's what makes Baptiste unique, is the ability to do a little bit of damage, a little bit of healing all the time. Now when it comes to talking about cooldowns, oh, by the way, obviously you do have your mobility position here, right? So that you can position in better pressurable positions with this with your exo boots. So that's really good. It can also be used as a survivability cooldown where you can play in a more aggressive position because you can always just jump out of it, right? Okay, so now I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I do think Baptiste is a little bit, I would say, outdated in Overwatch 2, where his gun feels fun, but the AoE healing concept is not as valuable in Overwatch 2 because generally people don't group up as much in Overwatch 2. Generally, it's more important to take angles and splits, where things like shift and things like lamp and even things like your ultimate and even your healing all benefit from people being all in a big clump. Okay, so that's a little bit harder to get value out of a lot of, pretty much almost all of his kit with the things being grouped up as they are. And I think that's probably likely to change in the next year. Okay, so without going too much into balance or my thoughts on balance, here's how you use your Baptiste shift. You can either position it and use it selfishly, right? I'm taking damage, I need to keep myself alive, so therefore my shift is a defensive cooldown that I can use to keep myself alive. Or I can use it to keep teammates alive that are playing aggressively and support them indirectly. So I either support myself or I support my teammates with the shift. There's nothing super crazy or like earth-shattering about it. Watch the heal. Bam! When I'm really low, big burst of healing. When you're above 50% HP, it's still a burst of healing. It's just not quite as strong. So we want to be very careful how we use our shift, that we don't waste it, because it's what keeps us and our teammates alive a lot of the time. And the same thing goes with Lamp. They both serve very similar purposes where they can keep teammates alive. Baptiste's kit, as opposed to Ana's kit, is a little more about indirect pressure and a little bit less about direct pressure. The irony is that when people think of Baptiste, they think of, oh, you know, the damage killer guy, right? But honestly, outside of his gun, he's pretty much an indirect guy. He's a very much a support, helping other people stay alive with his shift, with his lamp, and with his healing. Now, that does change when you consider his gun, and that also changes when you consider his ultimate, because more often than not, you're going to be using your ultimate for damage output and not as much for healing output. You will do it for both, but generally, when people think of Baptiste's ultimate, you're thinking of the damage, right? You're thinking of the amplification of the damage, and that's where you're thinking more of the direct pressure with Baptiste. Now, the last thing I will say with Baptiste, all right? Yeah, I'm not a fan of regenerate bursts, but yeah. Anyway, the last thing I will say with Baptiste is your ranged heal does mean that you have to make decisions about who to heal sometimes. If I'm healing my tank and I see my Genji or my Cassidy critical on an angle or needs help on an angle, even though I'm not very confident in my ability to heal them, it might be important for me to try. Baptiste does have range with his healing. It's not as good as Zenyatta or Brig or Mercy or Ana, but it is something that you're going to need to consider. Is this going on YouTube? Yes. So something you need to consider with Baptiste is I need to be doing as much pressure with my gun as I possibly can, as much healing as I possibly can, and then learning how to prioritize how to use my cooldowns given the moment. Baptiste is a little bit more straightforward than Ana. Doesn't mean that he's not hard to play. A lot of, obviously, gunplay is very difficult, but there's not as much nuance when you come to things like nade and sleep. All right? So we're going to take a look at a Masters Baptiste, and I'm going to go ahead and skip in just a little bit. And then again, like our Ana, this is a good player, but it's not a great player. So there will be mistakes. I mean, even great players make mistakes. So I want you guys to try and see what this Baptiste player is doing well and what this Baptiste player needs to improve. We'll take a look starting from this fight right here. So you could look at their composition and be like, do I need to use my shift to keep myself alive? I see Genji. He might go for me and my Zenyatta. I might need to keep them alive with that. But it looks like more of the threats are not going to be directly threatening me and my Zenyatta. Maybe more on my Rhine, or my Junker Queen, maybe my Hanzo, maybe my Bastion, and so on. So that does influence how I position and how I use my cooldowns a little bit. Is Bap good with Junker Queen? He's okay. He's okay. Junker Queen definitely doesn't demand as much healing, so you have more opportunity to do damage. Case in point, right? We see somebody alive. This is the indirect support portion of Baptiste. This guy will likely survive because you were aware of what was happening. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Would a diamond, platinum, bronze, silver, gold Baptiste be able to do this? Probably not, right? Who is the most important person when it comes to this battlefield right now? What would a platinum or gold or silver or bronze Baptiste do? Probably just heal, tank, maybe shoot shield, just heal, 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 heal. This Baptiste, peripheral awareness. Oh shoot, somebody's in need on a flank. DPS, I've got to keep them alive. If I can keep this guy alive, not only will they survive, but this Cassidy probably dies. This Genji probably dies. Peripheral awareness. Remember, it all comes back to pressure and map control. This angle is an extremely aggressive position for my Hanzo. But if he survives, they will die. Do you guys see that? So, we're here with heal. We're here with our damage. And look what happens to their Cassidy. Right? He dies. Really good. Now, you know, they nano Rhine and they pin in and then they also blade. So the fight is pretty much lost. However, that was really, really good from our Baptiste. This is where you could see the archetype of, oh, you heal, tank, and you shoot shield. Well, no, actually, that wasn't the case. It was more important what we did on the flank, almost like a Moira or a Kiriko or a Mercy there, than it was what we did with her. And we even had to use our boots to do that. You see that? All right, here we go. So we want to be putting pressure out. Now, do you guys see the mistake here? She shouts, she's ulted. Where should our attention be right now? Bad shift, yes, but where should our attention be right now? Think pressure, kill threat. We just saw this guy, right? We need to shoot Genji. This guy is in aggressive position. If he lives, it's our fault. And the thing is you don't, you don't want to like tunnel on somebody. You will need to heal your Junker Queen soon, but you need to put at least a clip on this Genji. And then you could go work on Junker Queen. Return on investment, guys, right? Direct pressure. Missed opportunity right here. Shift as well. Does nothing. And why is using shift like that so bad? You guys might say, because if they push us, we don't have our shift. Okay, let me flip that on its head. Because we don't have shift, we can't actually push as aggressively as we ought to be able to. Right. So if they come on us, we die. Or we have a higher chance of dying. But also, how about our Baptiste walks forward and egos a little bit here? A little bit, maybe not feeds, but plays the corner and really is like, damage, heal, right? Oh, you dive at me? I have my shift. Screw you. But you don't have your shift right now. So, can we play as aggressively as we want to? No, we can't. Our shift did nothing there. So you guys talk about, we talked about how BAP has a pretty, not as much nuance as Ana, but your cooldowns do allow you to put out more pressure because you have the get out of jail free card of my shift. You know? Think about it. That right there is a weave. You guys see the weave? Dark, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the sub. Like right now. Damage, 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 damage. Missed opportunity to weave in a heal right there, right? We could have our cake and eat it too. The Junker Queen and the Reinhardt are right next to each other. It would have been better to weave in a heal here than go back to damaging. That's what costs us our lamp. And again, we're in a situation where coulda, shoulda, woulda. What if we had needed our lamp there? What if we wanted to continue to push aggressively here? Those are the little, not I wouldn't say red flags, but little yellow flags that might be preventing us from being Grandmaster. A little unfortunate there. Would have liked to be able to help our Bastion. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Who is the most important person on the battlefield to be aware of, and why? I'm going to give you guys about 8 seconds context. Put on your listening ears, turn on your spider senses, and see if you can predict. Listen very carefully. You guys see it? This is why it's so important, because you have to know, you have to hear this. Again, this is why pressure is tied. You can't separate pressure and map control, because it's not just because, oh, we have to be scared about Genji because Genji. What if the roles were reversed? What if the Genji was back here coming back from spawn and the Hanzo was on the flank? Well, then you would need to worry about the Hanzo. This position is scary. And this is why awareness is so important of what's going on around you on the flanks, because if you're in a position and you could back up here and kite this trance, but if you only heal and you're just tunneled nose to the dirt and you don't hear or react or pressure or deal with this Genji, you're probably going to lose this fight. I thought his feet sounds are Hanzo's feet. I mean, they do sound really similar, yeah. So regardless, if whoever is here needs to be dealt with, because if we don't deal with him, not only is he the most killable target because of his position, but he's also the most likely to kill us. Again, it comes back to the Ana thing. Who do we need to pressure right now? Who deserves our attention? So what we're doing right now, that shift probably wasn't necessary. But ooh. Was our Zen aware? Our Zen must have been aware. Did your Zen bail you out? Yeah, he just missed. The Genji just missed. But that's right there. Everything stops until you survive that, until you're able to deal with that. So this is what we talked about, a sense of priorities, guys. Being away, like even here, right? We're like heal, 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 heal. But right now, our queen doesn't need healing. She's fine. Where is this Genji? Shoot the Genji. So it comes back to the maximum amount of pressure that we could either prevent or put out would be knowing where the enemy team is positioned. Because who is more of a threat to us right now? The Ramatra is nobody. He's just sitting in main with everybody full HP. We don't care about him. I'm worried about this guy. I'm worried about this guy. And you know, by not thinking about Genji, we actually almost end up dying to him. So right there, our awareness served us really well previously to know what was going on the flank and help the flank, help the aggressive position from our Hanzo. But now it's failed, and that's a big red flag. Big red flag. This is what we talked about with Baptiste. It's very easy to get in the mindset of just heal, shoot, just blah, 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 and tunnel vision. But what you probably should be shooting or healing may or may not be on the periphery. Okay? Very important. Very important, especially when your tank doesn't need healing there. Then you must consider this. Genji's on the flank. We gotta know it. We gotta know it, right? We gotta know it. Okay, Bastion's over there. Can I help him? I probably can't help him, but I need to be looking at my Hanzo. There's the awareness, right? There's the awareness. Now, I don't know that you could have helped this. I think he just gets one shot. I don't know that you could have been here. So keep that in mind. You're not always going to be able to help, but keep that in mind. This fight's probably pretty much lost. Okay. Oh, wow. We got a huge backline trade. I'm really not liking how we're using our shift here. So I know that you're not full, you're about 100 HP, but you're in the action of recovering. You need to have your shift. You need to have your shift. We need to be very careful how we're using our shift here. Again, there. I'm very questionable. Person's behind cover. Did we really need to use it? We have to be careful. And then also here, guys. So the Hanzo is here. We need to be careful of the Hanzo in spawn. But why am I only sitting and healing my tank and not considering my own Hanzo's positioning? Why am I not thinking right now about doing some healing and also damaging the Genji at the same time? You guys kind of see what I'm saying, right? There is pressure left here because of what this is offensive to me. Everybody's essentially full, and yet we're turning our back onto our Hanzo and a potential Genji damage pressure because we're just healing our team's feet. And this is probably what's keeping this player at the rank that they're at. Good use of shift, excellent pocket. We need to find cover. We could use our back window here if you wanted. Oh, a little bit late on the lamp. Unfortunate. Okay, so we're going to stop there with Baptiste. What we've learned, I hope, a little bit is how your cooldowns can be used to relieve pressure. Usually, can't really use your cooldowns offensively. But in a way, you having your cooldowns is what allows you to play with more confidence. And what allows you to do more pressure, because if you get punished, you always have your shift and your lamp to get out. All right? Now, in addition to that, we've talked about how even though you're a very good tank healer and a very good, to weave, sometimes you have to have everybody kind of in a clump. You do need to be aware and paying attention to what's going on around you. Otherwise, you will struggle. Okay, so let's move on, and we're going to be moving on to a gold Baptiste, and we're going to see how we can compare. Where are we looking at? First and second point defense. All right. Highest return on investment for our attention. Where should we be shooting? Who should we be shooting? What should we be shooting? You see? Okay, so I'm glad that we're turning around and checking what's going on behind us, but do you see what just happened on your screen? Do you see? Red flags, right? This guy is very aggressive. He's in a lot of pressure right now. If he survives, maybe the Ramatra dies. If he dies, you probably lose the fight. So how do we respond? Remember, guys, it's all about aggression. I want to support aggression, the people that are under the most pressure or putting out the most pressure. Right now, these guys aren't doing very much, right? The Hanzo does have a sideline, does not have a sideline, but they don't demand healing as much, and they don't need healing as much, right? So this is gold. So we must help our Ryan. We must just almost disaster. He might still die. Oh, now we're front lane. We have to be very careful about that. But you guys can see how like this is this close to disaster because we weren't paying attention to who was playing more aggressively. This is not about, oh, Bap, you need to heal your tank. As we saw in the previous VOD, that was actually too much of an issue. Now, you are a good tank healer, but it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Pressure, risk versus reward. What's the problem right here, guys? Are we going to be able to do pressure on this Genji? Yes. But what's the problem? Too close, right? Risk versus reward. We will be able to pressure this Genji and probably force some cooldowns, but there is also a very high chance that he will force our cooldowns. Now, you guys need to ask... Okay, here's a question for you, chat. How do we get a favorable cooldown trade? How do we get a favorable risk versus reward? This is a very, like, technical question, but if you think about it, it's not that complicated. If you were to pressure a Widowmaker, how would you do it? If you were to pressure a Tracer, how would you do it? If you were to pressure a Reaper, how would you do it? If you were to pressure a Roadhog, how would you do it? Right. Think about the hero. Genji wants to get close to you, so stay far away from him. Widow wants to get far away from you, so don't, if you're going to peek the Widow, be close to her. Play out of their comfortable range, right? And as a Baptiste, you have a little bit of flexibility there, right? You're kind of mid-range. You can do a little bit of both. So play around the strengths of your hero. Now, the Reinhardt definitely went too aggressively in here, but he did not go so aggressively that we couldn't safely help him. And this is, yeah, and there you go, right? So we actually die for that. Risk versus reward. I respect that we were trying to shoot the Genji. Shooting the Genji there from a better position, a little bit further back in your cover, would have been very high value pressure because it would have forced him out and removed that threat from our team. A Genji inside of his own backline is not doing damage. A Genji inside of his own backline is not a threat. Okay, let's keep watching. Quickly as we can, go to damage. Quickly as we can, damage. You see, this is where a little bit of like, okay, the main problem is we're healing somebody who's purple, right? So there's no value gotten out of shooting the Rhine. So what should we be doing instead from a pressure standpoint? Cheers, cheers, Olaf, I appreciate it. What are we missing because we're doing this? Damage, right. Damage. Is there anybody else that needs healing? I don't know. We don't know. Could we be shooting the Ana and pushing her back so that she can't, you know, so she has to run away and then maybe my Hanzo headshots her, or that she can't pressure my Hanzo? Or we could be shooting the Genji, or we could be thinking about our positioning and fixing it. No, because we're healing a Reinhardt. Our tension is wrong, so then we're putting out less pressure than we need to. And we're putting ourselves at a high risk for really no reason. And then we have to land. Are you sure that that person was under that much pressure? Probably not. Shiro, thank you so much for the sub, mate. Or Shiro, I'm sorry. I will say this is good. Check this out, y'all. Nobody needs healing? Really? So damage. That was good. We are looking for opportunities to damage when people are close to full or full. So that's really, really good. Nice, nice, nice. No reason not to do that, right? Like, whoops. There's no reason not to do that. Nobody needs healing at that point in time. It does your team a favor to do that. And it's safe, right? Sojourn's not looking at you. She doesn't have her one shot. There's no reason not to. I don't know. I'm not sure what that was. But that's obviously means that we're now vulnerable now, so that we can't play as aggressively as we'd like to. Otherwise, we have a very high chance of dying. That's, by the way, another situation where if you could weave in damage there, that's going to help you to keep that Ramatra at bay. If you don't weave in damage there, the Ramatra will run you over. It's a, I don't trust my tank lamp. But you could see right there, like, would we probably die to Ramatra? Yeah, probably. But you're definitely going to die if you don't do damage and heal when you can. That one we only healed and just confirmed that we were going to lose. Please don't stagger. Nicely done. Let's see what we got here. We got to be really careful of Widowmaker now. So right now, weave. Weave. We're only healing. We're only healing. And now we're only damaging, right? So this is the problem with Baptiste. If you're not comfortable weaving, at least a little bit, then you're leaving heal indirect or damage direct pressure out in the battlefield. And you're doing disproportionately less than the enemy support. Now, I would also say you need to be careful of Widowmaker, but there are missed opportunities when you have two targets that are right on top of each other. You need to be doing both. Now, if they're split, we talked about that, right? You have to be careful. Burst doesn't go through walls. No. All right, we need to walk. All right. Oh no. I think we all tabbed or something. This fight might be lost. Probably should have lamped that. That's a good shift right there. But you can see it a little bit here, right? You're healing. You're under so much pressure. Heal, 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 heal. He's purple. What's the best thing our BAP can do right now? What's the maximum amount of pressure that our BAP can be doing right now? Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the gift sub, C-Dad, thank you. Itu, Rods, no humor streamer, Wavy okay, Micro, thank you so much. Should help Genji. Right, right, thank you so much for the gift of the subs, mate. That's super, super generous. Right, so shoot Genji, or shoot Widow, or heck, even Ramatra's pretty low here, right? Like, actually, literally every single member of the enemy team is shootable right now. Every single member is pretty close in terms of pressure output. But don't heal. It's not going to do anything. If your Rhine wasn't purple, then I think it'd probably be worth healing. Actually, you know what? Even if your Rhine wasn't purple, I might still shoot the Genji to confirm the kill. I'm glad to hear, mate. But regardless, like this right now, we need to weave. We need to damage. We need to damage. We need to damage. We need to damage. We must damage, otherwise we will lose. Right? Nice. You are doing some damage here. You know, this is not... I'm being tough on this guy, y'all, because you know, obviously we're trying to point out mistakes that we can learn from it. But I don't want this to be like, you know, big toxic. This guy's gold. They're playing very reasonably for a gold player. I don't want to set unrealistic expectations, but obviously here, the problem here is that your Ryan is pushed up, but I don't know if that you're in a good position to do pressure, right? You're not able to heal, you're not able to damage, so then therefore your Ryan pops off. But man, that was close to losing that. Let's watch a little bit more. I think I had one more fight I want to look at. I honestly can't remember. I looked at all of these replay codes ahead of time. Okay. Disengage. He's in. We should probably take high ground and try and help our team pressure while doing damage at the same time. Unfortunate that our Zen doesn't get help. This might have just been lost. This might be a GG's here. Does our Ryan come back, Winston? No, doesn't. Okay, another situation maybe where damaging is important. Yeah, we'll call it there. So, main takeaways. What are our main takeaways from this Baptiste? So the previous Baptiste, a little bit of peripheral awareness, helping our angles and not wasting our shift. What do you guys think that this Baptiste needs to work on? From our guide to Baptiste. Weaving, yes. There's a lot of damage and healing pressure left out on the floor that we're missing opportunities. Don't heal anti-teammates, sure. Make sure that if you see an anti-teammate, that you're either healing somebody else or you're putting out damage. Because the best way to help the anti-teammate is to shoot the enemies that are going to try and follow up off of that anti, right? Damage, maybe some cooldown usage as well. Yeah, okay. Okay, so do you guys have any questions about Baptiste? Like I said, a little simpler than Ana, a little bit more, I wouldn't say one-dimensional, not one-dimensional at all, but a little bit more simple to explain anyway. Because we're about to get to a real hairy one coming up next, a real complicated one. Weaving means damage and healing, doing both. Damage heal, damage heal, damage heal. Whenever you have two targets that are close together, you need to be doing damage heal, damage heal, damage heal, damage heal. If they're far apart, you might have to do damage and then do a little bit of healing and then do damage and then do a little bit of healing. You can't do it back and forth unless you're like literal AI, but yeah. What's BAP's worst matchup? I think BAPS really struggles with and versus dive depending on the situation, because the way the map is so far spread out on dive comps and dive, like with tracers and sombras and Winstons and balls, your cooldowns do help you survive, but it's hard to help your team on off angles compared to something like a Kiriko. Even a Zen sometimes has a better matchup versus dive, because even though he struggles to survive more than BAP, his Harmony Discord and his range allows him to control off angles, control more map, which helps his team win versus dive. I know that sounds crazy, but survival alone isn't the only thing you need versus dive. BAP can't heal Pharah, right? Maps that are pretty tight are pretty good with BAP, because that's where your abilities, your healing, your damage, your lamp, your ultimate, your shift, because your teammates are more grouped up, are more valuable. That's why BAP does really well at Rhine mirrors, because Rhine mirrors do take off angles, but they're a little bit tighter together than most compositions. Rush is really good for BAP, yep. Last thing I will say about BAP is a good point there, window usage. I would be very selfish with my window usage personally. When a fight has started, don't delay, use the ultimate. Use it to heal with offensive pressure, with an indirect healing pressure. Don't worry about getting all of your teammates to shoot with it, because sometimes to get everybody to shoot with it means that you guys give up off angles and everybody gets into a big clump, which means that yes, you have a lot of damage shooting through one area, but it makes it very easy for the enemy team to hide it and to flank you. So just use it for yourself, and if somebody else is there with you, even better, but I wouldn't aim to try and get all your teammates with you. I totally forgot to talk about that, so thank you for bringing that one up. Yeah, you don't need a lot of people shooting through window for it to get value. In fact, sometimes you don't want to, because your window can force people to hide from you, and then your off-angle DPS or tank kills them while they're trying to hide. It forces them to go into a really awkward position where it's easy for your team to follow up. Clear an area with it. Right, exactly. Okay, let's, any other questions? because we're about to get to a real juicer. Not yet? Okay. I'm going to give this subtle plug at the end of every single review, just so you guys are aware of this. I won't pull it up, but if you aren't in my Discord, you need to be. Obviously, a little bit of a conflict of interest here, but in my Discord, there is Coaching VOD Compendium, and there is free coaching of, I think, almost every hero. Maybe we don't have Torb in here. And they're just free VOD reviews, sorted by rank and hero. You can go in there. I even have Coaching a Coach in there as well. It's basically all on the Spilo 2 channel. They're on YouTube, so you don't have to deal with horrible Twitch UI with it. But yeah, I recommend checking that one out. You could just search in the channel, search within Coaching Compendium, and find whatever hero you want. Let's move on to the next one. That heal does not have fall off. No, there's splash, but it doesn't have fall off. I have a question. Is a healing fall off? No, yeah. So I think by healing fall off, you mean by how the splash is effective? Yeah, there is a little bit of fall off based off of where the nade lands. I'm not sure what the spectrum is. We could probably look that up actually right now. Baptiste, Overwatch. In other words, if I miss by a lot, what's the least amount of healing that I could do with a right click? Okay, so it's 50 if it's hit by the explosion, and it's 70 if it's a direct hit. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so there's not like a spectrum. It's either 50 or it's 70, one or the other. Yeah, okay. And there's obviously a certain splash radius, but you kind of know what you're looking for there. Alrighty, let's move on to the next hero. And this is going to be a juicer. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to do my best to explain this as best and as accurately as I possibly can. But if you get through this one and you're not 100% sure you understand, don't sweat it, because Brig, in theory and concept, is one of the more advanced supports to understand how to get value. It doesn't necessarily mean she's one of the hardest to play. She is pretty tricky to play, but to understand what she brings to the table is very, very tricky, okay? Brig is a hero that is strong in melee range, but has immense issues beating a tank in a 1v1. Now, if you guys remember Release Brig, she's frontlining, she's just beating the crap out of people, and she just never dies. She can beat any hero in a 1v1, right? Well, that's obviously changed, and not just changed recently, it's been the case for a long time, and yet people still struggle and think that the hero with a flail and a shield reasonably should be frontlining, right? But that's not what Brig is very good at. Brig gets run over by things like Mate Walls and Reinhardts and Divas and Zaryas and Sigmas and anything, right? Any sort of ultimate where she is not able to bash out, she really struggles. Now, Sumito put out, I think, a really good guide on how to frontline Brig effectively. If you want to frontline Brig, you play around cover, you use your whip shot on a target, and then you kind of play aggressively, pack, and then you use your bash as a defensive cooldown, right? As in, they push you, I bash away. And we'll talk a little bit about that. But in theory, that's not always the most optimal way to play Brig. The way Brig deals pressure is by, remember guys, we talked about pressure and map control. When Brig is on a high ground, let's actually take a high ground here. When Brig is on an angle or a high ground, either by herself or preferably with a support or DPS, that high ground is pretty much locked down. It's very difficult for other DPS, whether that's a Hanzo or even a Winston jump or a Tracer or a Genji, it's very difficult for them to say, oh, there's a Zenyatta up here, guys. Let's dive the Zenyatta and kill the Zenyatta or force the Zenyatta to drop off of high ground. Well, I'm here, screw off. Generally, Brig is actually a very good melee range hero versus non-tanks. Non-tanks. She can beat pretty much every DPS or support in the entire game at melee range, but she can't beat a tank. Now, there's obvious exceptions to that. Junkrat's a little hairy. Reaper can be hit or miss. But for the most part, if anything gets close to you, you're going to beat it. Or you're going to make it very, very ugly for them, okay? So how you leverage that is you say, I'm going to put myself directly on the person that the enemy team wants to punish or pressure, or I'm going to put myself on the position that the enemy team wants to control, so that they can't get the angle because I'm sitting here, and you can't get here. And the other thing that's nice She can't, well, okay, here's the thing. When you're talking about Genjis and Tracers, yes, they can beat Brig, but it becomes more of a skill matchup. Much more of a skill match. And she does better than pretty much any support. Now, what you guys might be thinking, well then, what makes Brig unique compared to like a Moira? Because theoretically, Moira can also like heal her team, and also when Moira's here, it's kind of hard like as a Genji or Tracer to dive that because she's really good at 1v1ing too. So what makes Brig special? Well, this is the key thing. What makes Brig special is this ability right here. This is what Moira can't do. This is what no other support can do, where they can take a position or a person and basically bodyguard that position or that angle, and at the same time say, hey buddy, you need help? You know, and help from range, from a distance. That's the big thing. So you don't even, let's say you're playing with your tank. If you don't get the opportunity to play on a high ground or an off angle with your DPS or supports, you can play with your tank carefully, saving your bash for defensive purposes, and actually help your flankers and DPS on flanks. Remember we were so obsessed with the Baptiste? Help your DPS, help your DPS. But Brig is great at that. Armor Pack is busted at helping people win 1v1s and survive on flanks and dives. The ability to be, I'm really strong here, but I can also help out on flanks and range is really strong. And it's why if you guys have watched Overwatch League or Contenders in the past couple of years, you would see Brig played in like sniper comps. And you're like, what? Well, Brig takes a high ground. Your sniper can't really push it, right? I can also pack my Hanzo, or pack my Widow, or pack my Tracer. Or if you're playing Tracer with a sniper, I can make it harder on your Tracer to kill my sniper, right? So, yeah, for shield breaks, you cannot shield bash away. So for you as Brig, you need to be thinking, who or where can I help control? Who and where can I help? What's the most powerful position on the map that can help control? And then from there, you can use your armor packs as fights break off elsewhere to help, right? You can proc your Inspire to help you hold that space better and to deny people to push onto you. And then this is the real key thing. Your shield bash is either used to win 1v1s, because it does 50 damage, right? It's got like a, by the way, if you guys don't know already, the one-shot combo with Brig, it's not really a one-shot combo, but it is for a Tracer, is swing, shield bash, whip shot. I think you could still do it, so... Oh, I didn't do it right. So you can actually swing, whip shot. Can you do it? You should be able to do it. Let me try it. There it is, right? So it's a very, very fast combo of swing, shield bash, whip shot. Now that does 35, 75, 155 damage. So if you combo that with like a swing or two, you can get, like, if you get 3 swings, so 1, 2, there's your one-shot combo. But anyway, long story short, you basically put yourself in a position where you're hitting your whip shots to help around where you're at. You're using your shield bash either to win a 1v1, or you're holding that aggressive position and then you go, oh crap, they're really ticked off at me. They're sending Genji with Harmony Orb and a Tracer on top of me. I can't live this anymore. Peace! Right? And you give it up. But you force them to commit more resources to clear it out. Okay? So Brig is all about find the valuable positions on the map or the valuable people and bodyguard that position or bodyguard that person. Use your shield bash either to escape from that if things get too hot, or use it to win the duels in that position. Okay? So that might mean that you're not always getting full 4-man Inspire, right? If you're playing Brig properly, you might only get it 1 or 2 people with your Inspire. There will also even be times where you get 0 people with Inspire besides yourself. A position is too valuable, your DPS aren't in position to help, and you're trying to control that space. And this is what makes Brig so hard, though, is where are those positions? Who are those people? Ham and Mines do proc Inspire. Anything that's destroyable, I believe. I think even, does Torp Turret do it as well? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah. Inspire does, no? Okay. So Inspire does what? 17 healing per second? Somewhere around that?
I meant to do that.
Something like that? So Samito put out a really good guide about how to frontline Brig, pocket your DPS on angles, and survive yourself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of extra complexity to that. I'm going to tell you how to not frontline Brig and how to control space much better. And this is going to be something that's going to be, I think, interesting for you guys. All right. Don't think turrets. Okay, makes sense. All right, so let's get our first code here. This is a Grandmaster. Our first or second, or no, actually, it's our first Grandmaster code. Third attack and second defense. Are the only destructible that procs inspire. Good to know. So I'm going to skip in a little bit until third point. So because we have a lot of footage here to go from, so I want to use stuff that's going to be the most useful, the most interesting. So you can already look at the enemy composition, and you could probably see why Brig is going to theoretically shine versus this comp. You see it? There are a lot of people that I am pretty good at 1v1ing, right? I'm not necessarily going to kill a ball, but I can really ruin his day and deny his pressure, there's that word again, onto my team. I can not necessarily kill a Sombra, but I can peel, pack, or even bash at her to get rid of her when she tries to pressure my soldier, my Zen, and so on. You see what I'm saying? So let's see if we do a good job controlling a person. Ooh, that's big. Do you guys see that? Remember, this is a Grandmaster, so we're expecting at least halfway decent things. If your soldier survives this, that's huge. You just denied kill pressure, and now your soldier's going to walk aggressively and take space. Now, what do you guys think this Brig should have been doing now? What's the problem right now? Take space. Why? Where? Now, I'm imagining that maybe we want to get a little bit extra cart push, but look at what's happening, right? My soldier's all the way up here. I need to make sure that this guy is able to get pocket. Now, that might mean I go here, or heck, even here, or here, right? How safe do we feel? You know, I don't really know. It's up to you how far you want to go. But this is not useful. We need to remember, we're controlling space, right? Control space. Who's the most aggressive member on the team? Remember, we talked about this with Bap. But the difference between you and Bap is you don't have to aim your healing. So you can use, there's no excuse to not be in a position to armor pack immediately. You see, you peel this off well, but it would have been better if we were there in the first place. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? And we should still be thinking about, I'm helping my soldier. Because you guys are thinking, well, what about my Zenyatta? Well, here's the question. Is my Zenyatta at risk if my soldier's the one that's getting focused? No. Now, we still have to worry about Sombra hack, but I think my Zen's like, I think my Zen will be okay. And worst case scenario, I turn around and pack him. If my soldier's taking all the heat, then my Zenyatta's free. And I need to focus on helping the soldier. Now, obviously, we need cover as well, so. All right. But you see, it's kind of, you see? Do you see? Do you see why what the mistake is? Do you see this? I hope y'all's brain's growing. Because this isn't even something that we had to react to. We could predict. Look at my Mei. I think either Mei or Soldier are at the most risk right now. You see it? And look at what happens. We're very focused on front lane. They walk right past. They push on our soldier on an angle. We're not there. We don't have pack LOS on him. And so he dies. Bang. Disaster. Now, this is a good Brig. But you guys can see why, if this fight is lost, why it was lost. You gotta help our Mei. We gotta help our Mei. We gotta help our Mei. Oh! Huge pocket onto our Mei. Unfortunate. Okay. But you guys kind of see what I'm saying, right? As soon as that soldier died, we lost so much damage onto the enemy team, which meant that eventually we snowballed and lost it out. Okay? He's the aggressive target. I need to keep him alive. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Do you see how it's been even hard for them to actually even get on top of our Zen? Now, right now, our Zen is at risk. Now, how could we know that our Zen is at risk? Look. Who's the most isolated, split, most fragile, most aggressive, theoretically, target right now? It's swatched. Do you see how it's swapped? Do you see how it's swapped? Who's at the risk now? It's now Zen, because the ball has rolled past us. He's ignoring Soldier. He's going for backline. So now this becomes a priority. So for you, the attention put here is misplaced. It needs to be here. It needs to be everything. A lot of Brig guys, you're going to notice, is anticipating what is going to be a problem. Who is going to be pushed? What angle is most aggressive? What DPS or support is going to need help? It's a lot like Mercy, honestly. Where you won't have, if you don't already know who's playing, then you're going to have a hard time reacting in time. So right now, our Zen is in a lot of danger. Like, that is a phenomenal, like, our Soldier does a better job healing than we do. Because look at what he does. He sees ball, he's like, yep, there we go, right? Meanwhile, we're a little slow. I thought my Zen wasn't going to try to chase a ball, to be honest. Well, I think it's not necessarily, I don't even think your Zen was able to, like, I don't think your Zen was able to rotate. Well, yeah, he was able to rotate. He's not positioning well. But this is why you have to kind of like, it's like the peripheral awareness, like constantly being aware of what's going on around you, whether it's your teammates or the enemy teammates. Yeah, you're definitely right. He should not have rotated back though. Okay. Rally to hold space. Uh-oh. So this is where you were saying when it came later. So, who should we be helping, chat? Now, there's an easy answer, and there's also a pretty creative / interesting answer that I want to see if anyone comes up with. The obvious answer is the most isolated target. The most fragile target right now is Zen. But the creative and interesting answer is Mei, or to a lesser extent, Ram. Why Mei, guys? Who's the most aggressive member of your team right now? Right. And they're not and they're not on the tank line, right? Look at this. I mean, first off, I'm sorry for your eyeballs, but do you see what I'm saying? Especially with an active rally that's on his insta-dead. She's off-angling, she's pushing in, she's taking initiative. You could help her. Even if you don't want to push with her, you could be behind her, maybe proccing your Inspire, packing, and so on. The problem here is obviously we get a little split with what we want to do, but we're not really helping space, right? We need, this is why it's so important with Brig to have like eyes in the back of your head, to know what's going on all the time, so that you can make the best decision about who to help and when to help. Here's the funny thing here. You could literally be walking up here. Is that higher on the risk spectrum? Yes. But it's something to consider. And as long as you're avoiding the tank brawl line where you might get run over by a Reinhardt or something, then you could do this. Now let's keep watching. We're focusing. Uh-oh. What should we do right now? What becomes our priority right now? Do you guys see it? Think about it. Positioning a person. Engage Soldier. Now, I might not bash on the Soldier. It might be. It depends on how confident I am with my my mechanics, right? But this guy is #1 priority. This guy needs to screw off. And so you're healing and healing and healing and healing and healing. But that guy needed to be gone a long time ago. Your ice block body blocks you. Mei must get help. But you guys do you see how like, do you see, like, you guys can see like how this fight was lost. It was a lot of like little things, but ultimately our pressure as Brig, in terms of controlling the map, in terms of helping our DPS and supports play aggressively, felt very tenuous. It didn't feel like we did much. We didn't really control off angles. We didn't really help push off angles. We didn't really, if you don't want to push off angles, you need to at least whip them and keep them away, right? But you could kind of see how you just kind of sat on cart and everything happened around you and we weren't able to do much about it. And a little bit it was unlucky, but a little bit was not. So let's keep watching. I told you this stuff is tough. New thoughts. Thank you so much for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Very generous. Now, I want you guys to think about what you guys have learned so far. What is our priority as Brig here? Who are we protecting? Whom are we protecting? Where are we protecting? And what are we protecting from? You don't need to answer all of them, but think about it. Brig is very, very hard. The high ground, right? Can I help my Ashe hold high ground? Can I help my Ashe hold high? Can I help her hold? She might have to give it up, but if I play it really well, I might actually be able to deny the Sombra Ball from denying my Ashe the high ground, or at least keep her alive. So let's see. Oh, disaster. Right? You hear Sombra. You know they have ball. You know where the ball is. You turn to look at Ashe, and that allows the ball to get a free engage. And now, yes, we're doing this is great. Good value, clearing out the Sombra, but you see, we've lost the high ground. We messed it up. We didn't keep attention on or anticipate what was going on around us, and so we missed out on pressure. Now, what I'm going to do is before we get too down the rabbit hole, how does this apply to the pressure side of things? We've been talking a lot about map control and how pressure and map control are combined, but what about this is pressure oriented, right? Think about it. There's nobody in the, when we come to offensive pressure as Brig, I can't like run it down mid necessarily right now and go beat the crap out of the enemy supports and create pressure that way necessarily. Your Ashe exerts more pressure from high ground. Ooh, Controlling high ground would create more pressure. Right. So a lot of Brig is a little bit more indirect pressure, right? And looking for opportunities to safely go out and put offensive pressure. But because Brig isn't very ranged, she has essentially no range, and she's also not super mobile, you have to be very careful about how you do that. But you enable DPS pressure. Right. That's a great way of putting it right there. Now, again, I know this is advanced level stuff, but I'm not going to sit here and spoon feed you guys Brig tricks. I'm going to give you stuff that I don't care if you're bronze or top 500 that you can actually apply and will always be relevant to Brig. Always. That will completely change how you play the game. It won't make you 500 SR higher tomorrow. But over time, if you really apply yourself to this, you will play the game better. I'm not here for the corny guide stuff. You know, the funny, okay, so this is the funny thing, guys. This is the funny thing. All right, let's think about pressure now. Are we helping our Ashe control high ground anymore? No, we're not. Our Ashe isn't on high ground anymore. So should we be on high ground anymore? What do you guys think? Think about it from pressure standpoint. Don't just answer. Think about it. I'm stopping the echo applying pressure for a little. Yes, to control the angle, maybe, no. Hey, do you guys see the difficulty here though, right? I get questions from Brigs all the time. How do I play Brig when my team never takes angles? This happens sometimes in bronze. I mean, first off, that's an exaggeration. Even in bronze, I've coached a lot of bronze players. They do take off angles. They do take flanks. You can help them. But they will more often than not group up more often than higher ranks. So how do I play Brig when my DPS never takes high ground, never takes off angles, right? Okay. They're always grouped up with the tank. You being here discourages the Echo from taking this flank and killing your backline. Now, you may not be able to stay here if, you know, Cool and the gang show up here and they all run you over. You might have to bash out, but that's why you have bash. And the thing is you can still proc your Inspire from here. You can still armor pack from here. You can shield peek from here. And then if you get pushed and you need to disengage or you mess up the 1v1, just bash out. You control, you kind of act like a guard the back door to your team. You say, you're not, and you know what's actually funny, guys? I played Brig and Diamond for about a week. This was several months ago because I wanted to see how she's played. And this is back when the matchmaking was really broken. It ended up being like, I ended up getting Masters. But it was putting me in like plat lobbies. And I was like, they're just not taking angles very much. They're just, in Overwatch 2, yeah. And they're just not taking angles very much. They're just stacking on, like, I don't know. And I realized that it's best as Brig to be helping somebody on a high ground. It's optimal because you get more inspire value. You know, you pick the position is obviously actively being used, so it's good. But then I also realized there was a Rialto game. I still remember it in my brain. On second point Rialto, my team was all stacked around the, like, you guys know the staircase on the end of second point Rialto? Well, my team was not using that staircase, but I sat in that staircase and I think I gate capped their soldier for like 3 minutes from ever like pushing on that high ground. And I just whip him off or keep him in the choke. And he ended up just giving up and played behind his tank line. And we won the game off of that. I think we also had like a dive tank, and there were a couple times where I actually dove the backline from the high ground with Rally with my Winston, and it was amazing. Like it felt awesome. But that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like where you have to just, if your teammates don't do what they want them to do, there is still value in doing things like this. You have to be cautious about it and careful, but it's still there. So I think here, this makes sense, right? It makes them waste time, right? And there you go. Okay, we've dropped off, but now we're on top of the ball. Ball, you're not allowed to hide here. I beat the crap. I'm not really sure what that meant. Now here, I wonder if we should be here or controlling this angle here to deny the echo. Yes, big value right there. Even 70 damage right there. Really, really good. But I want us to keep our attention on making sure this Echo and Ana and Moira aren't following up elsewhere. So this I don't like as much because these targets with the positions that they have are not a priority for me. Stop making fun of me. Stop. Shut up. It's what's going on back here. So I think, you know, a little bit of attention here is okay, but be very careful. This is how you die as Brig. And I'm more concerned about what we can help over here, right? Case in point, right? Will or may die. No, we're good. By the way, if you guys notice an audio bug right now, that is a sound barrier bug. Where I think it's like a double sound barrier bugs out still. So as soon as another sound barrier happens, we'll be good to go. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I might have to reload the game if it's going to continue to be an issue. Okay, push, 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 push. She's out. Walk back. Oh, there's the ball. Let's where's the ball. I mean, this is pretty simple, right? Your front line, this is not important space. You know there's a ball somber still behind you. You should probably be positioned on top of your Ashe. This is where you know there's no real aggressive angle or position to control on the map to deny the enemy team's pressure. It is bigger than Lucio healing aura. Yes. So then we should be prioritizing the person who needs help. And this right here is just disastrous. Rally. Push the Echo. Get her, get her, get her. Out, 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 out. You just saved your team. You just saved your team. That right there, just saved your team. Nice. Hit the whip. And see, that's even why hitting a whip shot on a ball slam is important, is because it stops the ball from doing as much pressure as you would like. Right? He doesn't get the slam he wants. Now, would I continue to chase the ball right now? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it would be better to help my Mei here because the pressure on the ball isn't that high once he's already engaged. Oh dear. Good. Pack priority on my Ashe because that 125 healing, I think it's 125, matters a lot more. Pack on the Mei because she's the one playing aggressive right now and she's a squishy. You know, I don't know that I would back off here. I might hold right here because then I can help my Mei push in the Kiriko. This is getting into some pretty esoteric stuff, guys. However, if you hold this position here, what can we do from this position here? Let me ask you guys a question. Can I whip shot the ball on my Ashe anymore? Remember we were fussing at our Brig for not peeling off the ball? Could we do it from here? No, it's too late. We've messed up. So then what can we do from here? What can we do from here? Pressure Kiriko Echo? Right. So we can help pressure Kiriko Echo, we get in our Mei dice, right? Shocking, really. I mean, that was our priority, right? Who is playing aggressively right now? This is why you don't want to only autopilot on OI peel Ashe. Well, we wanted to peel Ashe earlier because nobody else was at risk, but now our Mei's at risk. We need to help the Mei. Mei doesn't get help. Mei dies. We honestly could have gone DPS Brig mode here. We should have gone DPS Brig mode here. Is it still a thing in Overwatch 2? Yes, you do get the double burst heal, and it extends the HOT duration. So double pack is probably stronger than in Overwatch 2 than it even was in Overwatch 1. Okay, now we want to control high grounds. Can we do it? Oh, this is great. See, this is great. You're saying you guys want to set up a dive from this flank here? No. Check it. No. Keep checking. Keep checking. They're going to try to get... Oh, see? I knew it. I knew it. That Kiriko wants to take an off angle? No. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Nope. 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 You're not pressuring my Ashe. Get out. Out. Echo. Out. Out. Nope. 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 You guys aren't getting in. You guys aren't getting in. Guys aren't getting in. Heal. 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 Nice. 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 Don't pay too much attention to the ball now. He's done. Go back and check. Is there anybody else here? Anybody else here? Is anybody get off Kiriko? Yeah. I mean, I agree with you there. I think at that point it was just like risk versus reward. Now be very careful now because we're helping our Ashe, but we are exposing ourselves to the flank on the left again. So we would want to play with our Ashe, but be very attentive to anything going on in the left. Because by migrating here to help our Mei, we have now exposed our team to whatever is happening over here, and look exactly what happens at that point in time. Ball uses that off angle. You see that? Now you can't be in two places at once, so you do have to have a sense of prioritization, but it's very interesting to see that. Good. Clear it off. Clear it off. No, you do not touch my Brig. Or my Ashe, excuse me. It's the bouncer. Somebody said it in chat, right? It's a lot like this is the space. This is the space. Very careful about bashing there, right? It's only 50 damage on a ball, which is not that impactful, and that's your mobility cooldown. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next code from Brig. This is a plat Brig. Scared of getting isolated by Somber Ball. Yeah. Now this is a quick play game, but I think this is a really good VOD to look at because unfortunately one of the problems about what we're talking about is it might not, your mileage may vary in ranked. You're not always going to be playing versus balls and Sombers. So how do I play Brig in those other circumstances? Well, the theory of controlling space is still the exact same. Yeah, you're good. But how does it apply? We're on Brig Mercy. Do you see it? Could I shield my Sojourn? Could I prevent my Sojourn from being headshot by Widowmaker? Maybe. Could I deny that Genji from diving my Sojourn? You know what I'm saying? Now, you're playing without a main healer on your Rein, so you will need to be looking at your Rein for packs. Yes. Yeah, it's why Brig Mercy is they have a hard time. But, I don't know, something to think about. Now, what I'm not going to do, chat, is sit here and flame this Brig. Because this is a tricky situation. You're playing with, feels like I have to heal my right hand because if I don't, nobody else will. But if you try to help your Rein by playing to things that are not your strength at all, then you're not going to win the game. For example, if I'm saying, oh, I'm playing Widowmaker, we're playing Double Sniper, nobody's helping my Rein win the Rein Shield War, so I'm going to play SMG Widow. No. Let your Rein lose the trade. win the fight by playing your strengths elsewhere. If your Ryan slowly dies because he doesn't get as much healing, but you guys win every single DPS duel, win every single high ground duel because you have Brig, Mercy, and double sniper, then your Ryan might end the match with double-digit deaths, but you'll still win the mode. It's not a good combo because it's 2 in one direction, but don't try and overcompensate. The Ryan will, well, right, because if you think about it this way, if I can help my DPS control this high ground, then my Ryan will only take damage from the enemy Reinhardt, which is healable. So let's see. It's tricky. At the very least, I want us to play a smart frontline Brig, where we're being very cautious about the enemy Reinhardt swings. There it is. We knew it was coming. And it's just still delightful. There's the Genji dash. Does my Sojourn have to leave? Oh! 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 Your Sojourn just doesn't need help. Okay. Good job packing her, though. Good job packing her. Good job packing her. Because that's the thing. If you can't be there, I can at least pack you to help you control that space. Be very careful. Be very careful. This is like the old school Brig play, right? Gotta be real careful. Okay. Careful, 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 careful. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, careful, 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 careful. Careful, 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 careful. It's only a matter of time. Because you are doing good healing and good pressure now. But again, I'm concerned about if we can win this high ground duel and if you're at too much of a risk of where you're at. I do like that we're looking up on high ground. Careful. There it is. You guys see it again? You guys see it again? You guys see it again? Even if we can't be here, now again, I'm not going to flame this Brig for not being here. I'm not sure that I want my Brig to be sitting AFK up here. I'm really, truly, I'm not sure, especially with a Widowmaker. It's rough. But this gets pack priority, right? As quickly as you possibly can. Too slow. We don't even look at her. We don't even look at her. She takes damage, she drops it. We don't even look at her. That's the problem right there. Hydrate, thank you. Careful, 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 careful. Yeah, and there it is. There it is, right? And it's not just Ryan either. Even if this was like a Winston comp, you would probably try to play around the high grounds and off angles and controlling space whenever you can, because even an Orisa just doesn't care about you. Sigma can whittle you down. Zarya can melt you. It's like playing with fire, right? And how we win the fight here is not what's happening here. Usually it's what's happening on the map, the better high grounds. Like, fights are usually decided, even in lower ranks, with high grounds and off angles. Usually. Not always, but usually. Where am I? Okay, we're here. All right. And again here, I'm now, and now they're on Tracer. So now there's even more motivation for me to be playing with my DPS, because my DPS are likely to get pressured on these off angles because dive DPS are very mobile. They will aggressively push you, right? So we need to be helping our Sojourn here. We need to be help. If we lose, it's going to be because this gets there it is again. We should be here. We should be here, especially now that they're not on Widowmaker. And there it is. The funny thing is that you kind of feel like, oh no, I can't play melee range versus Reinhardt. And you're like, well, then you should be playing with your DPS. Because if you're not, you know, proccing your Inspire, at least be with your DPS. And there it is. How do we lose this? Because my Brig's not getting help. Or my Sojourn's not getting help. We should have been there. We should have been there. Should Brig take the time away from the fight to walk up there? I think we did have time. I don't think it's too long of a rotation, right? We were right about there anyway. Probably yes. Even now, like, Ryan swings, I know it's the dopamine, but here's the thing, guys. What's the most pressure that you can do as Brig? Is it this? Is it this? Or is it this? Or is it this? Or going for this? You know what I'm saying? High risk, high reward. Low risk, low reward. medium risk, and really almost no reward at all. This is just not, you're just not going to do meaningful damage versus a tank, whereas even a single swing on a Tracer could force a blink or a recall. It's the obsession with I have to be doing something. And there it is. The one swing in, what was it, the bash there on the Genji was worth easily 4 or 5 swings on the Rhino. Easily. Don't focus on Rhine. What's going on elsewhere? Heal your Rhino if you need to, but like, look at what's happening. If you see this, chat, what are our options right now as Brig? You guys have learned enough. You answer this question for me. What are our options now as Brig? You see it, right? Hanzo, go peel the Hanzo. Be the defensive suite indirect helper, okay? Okay? Or go battle, bat crap insane, pocket your Sojourn, bash into the middle of the enemy backline and kill them. I feel like I'd go for the Sojourn as well, but this is a totally viable thing here. Make sure that your Hanzo lives. You're not likely going to be able to keep your Reinhardt up. That's not playing to your strengths. If that Reinhardt wants to kill your Reinhardt's going to die because he's got Ana Mercy and you're just a silly old Brig, right? But you can absolutely keep your Hanzo alive. You can absolutely potentially kill that Tracer. You can absolutely keep your Sojourn up. You can absolutely kill their backline, right? So I would agree with that as well. So let's see what we do. Huge whip shot, armor pack, really nicely done. But I don't know if we were looking for it or if it just landed in our face. And that's the problem. We need to be looking for that. Pack one, pocket the other. That's brilliant. Brilliant. Pack your Hanzo, walk away from your Hanzo and help elsewhere. This hero's harder than it looks, isn't it? This hero's harder than it looks. Right now, do I want to be with my Sojourn? Probably. Okay, if I can't be with my Sojourn, then I'm staring at my Sojourn. The second she takes damage, I'm going to help her out. I need her to hold that position. I need her. I need her. Careful, careful. She doesn't get help. Ana goes on the flank and clears her out. Battle, Ana! Careful! Oh, no. Okay, so we'll stop there. I hope that you guys have had your brain expanded just a little bit. This is a pretty advanced level hero. I wouldn't say there's a lot of, let's put it this way. Once you get it, you're going to be a pretty decent Brig, but getting it is pretty tricky. I warned y'all that maybe this one is a little bit one that it's kind of hard to break down in full one session, but I hope at the very least you guys have a better understanding of what Brig can bring at the table. Yeah. Any questions as we move on to our next hero? I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I feel like I need to do some jump rope or something. I'm gonna let you guys type questions for just a second because I'm like, this is gonna be a longer stream and I need to move. I need to move. My mouth is legitimately hurting from talking. Ugh. Okay, I need a break. Reset. What's a good practice of preventing tunneling? Building the habit of whenever there's downtime, when there's nothing going on your screen for a brief moment, to reset and check your surroundings. That's a good habit for when to pop Briggle anytime a team fight happens. Rally is one of those ultimate. I almost forgot to talk about Rally, but yeah, Rally is just one of those ultimates where when a team fight happens, use the ultimate. It's not going to counter Grav or Blizzard or Nanoblade, but it's going to give you guys a massive advantage in the fight. And if it forces those ultimates and you lose to those ultimates, it's not a bad trade. What's your advice for bringing a Rhine when there's no flankers divers? I would take the off angles and positions myself. and just help my DPS elsewhere, or look for opportunities to go for backline. We talked a little bit about on the Echo on first point, right? Just you being there, even though there wasn't really a diver, was still valuable. I talked about the Rialto thing where I was able to gatekeep their soldier from taking really good positions. That's kind of the value. Brig is terrible in saying, just avoid, like, you guys are going to need to notice, Brig is terrible pretty much versus every tank. Versus every tank. Yes, the VOD will be on Spilo 2. I'm sorry guys, I want to, if you guys have any non-Brig, can you use Rally selfishly? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Especially in situations where you're really not sure how to use it, or your team is kind of split up. Using it selfishly to create a lot of space and create a lot of pressure is really good. I'm only going to focus on Brig related questions if that's okay, just because we do have so much more to do. How would you prioritize rallying for teammate versus selfishly? If you can do it with a teammate on an off angle or somebody in an aggressive position, that's really, really good. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. I did not clarify that. That's on me. When should you stack packs? When a person is under a lot of pressure and you need that extra 25 burst healing. Because remember, the burst healing does stack. The heal over time just drags for longer. It won't double the heal over time, but it will. You can get the burst. Is Rally defensive or an aggressive? I prefer to use Rally as more of a like a Valkyrie or a Coalescence. Just when a fight starts, use it. If your team's at a little disadvantage, your team is at a slight advantage, just use it. It's neither or. It just yeah. Okay. Let's move on. Lucio. No, excuse me. Kiriko. Now, those of you who have been part of my community are familiar with Kiriko. You're welcome. Because Kiriko is a big juicer. Because she has a very unique playstyle and really is a perfect encapsulation of support as putting out pressure and support as controlling space. Because if all you do as Kiriko is heal, you're gonna have a real hard time. If all you do as Kiriko is sit inside of your own backline, you're gonna have a really hard time. Kiriko is very much about controlling space, helping people on off angles, very similar to how Brig was, right? But the difference between Kiriko and Brig is, while what she lacks for in permanence, like when I'm here, you can't bully me off, ha ha ha, she can make up for with movability, I wouldn't say movability, mobility, right? The ability to be anywhere you're needed, controlling the most aggressive positions and helping the most aggressive people. You guys are gonna notice a common theme here. There are a lot, every support is obsessed with putting out as much pressure as they possibly can and helping the most aggressive members of their team or enabling their own aggression. When I'm playing with Brig, I'm helping the most aggressive members of my team with packs, and whether they're DPS or whatever. When I'm playing with Ana, usually a shot onto my tracer is better than just heal botting my tank if my tracer needs healing, right? When I'm playing as who else did we do here? Baptiste, right? Sometimes, even though I'm a good tank healer, I don't just want to be heal botting my tank. Saving my Hans on the off angle, you guys remember that, right? Was way more value in terms of comes to winning the team fight. Okay, same thing goes with Kiriko, but the added benefit of Kiriko is not only do you have halfway decent range with who you're shooting, like who you could pressure, right? You have halfway decent range with your healing, so you can help people from all over the map like an armor pack. But you can also be, I mean, come on guys, like look at this, look at this. I could be a million miles away and help somebody. I could be a million miles away and help somebody. So what you need to do with Kiriko is you do have a decent amount of healing. You need to keep that in mind. You have a lot of healing, so you can capitalize off of that. However, your whole mindset is, when should I be healing? When should I be damaging? Just like Ana. And then, who should I be damaging? And who should I be healing? Who is more likely to be put under pressure and need the support? Who is going to bleed the most from taking a headshot or just even a couple of body shots. If all I'm doing is body shotting the Ryan or shooting shield, egads, right? You don't need, like, Kiriko is horrible at shield break, right? 40 damage, you can't headshot with it. So if you're not thinking about these things, then you're missing out on monstrous value. Monstrous value. There was a period of time where Kiriko's HPS was a little bit too strong. So she rewarded a lot of quote-unquote heal botting. But even then, that wasn't always the optimal way to play in most compositions. It just happened to be one of the better ways to play in the meta owl composition. And unfortunately, a lot of people got the mentality that that's what they should be doing in ranked, and that answer could not be further from the truth. Control space, control off angles, think about what's better to do, damage or healing now. And also keep in mind, because Kiriko just has everything, you can weave. You see it? You can have your cake and you can eat it too. Dinging Widow on the other side of the map feels amazing, and it helps your team out so much. Now let's talk a little bit more about her abilities. Her abilities are what allow her to do this job well. So I could be over here. Oh no, somebody needs healing. I can help them. I can also position in really aggressive positions. Like let's say I'm positioning with my Genji before he even needs help. I position with my Genji, even though no other support can do that, because if you position with your Genji as a Zenyatta when he's on the flank, you're just gonna get dope and die, right? However, if I'm Kiriko, I'm gonna help my Genji, help my Genji, help my Genji. Oh, you're gonna dive me? No, you're not. No, you're not. I just dive away. I just jump away. Even better than a Mercy can, right? In addition with that, your Suzu's used either selfishly to keep yourself or your off angle alive, or when there's something on the enemy team that you need to counter. I think for the most part, Suzu's going to be used reactively, seeing like you'll see an opportunity, you need to go for it. But to help your Suzu usage become more accurate, and also faster, it's also very helpful to try and predict what you might need it for. If I'm playing versus an Ana, Sleep Nade. If they've got May Blizzard or Flux, if they have a Dragon Blade, right? Those are things to consider to help you predict what you're going to be using it for. And then if those things happen, you're ready for them. And if those things don't happen, then you'll have another use for them for the ultimate. With the recent nerf, shooting 2 kunais, I assume that shooting 2 kunais wasn't the same HBS, but yeah, at the very least you can do 1 kunai and then heal. But 2 as well as possible. Would you recommend toggle healing a Fuda on or off? I like having it off so that I can, whenever I need to damage, I immediately have that available option. Like you see, I don't have to do the full thing, right? I can quickly go to damage if I see an opportunity to, right? But I don't think it's a huge deal. I find it very hard to land Suzu's for huge burst damage. Saving Suzu to counter our cooldown seems to net more value. What do you think? I mean, it's reasonable. There's a lot of nuance to Suzu. Again, when we're doing this guide here, we're not going to go as in deep on all the tiny little details because there is so much to cover with every here. We're going to focus on like the biggest return on investment stuff. But yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. So yeah, anyway. Enable aggression or take aggression yourself. Focus on enabling off angles, enabling DPS. Try and find the balance between that and healing your team and your tank as necessary. Use your mobility either to go help people who need help, but be aware that that puts you vulnerable, or help somebody who's in a very aggressive position, or just take a very aggressive position yourself and then have your TP as your defensive cooldown. A little bit like Brig Shield Bash. Oh, you think I'm in trouble? No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna bash away. All right. Okay. Is swapping targets mid-heal okay? Not mid-heal cast, I would say no. So watch this here. You see how a lot of this blue just missed there? There's like wasted heals along the way. But if you were to go like half a Fudo and just go like, you know, there, it's okay. It's okay. Am I supposed to hold on my ultimate when my team ults as Kiriko, or do I use it to initiate the fight? I think Kiriko ult, a lot of support ults, you guys are going to notice. Kiriko ult, Moira ult, Rally, Valkyrie are just what I would call tempo ults. In other words, whenever you see an opportunity to use it, use it. It's not going to counter Nano Blade. It's not going to counter really mini ultimates at all. I mean, it definitely does counter some, but it just gives your team a massive, good, broad, general advantage. If a fight has started, even if you're down, like let's say 1, or even if you're up 1, or if the fight is winnable, Kiriko ult is really, really, really good. Just use it. Shooting kunais does not reduce your HP at all. Okay, so that's good to know. That was not the case before. Thank you. Alrighty, so we talked about ult, we talked about teleport. Even your wall climb is what allows you to play. I hate this so much. Wall climb allows you to take more aggressive positions and gives you more defensive cooldown options. The big thing is that you should be like Ana, like the awkward Ana idea. Try and damage whenever you can. Try and damage whenever you can, and don't just damage for the sake of damaging. Have a purpose with who you're damaging and what's going to provide the absolute most pressure. Is shooting a squishy? Is it shooting a tank? You need to be able to answer that question, otherwise you're going to have a really, really bad time. And by the way, that also applies to healing. You do pretty decent healing, so right now, is it worth healing friendly bot? Or is it worth damaging the enemy team? Right? Now I should heal. Now I should damage. A little bit of healing, okay, back to damage. Oh, this guy's low. Damage, 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 damage. Okay, we're probably still good and keep damaging, keep damaging. I'll get a little heal here while we're downtime, right? Oh, they're up, they're up, they're up, they're up, they're up. Oh, look at me, I'm just the goat, man. They're not even getting a chance to do damage, but yeah, that's kind of like what we're looking for, okay? So, all that being said, let's take a look at our Kiriko gameplay. We're going to start off with a Grandmaster VOD. I unfortunately don't have a timestamp with this one, so I'm sure I'll remember it once I actually look at it. Yeah, 100% headshot actually. I mean, I really am, I think, maybe the greatest of all time. I think I wanted to look at... What did I want to look at here? I think maybe all? Don't remember. I have no memory of this place, chat. We're gonna play it out. I think it was past first fight. I think. Yeah, okay, so basically, okay, so here's the deal. We roll out from spawn. This is Grandmaster. So we roll out from spawn. The first thing that we notice about our composition is that we're playing Baptiste. So we do have a pretty decent amount of healing just from the get-go. So there's going to be more opportunities for us to be able to help our DPS if they take angles, or for us to take angles ourselves. Now, I am looking at our comp, and I don't know how aggressively on angles our Reaper and Torp will play. But if they do take aggressive angles, you can be there to help them. And because you're a lot faster than, say, a Baptiste, you should and can and should be looking to support them on the off angle so that your Baptiste can focus on breaking shield and helping your tank. So like right now, we're good, we're healing. Their Hanzo's dead. Healing. Now right now, this is where Kiriko is pretty funky. Because actually, the best thing that you could do for your team in terms of pressure right now is make sure this Tracer doesn't do anything. Don't heal your Sigma. He's not under any threat. He's fine. Don't shoot shield, and I probably wouldn't even shoot Sigma because he's a tank, right? Not as valuable most of the time. It's very important that you pressure this Tracer. Now, even if you guys don't have Grandmaster mechanics, it doesn't matter. If you're able to look at this and be like, I don't need to be doing healing right now, so I could do damage and pressure this Tracer so that she's not able to play aggressively, that's pressure. So let's see what happens. Did you see how that? You force her out. Now you could take this opportunity to turn to your team and heal your team a little bit, and then listen for Tracer to push aggressively again. Bingo. I mean, obviously getting the kill there is helpful, but even if we don't get the kill, the pressure that we had there was very, very, very good. Intentions matter, mechanics come with time, exactly. And the mechanics come with time with practice. If you're heal botting your tank and not thinking about controlling space and doing pressure, then you're going to be in trouble. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Where should our Kiriko be? What do you guys think? And we talked about this, right? How do we leverage our Kiriko strengths? Look at our bat. Right. You should be all the way over here, helping your Torb control this position, shooting the Echo, healing your Torb, then flanking and maybe even pushing pressure on the DPS, or as they walk up, oh, there's somebody needs help, I TP you to my BAP and we go from there. We have mobility. Use the mobility by helping the most isolated or aggressive target. And as long as we could do it now, we'll also have our TP when we need it. This is the problem. This is a bad problem. We've turned our back towards our off angles, and yes, we're contesting their angle, but our Tor would benefit a lot more from this. You see that? You see that? Do you see it? Do you see that? Why is my Torb losing this duel? Do you see it? And so not only does he almost die, oh, you die yourself. You die yourself. Because you end up in the middle of nowhere. It costs you your Suzu trying to help you out. So this is why it's important to be there to start, so that you have your TP and your Suzu as get out of jail free cards, and not to compensate for the fact that you weren't there in the first place. So the idea is to prevent this from being a problem by taking that position in the first place and then having your TP and Suzu when you need it. Instead, you didn't take the position in the first place, so then you had to go overcompensate to go chase that, and that's what cost you your cooldowns. That would be responsible for the flanking Kiriko, yes. And see, the other thing, guys, is it's a lot like Brig, where taking an angle yourself is okay, but it's better. 2 is better than 1. Like, a flanking Kiriko is a threat, but you know what's more of a threat? A Kiriko and a Torb on a flank together. Then that Echo 100% dies, your Torbjorn 100% is free, and yes, your Bat might be under more pressure, but we will take that. Yeah, I don't enjoy this map that much either. So big positional error there. By the way, obviously the DPS Kiriko thing is a little bit corny, but it's not an accident that a lot of the higher ranked Kirikos do play more aggressively. It has nothing to do with just their mechanical capability, because if you think about it, the teams that they're playing versus also have better mechanical capability. Instead, it's more about their understanding of how to control space. As I say that, the Kiriko dies for it, but you guys see what I'm saying. Congratulations, Calyx! Congrats, mate! Now, right now, Kitsune rush for the high ground. Okay. Right now, heads on the swivel. Where is everybody? Who's aggressive right now? Who's aggressive? Oh, I want to help that guy. I want to help that guy. I want to help that guy. I might walk with this guy. I'm going to walk with my DPS here and help them out. Okay. Sounds good. Congratulations, mate. Careful. Haha, the ego. Ha. Do you see it? You guys see it? Now, I listen. I'm not saying that what we did wasn't necessarily okay, but you know what I'm saying? Why not help the guy out? Again, this is when you're thinking about Kiriko, this is what your hero does. Your hero is able to take those positions and not get punished for it because you have Suzu, high healing, good dual potential, and TP. You know? This is the strength of our hero. Totally fine to heal. Okay. So I'm not saying permanently flank there, but try to help the DPS when they're pushing aggressively like that. And especially because you're already on a tank that first off doesn't demand a lot of healing, and you already have a support that's focusing on healing your tank, you need to be helping elsewhere. Okay, so they're getting the touch. I think we just win this. Okay, let's move on to the next map. Okay, let's keep going. Do you see it? Do you guys see it? Where should we be right now? At this point in time, you guys should know. Reaper or Cass, right? Reaper or Cass. Either allowing my Reaper to walk forward and taking an off angle to where I don't have to shoot shield, right? Or helping my Cass win this duel. Very important. Your Cassie does it without your help. But he's not always going to be able to. He's going to lose a duel like the Torb did earlier, and he'll lose the fight as a result. And then that's the problem. When you don't start with them, you always have to TP to them. Storms, thank you so much for the sub, mate. You guys see that? When you don't start with the aggressive angle, aggressive position, it then costs you at least one of your cooldowns to get to them, which exposes you right there. Now, do you see how scary that was for us because we had to TP to them instead of being there with them in the first place? And again, I mean, obviously at this point it's kind of a snowball effect. We weren't with them to begin with, but this is a win. And we're doing pretty well with our cooldowns in terms of like I guess our Suzu usage has been fairly reasonable, and we're hitting shots. But in terms of like overall playstyle, now could we play with a Reaper here? Probably not, too frontlining. But we're thinking as soon as this fight breaks out, where's my cast? Where's my Reaper? Is anybody splitting off? Back. Yes, yes. Distract the soldier. Now we can get out. Yeah, okay, next fight. Unfortunately, we were just basically down 1 or 2 before the fight even started. Pay attention to your Reaper and cast. Where are they going? Where are they going? Where are they going? Shoot. We're all grouped up. Nice Suzu. And then once you decide on those positions, guys, then that dictates how you use your cooldowns. So let me ask you guys a question. If your Cassie takes a flank, but they have Shatter, what should you do? Yeah, not as much weaving either. If you don't enable your DPS, they might win, but if you do, you can win a lot easier because maybe the DPS diffs the other. Cleanse, flank. You guys see what I'm saying, though? It's tricky, isn't it? If there's something that you're actively trying to counter, like, let's say, a Shatter, you have to decide, is the flank that my DPS taking more important, or is it countering the CC or the ultimate with my Suzu? How about this? Would you still go on the flank if your BAP had like Immortality Field? What if your Reaper had ultimate on the flank? Is that more of a priority? Yes, probably, right? So there's a lot of factors to consider, but that's the question that you need. Those are the questions that you need to be asking yourself. Here's another question. What if you're not on BAP? What if you're on Lucio? Should you still help your DPS on the flank? You know? Probably, but you would need to at least heal your tank first. You would need to be very attentive to your tank's HP. It also depends on your tank. Like if you're running this with a Reinhardt and a Lucio, you would try to help your DPS as much as you could, but maybe you would have to sit more with your Reinhardt. Very difficult questions, but if you're not asking the right answers, you will not come up with the right questions. And we know what we want to do, so can we do it is the question. Am I allowed... Ooh. Am I allowed to assist my DPS, or am I not going to be able to? I'm not asking the right answers. Alright. You know, is this worth it? Is this worth it? You know? I'm not sure. Whoops, wrong person. I think that was a pretty good chance that was worth going for. Stop shooting Ryan. Stop shooting Reinhardt. This is where we go into objective pressure. Not objective, but like objectively, the worst pressure right now is to be shooting at this Reinhardt right now. It's just better to shoot DPS. It's better to shoot supports or to take that time to think about other things. Nice. Can we pop it off? Nice. High return on investment if you could 2-tap. I think we selected this VOD because we think we popped off just a wee little bit. And to be fair, you did. But I think there's at least a lot to be desired with how you're controlling space, how you're enabling your off angles as much as you could. Something to consider. Let's move on to our silver Kiriko. I don't mind wins, but no, that's all right. We just needed some footage to look at. I don't care if they pop off or not. We're looking at second point defense.
Goddess is here.
Ooh. Okay, let's take a look. Little slow in pocketing our Pharah. Now, do you guys see the problem? You guys see it? Because we've just spent a lot of time talking about how healing your tank too much is bad. But who is playing aggressively right now and who is not? It's not your Junkrat, it's your tank. It's your monkey. So we need to be helping our monkey. And remember, you have the mobility to do that. You have the mobility to even if you were to drop in here, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that, but you could. You need to support the most aggressive player. And usually those players are taking off angles, right? But right now, there's no off angle. Help the monkey. Look at us, look at us, look at us. We're throwing confetti, right? But there we go. We need to heal our monkey. Remember, okay, so this is pressure. This is pressure. Watch this, guys, right here. Watch this. Is it better right now to damage the Zenyatta or heal our monkey? What do you guys think? Because we've at least got our minds straight now. We're at least paying attention. Ah, you see? It's not very clear, right? It's not very clear which one is better. However, I would probably say we would definitely need to heal Monkey now, or maybe consider Suzuing him. But we're very locked into damage, and then by the time that we look for Monkey, it's too late. We even waste our Suzu. You guys see that? That's where a little bit of weaving would help. A little bit of weaving. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard. It's a little bit like Baptiste. If those targets are close together, it's easy. Monkey's in. Can we go in and help him? No? Then unfortunate. That one, I don't think we could have gone in to help. Uh-oh. Don't think we needed to TP to Ana. Definitely help your soldier out. Don't shoot Nano It's almost not even worth the effort at all. And that's it. We have a first point attack. Wait, third point I think we're still looking at here. So we keep playing. We keep moving, we keep moving, we keep moving, we keep moving. Okay. What do you guys think? You see it? 76 on the flank. Help him. Help him. There it is right there. Oh no, he almost gets the kill and he almost dies for it. But what are we doing in the meantime in terms of pressure? Healing our Sigma for peanuts, right? So now it's more like the previous VOD, oh disaster, where the tank is now not playing as aggressively, and instead it's the DPS taking the aggressive off angle, but we don't help. That's the problem. So, okay, we keep going. Let's keep moving on. Obviously, like, fight kind of gets snowballed out of control. That might be it, actually. Yeah, it's going to be it. So we're going to move to first attack. All right. Based Zen name? I don't even know what that means. P-I-C-K. All right, let's see what we do. Now, we're playing with an Ana now. I think we were playing with an Ana earlier as well. So there's more freedom for you to go more aggressively, helping DPS and off angles. It's anime stuff? Oh my gosh. Just outing yourself as DJing right there. Stop. As soon as she's healed up, move. We need to move. Can we help our Pharah? Can we TP to help our Pharah? Okay, looks like she doesn't need it, but we might still want to consider it. Okay, Bastion's in an aggressive position. I'm going to help Bastion. Okay, good. Help Bastion. Damage, damage, damage. Maybe not throwing stuff at Ryan. Is there any other target instead? Okay. Damage, 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 damage. Nice. Nice. So that was not perfect, but that was a little bit better. You did a little bit better job at like controlling, helping your Bastion take aggressive space. I wouldn't be healing here. You have a tendency to, when there's nothing to do, you heal. When actually it should be the opposite. Is it okay to shoot Ryan to get ult faster? Yeah. So my point, guys, is if there's nothing to shoot, shoot Ryan. But only if there's nothing to shoot. There's generally going to be better targets available. And then here, even when there's nothing to do, we're just defensive, we're healing, right? Now, there is something to be said about preemptively healing somebody because of the heal over time and the time it takes to cast. However, I would much rather prefer just almost like holding this position here while with our team on cart and spamming down the sideline to create an aggressive off angle, right? And then if we get pressured out, we can always TP away. Gives us a little bit of scouting as well. Good question, Tempest. It really depends. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Okay, so what are you guys seeing about this Kiriko? What are some things that this Kiriko needs to improve upon? What are some skills that this Kiriko needs to improve upon, or what are some things that we learned or talked about from this Kiriko? We're almost done, Rush. Suzu usage. What about Suzu usage? Be more proactive. Okay, what about more proactivity? Starting in the right position instead of TPing there. Yeah. She needs a little bit of flank riz. Sure. Trying to pay attention to who's going more aggressively to help them. Kitty Cannon. A lot of it would depend, actually. So if my Winston has Primal, for example, and doesn't need as much healing, I might try to play aggressively with my DPS. So that I can, be a battle support, right? But if my Winston doesn't have Primal or needs a lot of healing, or let's just say I'm playing with a ball, right? I could play a lot more aggressively as Kiriko when I'm playing with a ball because my ball doesn't need as much healing, right? Aim, positioning, weaving, taking off angles and flanks, following flankers, healing target priority. Sure, okay. So lots of things to work at. Do you guys have any questions about Kiriko? We talked about a lot of stuff. Trying to paint with a broad brush here that will make you guys get better. But yeah. I think we need to use Suzu more precisely because it has a long cooldown. Mostly pressure, Varashi. Mostly pressure. Everything comes back to pressure today. Yes, Flossin, absolutely. Would Kiriko push if there's a hit scan? Well, depends on the hit scan, You would still want to take an angle, but maybe if it's something like a Widowmaker, you'd have to be a little more cautious about when you're peeking the Widowmaker. How do you choose who to support if you have multiple teammates flanking aggressively? That's a great question from Wander. Somebody answer that question for me. How do you choose who to support if you have multiple teammates flanking aggressively? Should I bother attacking Fire Echo if my mechanical aim isn't there yet? If there are no other targets that are better to shoot, then sure. That's how you practice your aim. Whoever's more aggressive, like, so if there's everybody is equally aggressive, like let's say you generally prioritize the more aggressive one, but if everybody's equally aggressive, look at the situation and be like, I like that position for my own damage. How about that? Think about it selfishly. What position do you want as Kiriko? Or who's the target that doesn't have the defensive cooldown to bail themselves out of jail free? Like if my Cassie's on a hard flank and my Tracer's on a hard flank, I probably prioritize my Cassie because my Cassie's more fragile. And so we'll need the help. I might, if I had a Tracer on a flank and a Ball or a Winston on a flank, I'd probably prioritize the Winston because he's going to need the healing more. If I had two Tracers and they're both on opposite flanks, I'm going to be like, which flank do I like better? I like that flank. And for me, right? When can Kiriko separate from her team during or before a team fight to play aggressively? Whenever your team doesn't need support. A lot of it also depends on your second support and your tank as well, depending on how much for the flank and how much for your DPS that you can play. But even when you're playing with a tank that demands a lot of healing, you're still looking for opportunities to split off, or at least even if you're healing your tank, you're looking for squishies to shoot at the same time. Oh no, my DPS needs a... I mean, we just coached Ana and Bap, guys, right? Who were putting a lot of priority on healing their tank. And even with Ana and Bap, you saw lots of opportunities with damage, and that's the same thing with Kiriko. Just as an engage inside, yep. How and when is it useful to preemptively Suzu? When the CC is directed at you, or the burst damage is directed at you, or it's a one-shot. So if somebody gets slept or naded, or Junker Queen ulted, there's no point in preemptively Suzuing, but if it's you who's going to get slept, and while you're sleeping, you can't Suzu yourself, then you need to try and predict it so that you don't die to it. The other thing as well is if it's like a one-shot, and you're like this, you saw this sometimes in Overwatch League where somebody would rotate in front of like a Sojourn with full rail back when she could one-shot. And so occasionally you'd see like, oh shoot, I have to Suzu you, otherwise you're going to die. You would see people even Suzuing the beat cast by the Lucio so they wouldn't die in the sound barrier to the Sojourn with rail. But it's more of a niche thing, the preemptive Suzu. Thank you for rushing. Any other questions, guys? Before we move on to our sweet, sweet lady, Mercy. I lied. We're doing Lucio. I'm sorry, my notes are all out of order. Oh, I don't even know why I'm in, actually, I don't want to be here yet. I need to go practice range first. Yeah, no, Lucio, yeah, my bad. We'll be there. Mercy's next. I've done Ana, Bap, Brig, Kiriko. We're halfway there. And I'm halfway there and I'm on my way. Okay. So, how much prep time do you have before an event like this? It doesn't take actually that much prep time. It only took me about an hour today to go through the codes. I could watch them at like 2 times speed and just find out if they'd be good to discuss. All I had to do is find 2 codes, one of a higher rank player, one of a lower rank player, and find good points of discussion. Like a second point was good, third point there was some stuff, and then pretty quickly move on from there. And then once I find a code, I don't look at all of the codes after that. So I went through pretty much almost all the codes that were submitted until I found like something that would go well for the educational purposes for today. Okay. Yes, it's going to be on YouTube. Yes, this will be on YouTube. This will be on Spilo 2. Probably by tonight, and Spilo 1 edited and trimmed down and made all beautiful. Probably, I don't really know exactly when, but yeah, soonish. Okay, so let's talk about Lucio. Now, remember when we're talking about pressure, right? The fun thing about pressure, guys, is that with Lucio, there's never a time, like Zenyatta, there's never a time to not be shooting, really, because you can't go, heal! You know, it doesn't work like that, right? So you can always be doing damage. You should always be doing damage, but at the same time, how do I do the whole indirect pressure thing? Well, people I'm near, I'm indirectly pressuring, either with my heal or taking pressure off. Either I'm healing them with my aura, or I'm speeding them to safety, or I'm allowing them to do more pressure, almost like the equivalent of a damage boost, with the speed aura by engaging with it, right? And then obviously amping as necessary to get out or get in, or amping healing for healing, okay? Nothing really crazy there. So the Lucio has more of his brain waves open up to focus on mechanics because a lot of his pressure just happens inside of his aura. And the question comes, first off, who do I shoot as Lucio? Well, you guys at this point should already know the answer to that. Is it better to shoot a Zenyatta or is it better to shoot a Rain Shield? Well, it's always better to shoot a Zenyatta unless all you can shoot is the Rain Shield, right? So you guys at this point should know the answer to that one. Prioritize the biggest return investment. Squishies are always better, but sometimes you end up just shooting tanks, and that's okay. And then the real question is when do we speed and when do we heal? Well, let's think about it from the pressure standpoint when it comes to controlling the map. As Lucio, as supports, just in general, we should be trying to control the most powerful positions on the map. Now, you guys remember when we were talking about Brig. If we said Brig is on high ground with a DPS, not only is that DPS safe, but it's actually dangerous to try and take that high ground away from the Brig plus the DPS, right? Well, Lucio is very similar. When Lucio is either on an angle or on a support or on a DPS or even on a tank, it's very difficult and even a little bit dangerous to try and take that position away. It's very hard. He has heal aura, he has speed aura, he has boop to knock you back from trying to take that position away, and he has halfway decent damage in close range. So Lucio is really good at saying, you're trying to take this position away, no. And Lucio is really good with speed, saying, hey guys, let's go take that position really fast. So he's really good at enabling his team to take space quickly, or win a duel quickly. Or he's really good at denying you from taking angles or space away from his team. Now you think about, why is Lucio played in Brawl? Why is Lucio played with Ryan? Because, well, Ryan really likes having speed to close the distance, to get close to people, to take space away from them and threaten them, right? That speed is really good to move slow targets quickly onto the enemy team, okay? Or to disengage, to run away. But then why is Lucio played in Dive? Why is Lucio played in Dive? What do you guys think? Because if the whole idea is like controlling space and speeding people in and out, at Dive everybody has mobility, right? We don't need amp speed in Dive, really. Peel? What is peeling, guys? Right? What is peeling? You can follow dives, yeah? How about this? Peeling is the same thing that we said with Brig, where you have DPS or people that are trying to make an action onto your space and you say no. If my Kiriko or Genji or Sojourn or Tracer are on an angle and you're trying to pressure them, you say no. And because you have a lot of survivability and a lot of mobility, not only are you really hard to kill, but also you also can be pretty much anywhere you want to be whenever you need to be there. That's why wall riding is so important with Lucio, because if you need to deny this space or control this angle or pressure that enemy, if you're good with wall riding, you can get there very quickly, right? If you're like me with wall riding and not good at all, then you're very slow and you don't control space very well. And as a result, you don't put out enough useful pressure. Bye. Okay? So we put out pressure by shooting the right targets, by healing when we need to, by speeding when we need to. And what's the rule of thumb with healing and speed? Do you guys know? How, especially in a ranked environment, how do you know when to speed and when to heal? I've got a really easy life hack for this. It's easier said than done, but it at least gives you guys a guideline. The way I like to look at it is, I'm asking these questions and answering them because I want you guys to think about it at least for a few seconds, even if I don't have time to wait for everybody's answers. The idea is that whenever your team or any member of the team that you're with is moving forward, you're on speed. If they are moving backwards, you're on speed. If they're standing relatively still, you're on heals. And you don't even have to, guess or predict. I mean, you should guess and try and predict. Like if ultimates are being used, you could probably predict that speed is going to be necessary. But you could just use your eyeballs. Oh, I see us starting to back off. I will now be on speed. I see us starting to push forward. I will now be on speed. Oh, we're not going anywhere. I'm immediately on heals. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Okay? The reason why Reddit Lucio is a thing is because Lucio is really, really good at dueling people and quickly controlling angles in space, and a Reddit Lucio puts out pressure by being a direct threat himself, and therefore keeping his team alive. If you're Reddit Lucioing and you're not getting kills, but you're distracting the entire enemy team and dueling their Tracer and keeping their Widow busy, you're helping support your team. Doesn't mean that Reddit Lucio is always the best play, but there are times when you do need to go aggressively and duel people and control space that way. Reddit Lucio is really just DPS, exactly. It's just DPS that has an aura that may or may not indirectly help people around it. Yeah. Okay? Now, boop can be used to boot people away from positions that you're in. It could be used for damage. It could be used to mess up team's position, because like let's say this guy's trying to disengage. You could boop him back in towards your team to enable them to get the kill better. That's great pressure by displacement. Amp can be used to speed people a lot, in or out. Amp can be used to heal people a lot. Pressure, indirect pressure, right there. And then when it comes to sound barrier, everybody talks about sound barrier to use to counter an ultimate, and I think it's probably the most consistent way of doing it. But also ask yourself, just like the nano discussion earlier, are we in a position to get value out of it? Are we being engaged upon, you're relieving pressure, or are we engaging on, adding pressure to the enemy team? How much does amp heal for? What is it, chat? Is it 65, 75? Somebody look up the numbers for me so I can focus on what we're doing here. Something like that over like 3 seconds. Yeah, so how do you position as Lucio? A lot like Kiriko, who's the most aggressive member of your enemy team, but the only difference between you and a Kiriko is there's a little bit of a balance between finding a solo target to help on an off angle and getting full value out of your aura. I mean, that's why Lucio has such a big aura, is that gives you flexibility with your positioning. You don't have to be on top of your Reinhardt to be speeding your Reinhardt. You could be controlling an angle and healing and speeding your Reinhardt at the same time. And most of the time, that's the goal. That's what we're aiming for. 52 HPS for what, 2 seconds? How often should you amp heals compared to amping speed? I don't know, it depends. Ask yourself when you amp healing, was the healing necessary? Were we moving forward or backwards? In which case an amp speed would have been better. 3 seconds? Okay, so 156. Okay. So there's a lot. Lucio is one of the tougher ones that we're going to talk about today because there's so much dynamic with his positioning and what you can and cannot be doing at any given point in time. So it's really important that you're paying attention to what's going on around you, where the enemies are, where your teammates are we pushing, are we backing up, who should I be shooting, should I be speeding and amping, and so on. Let's take a look at some gameplay. Very similar to Brig. You guys are probably like, whoa. Just bear with me, you'll see. And again, like the Brig thing, I'll be asking a lot of questions that will help you guys to understand what you should be doing better. Okay. Gigafart. Silverstein. These are some interesting names here. Okay. So we're playing in Lucio Rein Brawl. They're playing on a Zen. Speed is on a Rein. Are we moving? Maybe. Now we definitely are. Now we're speeding. Now let me ask you guys a question, and this is really important. Right now, is it more important? First off, our team needs speed. This is Grandmaster. Our team needs speed. But should we be trying to go in? Is it more pressure to do our own selfish pressure and boop and damage and DPS and burn people? Or is it more pressure alleviated by speeding our team while looking at the Tracer and or Doomfist and denying them from pressuring our team? See, this is the thing. Lucio doesn't have to think necessarily about healing specific targets. His aura is a little bit more broad than that. But you do have to choose where you put your attention to. All right? More so than other tanks. Because you could be, or the supports, because you could be anywhere you want. Essentially. So is it better to go in really, really hard and boop the Sojourn in and go Reddit Lucio? Or is it better to, when you're going in, duel the Tracer? Now, you should be on speed regardless of what you're doing. But where should you be looking? Right? And that's the question. Right now, do you guys see anything on your screen that is high return on investment for my Lucio to be shooting at? Offensively, aggressively, direct pressure. Do you see anything? Sojourn? Now we don't really see Sojourn though, right? It's kind of tricky, right? So Sojourn was there briefly, now Sojourn's out. So immediately, What should our attention be on right now? This exact second. Doomfist or Tracer? Yes. I'm going to deny, I'm going to enable my team. I'm going to indirectly support my team by looking at this Doomfist. Or can I help? Where is that Tracer? Nothing for me to go offensively. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, offensively. Okay, where is it? Constantly. We speed in because we're gonna push. There's the nade. We're looking at Doomfist because there's nothing else to shoot at right now. Pretty reasonable. Now this is a scrimmage VOD. This is a custom game, so there's going to be a little bit higher team play and from both sides in here, but we can still learn a lot from this. Amp speed, we go. Bam. Where's that Tracer? Where's that Doomfist? See, this is okay, but I still want to know if there's a Tracer behind me. You guys see? Just take a quick second. See, this is wasted time. We should be making sure that this Doomfist and Tracer cannot punish us from behind. The highest return on investment for our pressure there wasn't necessarily shooting the On and Zen 100%, 100 miles away, necessarily, so much as it was making sure that we were aware of where the Doomfist and Tracer, where those off-angles were. Yeah, sorry. I'm having these little pauses to talk. All right? Good. Very important that we hit that defensive ability. However, I will point this out. On and Zen are inaccessible. Do you guys see that? They're doing a good job rotating. So then where should our attention be as Tracer right now? Or Kism right now. Kism? Yeah, Kism, thanks for the sub, mate. Where should our attention be right now? You see this? Where is there any worthwhile pressure on a Zen right now? Look, watch. Watch. They're out. Peel off Doom, okay. But even here, is there any, are we rushing backline? No. We boop Doomfist slam. Done, right? So why? We should be hunting Tracer, right? Now, our May dies regardless. I don't think there's a whole lot we could have done there. But this is why it's like you need like almost an ADHD brain to play Lucio at a high level, because you're constantly changing where you're putting your attention onto. Constantly. All right, we're gonna go dive. Oh, by the way, you guys are thinking, you know, oh, we don't have as much of a backline to peel off, so we don't need to, we can go more aggressively. That is true to an extent, but remember, even if you don't have a really aggressive backline, that doesn't mean that putting attention on Doomfist and Tracer is still good. It's still pretty decent, right? Because they still want to do damage to your team, and you can still mess them up, right? Now, is it always going to be the best return on investment? No. But right now, I see no reason why, if we can't follow up off of our dive onto the Ana Zen, mess up the Doomfist Tracer. Keep them busy. Allow your Kiriko to not have to use her Suzu. Allow your Sojourn to not have to use her slide. Allow your Sojourn to focus on going backline. Okay, we're in. Now we're going red at Lucio. So now, but you kind of see what I'm saying, right? Let's just go in. But unfortunately, it was just us. We really weren't able to get in as well as we did. And so look at what ends up happening to our backline. Do you guys see that? Our backline gets toasted. Uh-oh. Oh, huge boop. Oh, no. Huge. Still very winnable. Oh, we're going a little bit too early. Huge. Can we win this? Probably should beat now. Now. He didn't want to get punched out of beat, so that's why he was waiting. I think we lose this now. Now we go on backline with our team. High value, right? Now we get on the Zen because the highest return on investment right now is the Zen because look at how close that Zenyatta is, right? Yeah, there it is, right? Okay, so unfortunately we probably lose this one. I think there were some good things here. However, I think the things that we're doing well is like some of our mechanics, our cooldown usage. I mean, this is a Grandmaster Lucio, right? This is going to be a really good Lucio. However, I'm wondering if there were times where we could put a little bit more attention on at least when there's not immediate targets to shoot and burn, can I at least keep myself aware of where the Doomfist and Tracer are? That's the big question. It is very hard to follow. This is high level stuff. Uh-oh, that messed up one monkey jump. Now, right now, we don't get the boop on the monkey. Unfortunate. Let's go back a little bit. Why is booping a monkeys here so valuable? Let's look at it from pressure, and let's look at it from map or space control. Okay? Why is a boop a monkey so good? What does it do? What does it cause? Peels your Sojourn. It prevents your Sojourn from having to back up as much. Right. Keeps your Sojourn alive. Indirect pressure. Mess up bubble. Mess up the monkeys engage. Prevents them from taking as much W key forward stuff. Denies the positioning they want from their mobility cooldown. Not getting landing and punch damage. Right. Right. So for pressure, the highest return on investment right now is to deny their engage. Because let me ask you guys a question. What else is there to do right now? Obviously, everybody knows that this is a high return on investment. Everybody knows Lucio boops dives. Yeah, okay. But seriously, look at it objectively. What else is there to do right now? In terms of pressure. You could be shooting backline, but they're too far away and behind a corner. So it wouldn't feel very good. And it would also mean leaving your team's aura. So this probably wouldn't be worth, like, remember, everything is about pressure, is like measuring which one is more valuable, which one provides more. Right now, this is your highest return on investment. We just unfortunately don't quite get the boop that we want. We're going in now. Next fight. Now, I know this is hard to follow. Trust me, it's going to slow down next VOD. We're going to look at some I think Lucio on Rialto. This seems a little odd, honestly. I would have spent time here making sure, even though we're up with Tracer, I would have spent time to make sure that they couldn't just trade with my Kiriko here, or my Sojourn. Because unfortunately, I don't think you've done a whole lot this engage. Okay. Let's go. Now, this is really important. Watch this, guys. We don't get the boop on the monkey. Do you see it? Do you see it? Where should our attention be as Lucio right now? Remember, you can be anywhere that you want. Tracer, Sojourn, stop Sojourn angle. Yeah. To me, this is just, the Sojourn is right here. She's the most aggressive member of the enemy team. Look how close she is. Look how aggressive this angle is. And then hopefully I can deal with the Sojourn, just boop her back or threaten her, and then quickly deal with the Tracer afterwards. Let's see what happens. Little risky. We boop her out of position. She might die. She dies. Now, where's Tracer? There's Tracer. No, you do not dive my backline. Now, this does mean that the enemy monkey might be able to jump on your backline. But now, because you were set up to duel the DPS, that's arguably a better return on investment. Now, the best part about this is I would argue that this is good Lucio gameplay. But look at the number in the middle of your screen. 1, 2, 1, 0, 1. We're not getting 4s and 5s, you know, or 3s and 4s. But we're doing our job nonetheless. It's a little bit like the Brig thing, or the Kiriko thing, where if you can proactively support your team by denying enemy off angles safely, sometimes that's even better than helping your team. I mean, obviously it's optimal if you have you and somebody else because somebody gets value out of your aura. But I hope you kind of see the nuance here. Ha. Now, the funny thing here, guys, is once we get those kills, we get a little bit greedy, but there's still a threat on the field, right? This guy. And we go for the Reddit kill. It doesn't work, obviously, because Kiriko. But then that puts us out of position to actually peel our Kiriko, our dear friend Gigafart, which ironically, or interestingly enough, may be why we end up losing this fight. Yes, it's the number of people that are in the aura. My point is that sometimes it's not about the quantity of people in your aura, it's about the quality of what you're actually doing to help support your team. Right? Because let's be real, guys. You're not going to always have teams that are going to group up together. You're going to have teams that split, and that's normal. That's even desirable, right? So you have to be thinking, what's the highest return on investment for my attention? What's the most aggressive DPS that I can control? What's the tank that I'm the best at countering? What's the most fragile player in my team that would really love to have a Lucio boop in an amp heal, right? It's very similar to Brig, but the difference between you and Brig is what you lack for in ranged armor packs, you make up for in mobility, in the fact that you could be really anywhere at any point in time very, very quickly. I would also argue that you're probably a little bit of a better duelist in a lot of situations as well. So we're going in aggressively. Was that a better return on investment? I'm not sure. Oh, we decided to try and out-tempo, so we juked the Winston dive. It's about the friends that we made in the aura. Yeah, exactly. Should you be switching between speed and healing as much as this Lucio? Probably not. Remember, the whole idea with speed is that we are... when we're moving forward or moving backward, we're speed. When we're standing still, we're heals. The one exception to that rule, yeah, this is Grandmaster, is that swapping between speed and heals as a Lucio yourself makes your movement more unpredictable. So this Lucio might be crossfading a lot just to make him a little bit of a harder target because he's moving erratically in terms of his movement speed. So you will see high-level Lucios swapping aura more than they should. Partly because it's probably just not a great habit that they have from just like screwing, like it's like 80-80 brain, but also because it does make your movement a little bit more unpredictable. You also could do things like where you wall right on a wall, you catch the wall and you go to the next wall, and while you're hovering in the air, you swap to heals for a half a second and then back to speed. It's kind of a min-max thing. Little tip there, but yeah, okay. So is our priority here denying the monkey engage? If so, we've already failed. See, we're Reddit Lucioing a little bit, which is, you know, it is what it is. Is it worth the risk on this map? Probably, because it's a really good map for boops. But you could see there that it was either if we don't get that boop on the Lucio, then that Winston gets an engage for free. So what was the better return on investment? Go for the offensive play and boop them off the map? Or go for the defensive play and prevent that Winston from getting a good engage? That's the real question. That's the question we have to answer. Okay? Gold Lucio. We're going to go to third defense, I believe. Alrighty. Now, I want you guys to think a lot about what we've talked about. I'm not sure which is the better option of the two. Well, that's the thing. You guys are going to, a lot of the times, I'm going to be asking questions. A lot of like the Kiriko, should I shoot the Zenyatta or should I heal the Winston? A lot of these questions don't really have clear answers. My point is that either one of those is a reasonable option. But if you're doing neither of those, if you're playing very passively and not denying the engage, if you're going aggressively but going for really, really high risk, low reward plays, then that's bad. If it's a 50-50 play, I'm go for it, right? What we're concerned about is taking risks and not getting anything in return, or playing so safe, but you don't even need to play that safe. Lucio is the ultimate +1. You can arrive anywhere in the fight very quickly. Sure. Now right here, Orion's gonna. Ooh, I thought Orion was gonna feed. Now, Oh no. Disaster. Can we hold on? We're on heal because we're not moving. Very important. Now, this is the moment of truth. I think it was this fight in particular, which is why I wanted to look at third point, even though we die pretty quickly. You guys see it? What's the priority? You're playing Lucio. What do you need to do? Thank you. I don't know if I can drink this on an empty stomach. Tragically. Thank you, though. Right. The Junkrat's on the flank. Right. If we do not boop and mark this junk and shoot him on this aggressive off angle, he will kill you or Urian or both. We can't help with this very much, and these guys aren't that scary. I mean, they are scary, but there's not a lot that we can do. Like, Urian might just die, but you need to deny this guy. And the funny thing is actually, if you're able to kill anybody right now, it's going to be this guy. This guy's going for a high risk, high reward play. So he needs to be stopped and or killed. And I think, yeah, we don't even look. We're very much tunneled with what's in front of us. You guys are going to notice that this is a very common theme with just lower rank, mid-rank play in general, where we miss the forest for the trees. We see so much happening in front of us, but we miss the really important things happening, and that's the problem. This is why I talked about pressure and map control the very start of the VOD review, because you guys have noticed something. Every hero we've talked about has had a discussion about how we're controlling the map. Every single one. Every single one. It's the awareness of what's going on around me, and then can I control or help people control those things? Is my Torb going on a flank? Can I help that? Should I help that? Is that going to take me too far from my team? Is the Junkrat flanking me? So let's see. Can I control positions for my team? Can I help my DPS or tank or support control positions? Are my positions going to get encroached upon by the enemy tank line? They're going to dive my on it, and I need to deny that. Okay? There's nothing really going on. Everything's frontline, so you can just heal and shoot, heal and shoot. Now, the only question I would have for you is, where is our pressure most efficiently placed right now, chat? For the first off, we need to be very careful about cover usage. Just because you're playing Lucio doesn't mean that you get to cheat at cover usage. Shoot Ana or you shoot Cass. Right. You do not shoot Ramatra. You do not shoot Ramatra. You shoot Ana or Cass, because even if you don't kill them, if you force them to back off, that means Ramatra gets no help and Ramatra dies. That will be more than rewarded for the damage that you put in Ramatra. Or you could also wall ride the Ana and boop her off. Yeah, that'd be a more aggressive option. Healing, healing. Hooray. But you can see how, like, when you don't move very well as Lucio, your options feel more limited and you feel more erratic. Now, right now, what should we be doing? Let's see if you guys get this one right. Thank you. Hello. Is it cart? Cart? Well, we already have 2 people on cart. If nobody's on cart, Lucio have to go cart. It happens, you know? But no, you shouldn't be on cart. Who's the most aggressive position on your team right now? And can you help them? Support my junk on the high ground? Ooh. You see, look at my junk's position. My junk can kill a lot of people from here. Now, I wonder what's going to happen if we don't help the Junkrat. Now, obviously now it's too late, but you should have seen Junkrat jump up and you should have already been up top. You should have already been up top. Right now, this is meaningless. I wonder what's going to happen. You ready, guys? Watch. Now, you can't make this up. That being said, I promise you, if you are hero your Junkrat, this Bastion dies and the Mercy dies. Oh, no. Stop it, chat. Stop it. You guys weren't watching close enough. That was not Bastion nade. That was not Bastion nade, guys. Watch again. You're giving this Bastion way too much credit. There's Bastion nade. There's Conk from the Junkrat. What's up? Yeah. So, my point being is that yes, we get some spam damage on squishies, that's fine. That's better than just sitting on cart when we already have 2 people on cart. However, I would have liked us to proactively control space and enable pressure here. Even if that means you get less juicy dinky dinkies on the backline, you're doing more. This matters so much more. So much more. Paid actor indeed. Your Junkrat lives this, and the Bastion dies. Even without your help, he almost wins it. And now their Bastion has high ground. And the thing is you can try, and you should try, to harass this if you can, to keep them busy, to help save your team. But now it's a one-man show. Now it's a one-man show. It's a lot harder, no? Well, get him. You see, this is too dangerous. This is something that you need to harass, but I don't think that you can take this 2v1. If this is just a Widowmaker, sure. If this is a Bastion without turret form, maybe. But you can't win this. You have the right idea here, because this is by far the most lethal thing in the battlefield right now. And simultaneously the most killable. But you can't be here doom buying yourself. And you die for it. So, too late. Then you went in by yourself. After it was... Did you guys see Zarya's arms? But yeah. I swear I'm tripping. Okay, again here. With our core, okay. Oh, don't frontline. If you remember, you're either with your tank or you're on a flank, like, but you don't walk directly into the middle of the energy. Now, there's definitely value with speed on your Zarya here. And again, I'm going to ask one of those vague, open-ended questions. To be fair, should you predict stuff like this in most cases? If I see my Junkrat going high ground and there's nothing else happening in the battlefield, then I should have been there immediately. Yes. Because even though that was a pretty tricky situation, that's the whole mentality that we're trying to train here. The better awareness of what's going on around us and how I can help these flanks at angles and control the space and deny this high ground, right? Now, I'm going to ask it, like I said, another vague, not vague, but tricky question. I see my Junkrat going high. Should I be helping? I see my Mei on high. Should I be helping? What do you guys think? What's more important right now? Helping my Mei or assisting my Zarya right now? What do you guys think? Zarya? I would agree with that. Probably the most aggressive person. Yeah, I would agree with that. But do you guys see how if we're not, we need to be aware of these things so that we can make decisions like this. And if we went to help the Mei here, I wouldn't be mad. You know? Something to think about. This, however, is useless. Now we're playing Ring Around the Rosie. We're not helping anybody. But Ana doesn't need speed here, right? Help your Zarya. Disaster. Our amp is used. There, that was good. Uh-oh. I mean, it's fine. Your team can push off of it, and it will counter it. Goodbye. Unfortunate. Let's go. Come on. Show me what you got. Watch. What's the problem here? Who are we enabling right now? What's going on in the battlefield right now? You see, this is the thing. We want you to push the bill with aggression and peeling and pushing your limits. But the problem here is that you're doing it by yourself. We're doing it by ourselves, which has been a little bit of a problem with us. I like your proactivity. I think it's the best way to learn. But you're doing it by yourself. This is how you die. Ooh, we squeeze it out. Now, here's the other question as well. Is there anybody on high ground? Is there anybody in the flank? Is your junk on the flank? Is there anybody... Oh, we're gonna do it. Be careful. Be careful. He still has turret form. By the way, this absolutely is what Lucio should be doing. So Heracles. What should Heracles do right now, guys? So Heracles has dove the Bastion, the lethal person on high ground, and baited turret form. Run. Yep. Just dip. You've done your job. You have denied this pressure from this high ground. You've distracted it and forced a cooldown at a really awkward time. The Ana even has had to pocket the Bastion now. This is great. Don't die for it. Because that's the other thing about Lucio. You can go for these aggressive, controlling, pushing space, but unlike a Brig, you're like Brig is a lot slower. You can go in and out and not just be a giant ass with it. You shouldn't die for this. That's not using your mobility. Now, obviously, I could have played this one mechanically better. Yes, 100%, obviously. But I think equally skilled there, you don't need to force that. You could force his turret form, drop down, then go speed Zarya or shoot tank, and look for an opportunity to dive the Mercy, right? What's Niabir? Nice. Now, my brain is already working like 60 right now. Because what am I thinking right now? What should our Lucio be thinking right now? Oh, E-daters. Yeah. Yeah, cringe. Is there anybody on high ground that I can help? Is there anybody in high ground that I need to stop? Because the best thing about this as well is if you're able to play like here, you can still get your team in aura as well. Uh-oh, nobody's here now. Okay. We need to be very careful about this. This is a little bit of a habit with us. And again, like the Reddit Lucio habit about not considering our team's positioning when we're going for aggressive plays like this. Because this is good. You deny the junk off high ground, but it's very risky considering the fact that your team isn't anywhere near you. What's going on in high? What's going on in high? Don't get stuck here. Don't get stuck here. I want to know what's going on in high. Now, if there is nothing, then that's fine. Be the best core Lucio that there is. You kite the Nano Ram. It was a good try. Speed your Zar. Whoa. Whoa. Need to get out of here quick. Speed. Speed. Not heal. Nice. Is there anything above? Is there anything above? Is there anything above? Is there anything above? Don't just run it down mid. Is there anything above? If not, fine. But know that. Is there anybody on your team above? Uh-oh. Do you see? Do you see? We need to be here. We need to be here. Get there quick. Get there. Be always where the fight is the hottest. Somebody in chat said that the +1 mentality, right? You could probably beat this. I assume we're not going to and we're going to lose. Let's watch just a little bit more, y'all. Okay, good. Now we're with our soldier here. We need to be very careful. We could beat this if you want. So this is like a perfect example of like, we can beat now because we're all up in their teeth, right? Even if there's nothing specifically to counter with this beat, we can go for it. How tall is the aura? I don't know, 20 meters, guys? I mean, it's tall. It's pretty tall total. Beat, if they get too close. Beat. Speed that. Speed, yep. And then again here, while we're speeding, don't just sit there and shoot the ram. Can I speed my soldier and boop the on a Junkrat in? Can I be putting some pressure on the Pharah? very core focused. And I'm telling you guys, it's Overwatch. Oh, the one from downtown. Oh, and by the way, look at what's happening while we're doing this. Where should we be right now? Oh, do you see it? It's a sphere, yes. Do you see it? What have you done? What have you done lately? What have you done lately? What have you done lately? I mean, really, chat, watch this. This is how we win this fight. This is how we win this fight. Right here. Right here. And our Lucio had nothing to do with this. Yes. I'm telling you guys, this is gold. This is gold. Don't tell me that your gold teammates never take angles or flanks. They do. They don't take them often as they should, but they do. Be there. Be there when it happens. Assist them. Reward them. You know? So a lot of what our Lucio player here needs to work on, and just Lucio as a whole players need to work on, is being very aware of what's going on around me and making that decision. Can I help or disable? Can I either help my teammates when they're doing things here or disable enemies who take that here? And the best part about it is that you could position in a way to where you can be with your core, but also, or be with your angle, but also helping your core. Nah, you're good, Heracles. You're doing me a favor by providing, and you're gonna be doing a lot of Lucio players a favor by submitting your gameplay for here. So I appreciate you. And you, in my Lucio, I guarantee you, is you wouldn't want to see my Lucio player. So the goal being here is controlling space, awareness of what's going on around you, and then awareness of whether I should be in speed or heals. Are we standing still or are we moving? Are we standing still? Are we moving? Is this amp a good push? Do we need a lot of healing? So therefore amp heals, right? Yes. Okay, so Lucio's wrapped up. Do you guys have any questions? Definitely one of the tougher supports that we've looked at. Yeah. You did fine. You were looking for a lot of the right things. I just want you to be a little bit more aware of your team's timing. Since speed doesn't build ult charge, what's the best way to quickly build ult without just heal botting? I mean, really just heal botting and trying to do as much damage as you possibly can. That might mean that you play more for your aura, and you're playing to just spam at head level as much as you can. But that's why, you know, building beat as fast as you can is not always a priority, because it sometimes means that you play in a way to where you're not doing as much. How do I play up against a sniper comp as Lucio? Well, you tell me. How do you control the map versus sniper comp? How do you put out pressure versus a sniper composition? This is gold. Yes, this will be on YouTube. Chat, how do you play versus sniper comps as Lucio? How do you put out pressure as Lucio? Reddit Lucio them? Reddit them? Yeah. And let me ask you guys a question. Do you need to get the kill for it to be value? Do you remember when we pushed the Bastion on the high ground? A matchup that we really had no chance of winning? What was the value in that? The guy had, we did not even get him off of the position. We did not even remove him from the position. So forcing your position is optimal. Getting a kill is optimal. Forcing your position is the next best thing. But what if you can't even do that? Bait cooldowns, take their time up, bait their attention. I mean, they're really good at surviving, you know? You're a rat, you're a nuisance, you move very quickly. So even if you don't reposition them, even if you don't kill them, you can absolutely waste their time. Protect your team by taking one for the team. Get down, Mr. President. You know what I'm saying? That's the idea. It's a great question. Got a kitty in my lap. Do you think my mechanics are fine? Mechanics are all right. Not a problem. I think your mechanics are fine. I mean, they're obviously not good, but they're not a big liability for your ring. To a dodge tank in MMOs, sure. Because you're so fast, like you have so much survivability just by in and out, right? Because every resource they put into a Lucio that doesn't die is a wasted resource. What to do if some teammates push with amp speed and some retreat? Do you go with the pushers? Yeah. Yeah, you go with the people that are actually doing something, right? You want to assist people who are doing things. If people aren't doing things, they're amp speed, then they don't need your help because they're not doing anything. Any other questions, guys? I might have to take another jump rope break. My throat and my body is struggling. This is like, usually when I do like coaching for this long, usually there's like little breaks, or usually I'll have other people talking, but it's just been me. How's my day? My day's all right. I'm enjoying it. There's a lot of wind up here today. It's going okay. How much does a coaching session cost? It depends on the coaching session. You're gonna have to check out !coaching. The website has more info. It depends on the coaching session. Depends on whether it's private, whether it's a replay view, or whether it's in depth. It also depends about whether you're a Twitch sub or a Patreon sub as well, because you get a discount for that. Yeah, cheers, mate. Okay, jump rope time, and then we'll get on to Mercy. Got a hair in my mouth. We've gone over Ana, Bat, Brig, Lucio, Kiriko. Moira, Mercy, and Zenyatta left to do. Okay. Okay. You know what? I've drank a lot of tea. I'm gonna be back in like 1 minute. I'm gonna use the bathroom really fast. Give me 1 second, and then we'll get started with Mercy. It's a jump rope, guys. Be right back, 1 second. All right. One arm push up. All right, Tabata. You guys are just fixing to make me tired and miserable. I'm out of practice. Way out of practice. I'm skipping cardio just to move. Just to move. Just skipping rope just to move. Thank you, Tabata. Appreciate it. You're all right. Like I said, I'm a little out of practice. But yeah, Mari's conked. I'll give her a quick pet. Mari, hi. Yeah, she's conked. She's a good girl. She's a daddy's girl. She likes sitting in my lap a lot. You planning on doing Tenga DPS at some point? Yes. I'm not sure when, but yes, I will. Okay, let's move on to Mercy, ladies and gentlemen. Another subtle plug, if you guys want free coaching resources. In my exclamation mark Discord, there is a channel called Coaching VOD Compendium. I promise I'll only plug this one more time. In here, there's a VOD review for pretty much every hero in the game, with only like Torb. I think I don't have any for Torb. But there's like legit, like there's it's all in here. It's all in here. So if you're interested in learning more about stuff, maybe a little bit more in detail, I have the rank of the hero that I coached as well in there. You can check that one as well. Yeah, DPS would have to be split up. There's just no way that I'd be able to do a DPS stream all the way through. Okay, so let's talk about Mercy. Mercy is, I mean, guys, I hope, okay, you know what, I'll put it this way. I hope by now that you guys understand the whole dynamic of pressure, of map control, about everything that you do as a support is about outputting pressure. If you didn't catch the start of stream today, it might have been the most important thing outside of the individual here that you're looking at, where you are always thinking about maximizing your pressure on the enemy team as much as you possibly can. Even when I'm healing so that the person I am healing is able to survive and then therefore pressure the enemy team, right? When I'm healing somebody who's critical, it's because if they die, they're not hurting the enemy team. I mean, I hate to look at things in such a like grisly way, but I mean, really that's what it is, right? It's if I can heal you, you can hurt them. And so therefore, every time I heal you, it's with that intention. And so that therefore, when they don't need, it's finding that balance between what's more pressure. Me healing you so that you don't die, me healing you so that you're not scared, or damage boosting you. And then who to damage boost and then who to heal depends on who needs it the most and who would get the most out of it and who would put out the most pain train with it. Do I have to? Right? That's the idea. I love Mercy for awareness learning since you have the best view of your team. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Bad news, or good news, I guess, depending on how you look at it. A lot of what we talked about with all the other supports are also going to apply to Mercy. The way that support plays as a whole doesn't change that much from hero to hero. The way it's interpreted changes, right? For example, when we're learning languages, for the most part, languages have nouns and verbs and adjectives. Most Western languages, anyway, do. So what those words and how they're phrased or how they're executed works differently. But ultimately, it's pretty much, language generally has a very similar structure. And that's how support works too, okay? So Mercy for when your friends are your primary weapon. I mean, yeah, in a way. So when I'm playing Mercy, the reason why Mercy is strong is her direct pressure is essentially 0. Like, you know? It just isn't it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe if you're valking into a certain sniper situation, maybe, but it's just not really there. However, your indirect pressure, your healing and keeping people alive, pretty good. Your indirect pressure of survivability so that you die less often so you can play more aggressively, good. Damage boost, making them do more pressure, good. Somebody makes a mistake, oh no, 4v5, no, just kidding, it's back to 5v5, that's good. And then even Valkyrie, right? Valkyrie's ability to allow everybody to be safer and healthier and more aggressive, and everybody to be doing 30% more damage. Very good. It's not hard to understand what makes Mercy good. What's hard is using the techs and the things that Mercy has to actually do those things better. Now, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to give it an in-depth Mercy tech guide. You know, things like, you know, knowing your GA cancel so that you can slingshot yourself, right? So spacebar sends you past. Obviously, everybody needs to know that because if I'm being pursued, I don't just want to stop here. I want to be able to slingshot myself past the target. That's jump cancel. The meter in the center of your screen charges up, and then you use it, and the higher that meter is, the more powerful the attack is going to be. Your super jump with the crouch button, crouch very high. That allows you to access safer positions. Why are safe positions good? So that you survive more. The longer you survive, the safer you are, the more pressure that you put on the enemy team for a longer period of time. Also, the safer I am, the less support I need from my other support, so that my other support can focus on doing damage, right? There's other different attacks like you can do. You can move your generally the slingshot always works for the direction that you're facing, so that if I go here and then I turn, I can launch myself in the opposite direction. That's very important. You can also do backwards slingshot by going, okay, one day I will do this, okay? by pushing backwards. It's a little bit slower, so what you can also do is turn your camera and move it as well. So there's lots of things that you can do with Mercy, okay? So I'm not going to go into those. If you want a full Mercy tech guide, there's a trillion of them out there. Those are just the basic ones that you need to know, okay? Now, besides that, it's a lot like Ana, Baptiste, literally every support in the game, besides, I guess, Lucio. Do I get more value out of healing the target or damage boosting the target? Okay, they're low, this person's low, this person's low, this person's low. Okay, this person's low, this person's low. Shoot. Okay, let's damage boost. I got a chance to damage boost. Okay, they're safe. Okay, they're getting low, I gotta heal. Right? That's the mindset with Mercy, right? What's going to be more valuable? How long can I damage boost somebody before they either die or hide? That's the idea. Because the more you damage boost, the more indirect pressure that you do. But if you damage boost so much that somebody dies, then you have made your team, you've cost your team pressure. If you damage boost so much that somebody is hiding because they're critical and they're not being healed, then it's a 4v5 and they might as well be dead. Same thing goes with res. If you have an opportunity to res and swing a fight by increasing the amount of pressure that your team is putting out because somebody's alive again, but it costs you your life, then you've just guaranteed that it's a 3v5. Or let's say the fight was winnable, or 4v4, and you try to res somebody, but you die for it. Now it's a 3v4. Guardian Angel, if you just use it for no reason whatsoever, and you're just bouncing around, moving around like an idiot, and it costs you your life because you didn't have it when you were put under pressure, then that's on you. When I've gone through every hero, for Valk, it's a lot like the other ults where it's just use it. If a fight started, use the ult. It's a tempo ult. It means it's not going to counter anything in particular. Just use the ult. Use the ult. Use it to give your team a full advantage. You see an opportunity, use the ult. Not really that deep. Okay, let's do this. So I don't have a particularly high rank VOD. I had fewer Mercy submissions from higher ranks. So I have a platinum VOD and I have a silver VOD, which we'll take a look at. And for this one, we're going to be looking at third point defense. With a critical health, extra healing thing, I feel like Valk is pretty powerful. Yes, so that's the thing to keep in mind. Your Valkyrie, your critical healing thing. So let's actually talk about that. Let me actually pull up the Mercy wiki so I'm not making stuff up. All right. So the way your beam works is that when you are healing somebody above 50%, your healing is kind of weak. It's only 45 healing per second, which is about 50% more than Zenyatta Orb, but it's weaker than an Amp heal. It's weaker than Moira. It's weaker than Ana HBS. It's not good. Okay. It's okay, but it's not good. But as soon as they drop below 50%, it goes up by 50%. And now to 67.5%, 67.5 healing per second, which is pretty darn good. So essentially if you guys don't know what triage healer is, or triage means, triage, I'm pronouncing this right. Triage, a process for sorting injured people into groups based on their need or likely benefit from immediate medical treatment. In other words, we prioritize the people who need help right away or would benefit a lot from immediate help, okay? So what that means for Mercy is when somebody's critical, they get a lot of healing. When somebody's not critical, they don't get that much healing. And so what that does is it encourages you to be very deliberate and decisive with who and when you heal. So it's like poking on Ana, right? You do damage boost when no one needs saving, essentially. Now, the tricky thing is there's breaking points. For example, when somebody's 130 HP or 120 HP, technically they're not critical, but they could still be one shot by a Hanzo body shot. So it's hard to find that balance. It's not easy to do, but that should be the goal. That should be the goal. Now, the big thing with Mercy when it comes to pressure output is who is the most valuable person to pocket or support. And it almost always revolves around their positioning and their ability to do pressure. If you're only pocketing your front line or only pocketing your sniper in the back, and you're never considering off angles or who might need help on a flank and so on, then you're going to have a really hard time. So you need to be like Lucio, like Brig. You need to be very alert with what's going on around you and who needs help, who needs support. Again, guys, you're noticing a pattern here. There's a reason that so many of these points sound very similar to other points we've made with other supports. That's why I wanted to do this all together, guys, because we can tie all the supports into one big, fat, juicy bundle and say, guys, support plays the same. It's always about controlling space. It's always about maximizing your pressure and biggest return on investment. Why do you pocket a Pharah? I had that one TikTok video where people were absolutely roasting me for explaining what felt like the basics. But when you know why you pocket a Pharah, because she's aggressive, she takes off angles, it's safety for you, so there's less pressure on you. And also, if a Pharah doesn't get healing, she has a really hard time doing anything. If you can you understand that, then you understand Mercy as a whole, right? Because what if your Pharah's on the ground back here and your Cassidy's taking the angle? Pocket your Cassidy. He's the one doing the most pressure. He's the one that deserves the pocket. Flora. Yeah, Flora. Your Pharah's playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie with you. But like, you see how like this, okay, so right now, what's the problem with our screen, ladies and gentlemen? What's the problem with our screen? Think about it. Heal beam, right? There's no pressure from this heal beam. Our Orisa doesn't need healing. The return on investment for a 30% damage boost would be significantly higher. Now, this might just be a temporary thing, but if this is a habit of yours, then we need to change that. Why are we damage boosting Orisa? Well, look at my Pharah, right? If my Pharah gravitates even a little bit further forward, then damage boost your Pharah. Huh, shut up, Anima. But that's a very common problem, where Mercies have a tendency to just kind of default to yellow beam without really thinking about it. Even now, like, there's brief moments of, you could probably just Valk this. Just Valk this. Valk it. Do it. Don't wait. Don't wait. By the way, I've noticed something. I don't want to get overly detailed into this this Mercy specific players, but we do a lot of 360s. It's kind of strange. It might be a nervous tick. Yeah, there it is again. You guys see that? Just be careful about that, because as we saw earlier, that kind of messed you up. You walked into a wall. You see that? Why are we GAing? Why are we moving? Think about it as a low risk, no reward move. Not likely to get punished very often, but it provides zero value. Uh-oh. What's the problem? What's the problem? Pressure, 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 pressure. Map control, map control, map control, map control. The two things that we're always considering. Do you guys see this? Who is the most aggressive member of your team that you can safely follow right now? Cassidy or Pharah? Not our tank and support line. If your Ana dies here, we can live with that. The highest return on investment for controlling the map, controlling your threats, and winning the fight is helping these guys out. This is, oh no, we gotta be really careful. I would also consider Valkying this. We should have been with our DPS. Ana's got the tank, right? And even if we had like a Zenyatta there, I probably would have just prayed that my Orisa didn't feed, because even if my Orisa struggles, my DPS were in such aggressive positions. You guys remember the Brigitte VOD review in Blizzard World? The same thing where my tank might suffer, but my DPS will be victorious and will win the map as a result. That's kind of what you have to learn here, right? Because like right now, again, we're defaulting yellow beam. This target needs blue beam, not yellow beam, if anything. And then also, is this the best target to pocket? Is the Pharah not a better pocket, considering that she's also playing relatively aggressive? The answer is, of course, yes. Oh, and by the way, Valk. I don't like that we're using Valk. It definitely feels like we're using Valk as a counter ultimate, and I don't like that. Your mileage is going to very much vary with that. Yeah, there's the 360. It does look like we're on console, actually, now that I think about it. A lot of the movement feels like smooth. You know? It feels like we're spinning a controller. And there's the 360. Your wrist is dead. Seems risky. Well, see, that's the thing. You all remember my question is, what was the most aggressive person that we could pocket without risk? When we were, our Cassidy and Pharah were here, and no, then this is very, very, very safe. If your Cassidy and Pharah are literally in the middle of the enemy backline, then it's not. But you could sit here and pocket them from high ground when they drop even. You know? So obviously you have to be careful about pocketing things like tracers sometimes because they're going to go in so far that you might just die for it. Good. Get her. Get her. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Go back. Go back. She needs your help. You will either lose this fight because the Pharah dies, or you will win this fight because this Pharah kills. This is where the support mindset has to change, guys. This is why I'm doing this. You get off your butts. Get off your butts. Look at what's happening. Look at where the fight... So I feel like this is like, oh, I don't want to leave my Ana. Well, you're leaving your Pharah. Who is in a position to need help more? Your Ana or your Pharah? There's nothing inherently virtuous about being a support buddy. I feel like we see these Overwatch memes about, oh, the Mercy that heal, the Mercy that's actually healing. Oh, I love you, Mercy. No, 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 no. Win the game. Support. You know? The best Mercies win games, and they support their DPS and their tanks and their supports on a need-to-know basis, you know, or a need-to basis. Right now, your Ana doesn't need a damage boost. Your Pharah needs help. She needs her help. No other support can do this. A Zenyatta Harmony Discord would be better than a Mercy being here, but a Zenyatta can't get here. A Mercy can. Do you see how every support has a little bit of a little advantage here and there, right? A little thing that makes them unique in how they control space. Right. If I can help my Pharah, like, is this Pharah feeding? No, this Pharah is taking a good flank. If she gets a Mercy pocket, the soldier 100% dies, and she goes back again and barrages backline again, and you win the fight again. But you're not helping her. You're just helping. And look. Stop healing. Okay, quickly as you can, get back to DPS. We're so focused on this frontline tank trade. Like, you must... Oh no, I'm really concerned. I mean, you got lucky. You got lucky. Your DPS had to win it without you. And look at this, your Pharah loses the flank. Terrible. I need my Pharah on the flank there. It's a really good Pharah flank. There's not a lot of good positions in this point. I don't know. I don't wanna... This is good. Nice job paying attention to that, by the way. But that's the goal. When we're playing this hero, this is what we need to aim for. Let's keep watching. Actually, I think we've seen enough. Let's move on to a different point here. I want to look at first point attack. So I hope this is making sense. Let's keep watching. Yes. Careful. Keep some distance. But see, you can keep both of these. You can keep. Look. This is perfect. This Cassidy would not be able to play by himself. He would have to get stuck on the floor and shoot nothing. Or he would have to take a really high risk late flank play. Careful. You need to be careful with your positioning a little bit though. So that's something that we need to practice. But like, look at this. Look at how much space that we are creating right now. Look at this. As long as we can survive this, we're moving kind of awkwardly. This is monstrous value. We just had 3 people chase us. Brilliant job. We're missing our beam. Okay, there we go. Be careful, but we're too close. We're too close. Nice! Oh, too close. Look at this. We've legitimately just won the fight from pocketing it off the most aggressive DPS. That was also safe, right? Because this was a lot safer than, running around on point. You know? And the thing is, guys, is I'm not just saying pocket your DPS forehead, right? Pay attention to what's going on around you. Is your DPS playing aggressively? Can you even play aggressively with that DPS, or would you die immediately for it? Right? There's a lot of nuance here. Let's move on to the next VOD. So that was really well done. Silver Mercy. And we're going to be looking at second and third point defense. I think, no, I might be looking at third point defense, yeah. Okay, let's look at third point defense. Huh. Rolled. Unfortunate. Can we get a safe res? See, this is where we have to be decisive, though, because there's a Bastion playing aggressively who may or may not need help. So we have to be very quick about who needs help and what we're going to do. Because while you're rezzing here, your Bastion dies over here, right? Be very quick, be very decisive. For one res ally, one ally must die. Right. And that comes from an awareness of what's actually happening on the battlefield. Sometimes it's better to just... Oh no. 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 Okay. Well, yeah. A lot of it is just evaluate the battlefield. Can I safely get the res off? Because if I get the res but somebody dies, then there's no point getting the res in the first place. Good. Now, chat, who should we pocket right now? Who's playing aggressively right now? This is something that we really need to ask. Because at first you're like, well, duh. But then you're like, well, wait a second. Tank, right. I would agree. Tank is probably playing the most aggressive here. I think Tank Pocket's probably, but wait. Who else? What does aggressive mean? Does my Zenyatta have a really good sightline onto this Orisa? Does my Bastion have a really good sightline onto this Orisa? Yeah, so even though my Sigma is technically closer, my Bastion has full damage potential right now. So actually, I'm wondering if we should damage boost our Bastion. Or our Zen. Just food for thought. You know, if my Reaper is playing here, is my Reaper playing more aggressively than my Bastion? No, he's actually playing more defensively, because he doesn't do any damage from here. Right? If my Hanzo's like here, I'd probably pocket my Hanzo. Because for the range of the hero, he's playing pretty in a good position to do damage. Just something to consider. Just something to consider. Because I think pocketing Sigma here is fine. But, a quickly damage booster. By the way, if you damage boost even just a little more, the past 15 seconds, this Orisa dies. Before she even whips her ult. I'm just saying. And Orisa dies, and your Sigma lives. This is the indirect support of damage boost. If you're not damage boosting enough, you will never be able to heal enough. Yes. Schemax. Schemax? Not sure. Kind of butchering it. I'm sorry. Don't go for the res. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's, you know what it's like? It's like a 2-year-old with an electrical outlet, or a 3-year-old or 4-year-old with an electrical outlet. Don't touch that. Don't do it. Don't, or not like, that's a horrible thing. So if it's something too hot, don't touch it. Don't do it. You know, it's like, don't do it. It's just, just don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't. Okay. So yeah, a lot of it is going to be evaluating who's aggressive and pocketing based off of how aggressive they're playing. But remember what I was saying with the Bastion is how aggressive somebody's playing isn't just to how close they are. It also depends on the hero as well. Yeah. No. 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 Ashe on the flank. Ashe on the flank. Ashe on the flank. Oh dear. So we're playing with an Echo, and Echo will often play very aggressively. So if you get the opportunity to assist your Echo, she's really going to appreciate it. The other thing about Echo is she also flies, so you've got a pretty good option. You have a pretty good option to be able to survive that pressure as well, because she can fly in a way that is aggressive but also is helpful to you. Now I've seen this VOD, so I'm not going to sit here and flail and flop and holler and yell. It's a silver player, right? Silver players make silver mistakes. But I want you guys to see, this has to change. We're heal beaming somebody who's taking no damage. Meanwhile, there's an actual fight happening elsewhere. Diva needs help. Kiriko could use help. And now we're healing, but it's too late. Suzu's been forced. Our opportunity for damage boost and to build more ult charge has been missed. Ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. If you're able to get a good healing, a good damage boost at a good time, you win fights. I'm not sure what's going on here. We kind of get a little lost. Diva needs our help. GG's. No, not GG's. Easy win. Surely. Surely. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, the Echo would have needed a pocket as well, but the Echo was so far into the spawn, I'm not sure if it would have been safe for us to go in. And that's where you have the dichotomy of Mercy, where you want to enable aggression, but you don't want to go so far that you end up costing your life over and over again. But yeah, so big takeaway with Mercy. I apologize if we didn't get a little bit more high rank Mercy, but I definitely think there's still a lot to learn here. It's like anything else. You enable and you control space and aggression. You look at who are the most aggressive members of my team. Can I help them control space without compromising my life? And then with pressure, as much of the proper mixture, like an alchemist of damage boost and healing, to output as much aggression and enable as much damage and pressure as you possibly can. Because remember, it's not just damage boost as much as you possibly can. Because remember, a dead target doesn't do damage. Remember, a target that's hiding behind a wall because they're still at half HP and they don't want to die is doing no damage. We're not there yet. We're almost to Moira. We did do Lucio. Moira's next. Okay. Mercy, you guys have any questions? The nice thing is that things are getting a little bit easier the more heroes that we do. If any of you guys feel confused about any of the terms, the things that we explained, I apologize. Obviously, as we go on from review to review, we do tend to piggyback a little bit over things that we've talked about earlier. So if anything doesn't make sense, you're not sure what does that term mean or why are you saying that, let me know and I'll clarify exactly what I mean, because I might be doing it a little bit on accident, honestly, with you. Does it help to have a default pocket in mind? It can help to give you, because you can think in spawn, like, who do I think will probably be playing more aggressively and somebody that I can also help? And if you can answer that question in spawn and then use that information to help you to read the battlefield afterwards, yes, that can definitely help. But keep in mind, especially in low to mid ranks, nothing is set in stone. You're going to have to react with what's on your screen to kind of decide what to do. But I do think that it is helpful to do at least some of the work in spawn room. Should we just Valk whenever there's a team fight having to help tip the scales as if it's a tempo? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Valk is just one of those ults that doesn't have a perfect use, so just use it when you get a chance. Pocket Genji Blade, for example, I feel like you can give him extra value, but it's very risky. General rules for that. I like the pocket on Genji Blade with Valk because it's very low risk when you're in Valk, very high risk when you're not in Valk. Could also be a situation where if you really need the blade to work because you're going to lose a fight if this blade doesn't kill people, then maybe it's worth the risk there. What support pairs well with Mercy? I think it depends on your tank line. If you have a tank that needs some sort of healing, you generally don't want your Mercy tied up with healing your tank. So you would like an Ana, a Bap, a Kiriko, something like that has a little bit more healing. I also think that Mercy being able to kind of focus on keeping herself alive is really helpful. So I think old school pairings like Zen Mercy, I don't think are bad, but I don't think they're as good as they used to be. I think as a Mercy, it's really nice if you can just focus on keeping yourself alive, which is why pairing Mercy with like an Ana, who's pretty self-sufficient, pairing Mercy with like a Kiriko, who's very self-sufficient, I really do like. And heck, if you're playing a tank that doesn't need a lot of healing, like let's say a Ball, even a Lucio Mercy isn't bad, right? And you can just focus on doing your own thing. Could Moira work with Mercy? Yeah, Moira could work with Mercy. It's not amazing, but yeah, Mercy, it does mean that you can focus on just keeping yourself alive for the most part. This is a lower rank Mercy. So we only had a Plat and a Silver Mercy. We had 2 Silvers and a Plat Mercy. Hey, Salt Shaker. Yeah. What are the top 3 supports to learn for new low elo? I find Mercy hard because I get targeted a lot. Honestly, you're going to get targeted as support a lot of the time. People have this kill Mercy mindset in lower ranks, which is pretty good. I would just pick what you enjoy. If you want to learn a hero, the worst thing you could do is pick a hero that you don't enjoy as much. So when you're trying to find a new support to play, find the supports that you enjoy the most, because it's going to make grinding it a lot easier. I feel like I played well with Mercy when I barely get targeted. With the GA cooldown raise, it's a lot harder for Mercy to peel and pocket. Right. So you have to be, I think the GA cooldown, I think everybody can kind of agree, wasn't exactly great. So you have to be a little bit more selective about how you're using and how you're moving. And that's why it's so important to be aware of what's going on around you so that you're not wasting that cooldown. I guess that's one other thing that I will throw in there, just as like a good tip. Be very careful how you use your GA. A lot of these like bounce text and spam movement text to kind of make yourself unpredictable does mean you can get caught with your pants down without the cooldown when you need it, when somebody's getting pressured or when you are getting pressured. So I think there are times when it's okay to spam, to use it for general movement. Be very careful, especially versus dive comps or any comps. You need to be very careful about just spamming movement all the time. It's a very bad habit to get into. It's which is hard because Mercy is can be a very fluid and slow moving hero in some aspects, but I would rather take your time to pay attention to what's going on around you rather than just spamming text. Whose job is it to pocket tank, main or off healer? It depends on I wouldn't even say main or off healer. It depends on. Mercy's really good at pocketing DPS and off angles, but if your tank is going really aggressive, damage boost can be helpful for the tank. It also depends on your other support. So if I'm playing with a Zenyatta with a Reinhardt, I might have to spend more time pocketing my Rein just a little bit. Will you benefit from another break before Moira? Probably yes. I'll do a little bit more jump rope, I guess, and then we'll get right into our Moira thing. So, all right, let me grab some water, and let's do some jump rope, and then Moira time. We're almost done, guys. 2 more. Cat still asleep in the back. Spank that floor. Do you already have VODs from Moira? I do, yes. You can do it, Spilo, thank you. Then suddenly slap out. I mean, I did hit myself in the foot a second ago. That doesn't feel good. When as a Mercy should I be holding down Yellow Bean on a full HP tank? Pretty much never. This is the nature of the way that your healing and damage boost works is you want to be min-maxing your pressure, right? And damage boost is going to be putting out more pressure on the enemy team. So highly recommend damage boosting, which is going to prevent your tank from taking more damage by making them more lethal in the first place. Maybe for the DPS streams, it'd be easier to just split them into flankers, snipers. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to 50-50 with the DPS if we do. It doesn't matter. Spilo, it doesn't really matter. One of the best ways to use GA is to learn crouch plus GA and it makes your head lower to the ground, hard to get, in order you have to have a little more speed boosting features to image to reposition. Okay, cool. So learn crouch ballistic guardian angel. Yeah, nice. Spilo. All right, let's do some Moira, y'all. So I a new level. Thank you for the sub. So I have a little surprise for you guys with Moira. So I didn't have any mid to high rank Moira VODs, so I did the unthinkable. I played Moira. I played Moira. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I did not play Moira very well, but I think there will be enough to learn here so that we can laugh at my mistakes, and then also learn from some of the things that I was trying to do a little bit. I will say we need to talk about the practice range first. Okay, so Moira. Moira is a controversial hero because unfortunately she's a hero that had an identity in Overwatch 1 that is, quite frankly, pretty different from Overwatch 2. Now, Overwatch 1, aggressive Moira play was still very, very valuable, but it's like the Brig conundrum, where a hero on release is so wildly, I mean, really Kiriko as well, is so wildly broken at just raw sustain or whatever, that playing her any other way is essentially soft trolling. However, Moira healing is really a far cry from what it was back in Overwatch 1, whether it's the healer, whether it's the resource management, the amount of HPS raw, how fast you build coal, and so on. So what you need to do is you need to leverage her survivability and ability to duel people more. So when it comes to pressure output, very similar to Mercy and all the other heroes, when it comes to the dichotomy of what do I do, is healing this guy more value than right-clicking the guy that's damaging him in the first place. Now, Moira is not a very high damage hero, right? I mean, you saw it right there. The DPS is really, really, really low. So usually the answer is healing when it comes to tank stuff. But when it comes to squishies, maybe a puff to get that HOT. Because remember, guys, there's a heal over time, a small heal over time that goes on when you puff. But then, is it really worth it for me to just sit here and heal and heal and heal and heal and heal and eventually run out of resource? Or how about heal and a little bit of damage? Yeah, screw off. Yeah, screw off. Get that heal over time going. Heal. Screw off, right? Because again, you're using your damage output to protect your team and not just your raw healing. Alright? Now, the other thing about Moira is similarly to Kiriko, you have high mobility. So if I'm gonna be like, let's say there's a DPS over there and an off angle over there. If I'm playing like Ana, I can't play, not even ignore the ground here. I can't play over here without necessarily running a risk of getting isolated and dove. But if I'm over here as Moira, not only do I have the heal and sustain to help my DPS over here, if they try to punish me like Kiriko, I'm good. So you could do the whole Kiriko thing and take an aggressive position, but always have your fade as a get out of jail free card. Not only should you do that, or could you do that, you really should do that, excuse me. That's how to maximize your value as Moira, is to be looking for those aggressive positions where you can either play selfishly, like full DPS Moira, or just simply help people who are in those deep aggressive positions. You guys remember Kiriko? It's the same thing. The difference between Moira and Kiriko, though, is Moira's worse. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna sit here and philosophize. Moira's just worse. She does everything that Kiriko does, but worse. She has worse mobility. Her healing per second does have burst potential a little bit better than Kiriko, but Suzu completely counters that argument, because Suzu, even though it has slightly less healing per second, the overall survivability benefit is better. Her dueling potential is arguably worse. It's a bit of a noob stomper where lower rank Moira's will have an easier time than lower rank Kiriko's. Her ult is a tempo ult like Kitsune, but it's worse. It's worse. you play Moira very similarly to how you play Kiriko, where you have the option to heal bot, prioritize the heal bot, control, but also prioritizing and enabling aggressive DPS, and then trying to DPS yourself, right? But the problem is that you're just literally worse than Kiriko in literally every way. Right, exactly, Anna. But the only benefit, real benefit to me, is not having your mobility tied to your hero. I mean, even if we think about like Fade, like I'm terrible with Fade. I don't even know if you can Fade this high. I don't think you can. But even the vertical mobility with Fade is just worse than wall climb in a lot of ways. You have obviously like your TP, whatever, but it's just worse. It's just worse in every way. Haha. You guys know about the mouse wheel rule, right? I made a video on that. It got popular. But yeah, technically you can drain, I believe you can bind right click to mouse wheel, and you can charge your heal back slightly faster. So watch this. Watch my resource. I'll even give you a little countdown here. We'll use my orb as a timer. 7, 6. Right? About 2/3, right? So then if I puff it all the way out, I mean, I timed this with a timer ages ago. We're not going to do that right now. Significantly faster. It's just that it's not significantly faster. I would say it's noticeably faster. It just seriously compromises your DPS. And what I'm doing is I'm key binding my damage. I'll literally show you guys. I'm key binding my, where is it? Right. So secondary fire is scroll wheel down. So it just allows you to charge your healing resource back faster. It's not honestly that important of a thing to know. It's sort of helpful, but it's honestly not that helpful, to be honest with you guys. One other thing to know as well, just in case you guys are a little bit out of the loop, the Moira damage orb does recharge your resource. Watch. You see that? A little bit faster than normal. You guys see that? So that is something worth noting. The big thing with Moira, so she's worse than Kiriko in all ways. I guess you want to position in aggressive positions and then use your Fade either offensively when you're really confident that you can do it, like TP, or you play in aggressive positions, you get pressured, you fade away. You waste their attention. Orb can be used to heal yourself, can be used to heal your teammates, or damage orb can be used to win duels or to pressure out duels. We'll talk more about that once we get into the footage, but the big thing with orb is to just have a purpose with why you are using it. Do not just use the orb for just the sake of using orb. Cole is just a tempo ult, position on off angles, heal your tank when you need to heal your tank, then look for aggression whenever you can. I feel like Moira can heal and pressure damage people run cover, and since her damage takes a little aim, she can focus on her movement to throw off enemy more. That's true. That's true. I mean, there are very small advantages to Moira, but for the most part, Moira is just essentially just a worse Kiriko. But there are some small, tiny little advantages, of course. Okay. So let's look and laugh at my gameplay. And I want to look at specifically second point on because I think that's going to represent a little bit more of what we want to talk about here. Now, both of our Moira VODs are from Midtown, so that's funny. I don't have many hours on Moira. I think I played a decent amount of her when she came out because I wanted to see what she was like. But yeah, she's not one of my more played heroes. So you guys are going to have to forgive some of the goofy mechanics and even some of the goofy decision-making skills that you see. But I think there will be something to learn from this nonetheless. So first thing I'm looking at here is I'm looking at their composition, the dive comp. I think Moira is pretty good versus dive comps, not because she could just survive, but because she can leverage that survivability and actively look to duel Genjis and Tracers, right? So I'm thinking I need to heal my Rhine when I can because we don't have another healer, but I'm trying to actively protect my team by keeping the Genji Tracer at bay and also looking to pressure their Ana as much as I can. The highest return on investment for pressure is not Winston usually, or Winston Bubble. Again, tanks are just not, and especially with Moira. Moira is just horrible, right? Rank is this? I don't know. I'm probably playing at like a low diamond, mid diamond level right now. So this is fine. I'm forcing the Tracer out. There's the heal. There's the Cole. Tempo ult, right? So if I see an opportunity to just win a fight with Cole, I'm going to use the orb. I'm going to use it immediately. So I just go, keep my Rhine up proactively. There's a right click. I'm aiming for the Genji. Then I immediately see somebody critical. I see people, so I can just use the ult. And this to me is how you use Moira ult, where it's just confirm, win the fight, take space. Putting pressure on Tracer is more important than healing my team because the Tracer is the source of the damage, and my damage per second is very high on Tracer. Yeah, I didn't have time today because this was like an hour before stream went live, so I just queued into quick play as fast as I could. My support is on Masters, but that's on Brig OTP. I think my Brig is probably a little bit better than my Moira. And then even here, so I fade in only after I've seen Tracer leave, so now I know I can use my fade aggressively. And then when two people are slammed, I prioritize Lucio. Obviously, the Ryan pins Lucio, and I'm like, oh, I feel like an idiot. But that's the idea. Now, the big thing with Moira, versus Genji and Tracer, how should you position and pressure a Genji Tracer as Moira? Do you want to get up in their face, is the question. Because normally Moira wants to get up in people's faces a lot of the time. But not really, no. It's a little bit scary. So you're actually about to see me die because I just didn't respect the Genji enough. Genji dashes 180s. This guy was pretty good. He's going to kill me immediately. So what I should have done here, this is all fine, right? I'm putting out pressure. I'm controlling space. But I'm getting too close, and I also lost track of this Genji. This is a little bit of the Spilo is a washed old man. I shouldn't be walking here. I should be holding the corner or even swinging wide here and looking for Genji, looking for Tracer to proactively punish them without costing me my life. Just bad positioning from me. Okay, so the walk back from spawn, the walk of shame. I'm thinking about my Mei. My Mei is dead. I throw a damage orb and I'm out. I actually get punished for this. And this is the thing, right? I use my orb aggressively. I use my fade aggressively, trying to position out and get out. You will get chased and punished. So this was silly. I wasn't expecting in quick play them to be this punishing, but obviously they were. Heal, heal, flank, damage orb. I think the damage orb is going to get more value out of heal than heal orb there. Right click. Pro level mechanics there. I'm not slowing that one down. Yeah. And then here, this is where you can punish staggers, right? This is what they did to me. Walk forward with right click. I messed up my damage orb there. I did not intend for that to go to that direction. Now I'm going on cast. Now this is the tricky thing with Moira. Now, I want you guys to tell me what the issue is what I'm doing here. So first off, we have to consider the matchup, okay? So I'm seeing Genji, all of a sudden I hear Cass and I'm like, I can deal with Cass, right? But what's the problem here? Right. Cass headshots me or even body shots me and I have to fade out. And what's the problem with fading out right now? What's the problem with fading out? Because my fade is going to get forced here unless they screw it up. Right. Now I've used my cooldown for what? What forced my cooldown? See, this is the problem a lot of Moira players make, myself included clearly, is that they didn't do anything to force my fade. I just kind of egoed by myself. There's no team fight happening here. It's just me going forward, and that's going to force my fade. Now, I don't remember actually if I get punished for this, but we don't want, this is not good. Moira players out there, you need to guard your fade and make them earn it to force it on you, right? So there's the shot. There's the thing. Right now, I'm immediately, I thought for sure that they were going to dive. I was like, crap, I messed up. So you can see that. That's going to cost my heal orb. That's both of my resources. And then now that means that I don't have damage orb or fade to, like, right now. Okay, let's put it this way. If I had both of my resources right now and hadn't been feeding like a jackass, where would I be and what would I be doing right now? Do you see it? What would Moira's strength be right now? My Rhine doesn't need healing. My Lucio mainly needs a puff, right? But what would I be doing? Pressuring. Pressuring who? What's the highest return on investment? Who's the most aggressive position on the battlefield right now? Genji or Cass? Yes. I would either throw a damage orb at Genji or Cass, and I would right-click them to get rid of them. Because if I can force them to back off or get hard pocket, that's going to help my team survive this push. But unfortunately, I've messed up. So I can still right-click them, that's good, but I can't play as aggressively as I'd like because I don't have my fade, and I don't have my damage orb to clear them out. And so what ends up happening is this gets really, really messy. Even this right here. I'm like a little bit spooked, I'm trying to puff, and then I'm stuck spending a lot of time shooting Winston because I didn't have my resources early. Now this is just ego, because I'm like, we need to win this fight, I'm gonna help my Genji. I probably should have heal orbed that. And then primals, but you notice how little attention I gave to Winston. That was the one good thing I did there. And then obviously forcing trance there, that was kind of silly there. Again, Zen, ignore Winston, ignore Winston, ignore Winston. Ooh boy, a little bit of over ego. I could do a much better job playing cover for certain, even though I'm playing Moira. Okay? So I'm like, okay, so this is the tricky part for me. I know Winston is not a priority for me, but he's also in the most dangerous position. So I'm thinking, is it worth it for me to go up here and right-click Winston? Probably not, but I'm very aware that this guy is here, and I'm listening to see if anybody else goes there. I'm also thinking about when I used to use more. Did you use your damage to force deflect so that your Mei can get a free ult in this game? Not on purpose, because most Meis aren't going to get their Mei ults deflected, so it's not something that I was purposefully doing, no. You guys also notice I'm using the puff tech a lot. Again, like getting that HPS rolling and then stopping to let my resources regenerate. You need to be doing a lot of puff control. And then here I'm thinking break bubble, now we push. So this is exactly the Moira timing that I think you guys should be aiming for. Is they've used a couple of cooldowns. The fight hasn't really started yet. I'm not waiting. We go now. We go right now. And I also have seen them use a couple of cooldowns, and I look at how squishy they are, so I'm immediately going to focus the squishy. And I'm thinking, even if this doesn't get to kill, this ult will force so many resources that their monkey's probably going to die, even if he gets nano. So, break bubble, now we have a window, let's go now. And I see them low, so I'm thinking, let's just go. I've seen enough cooldowns there for me to know that I can get away with just pressing W. Normally I wouldn't go that aggressively, but they wasted sleep, they wasted nade, the Ashe is dead, there's nothing that can kill me. Moira, I think juked us, I think she went top, I don't know where she went. And then here, right? Priority, position, right? Now, as soon as this Genji dashes in, this Genji becomes my priority. But again, a lot of Moiras I know would heal right now. Healing is not the answer. My Ryan is under no threat right now, even though he is at relatively low HP. This Moira needs to leave. This Moira could focus my Lucio down and force an amp. I need to get rid of her, force her fade, and then I can help my team as quickly as I can. So she's fade, I go to heal. Now Genji's in a very aggressive position, so my priority is on Genji. Uh-oh, there's Ashe. I can't peek the Ashe, I can't peek the Ashe, but I'm thinking in the back of my mind, as soon as I get an opportunity that any member of my team pushes in aggressively, I'm going to go in the back line. I'm going to throw in a damage orb and I'm going to go whenever I can. I see my Genji start to move. I honestly lost the Ana Ashe here. I didn't know where they were, so I just saw Moira. But then I hear them over here, so I'm like, I'm going to go in and help. Now, you're going to notice, I'm selling my backline here. I'm praying that they're going to be able to survive because I see the rest of my team in here. I'm going in with them. This is how I'm playing the strengths of the hero that I'm playing. A little bit risky, but I had my healer over to bail me out. You notice that, like, I'm immediately, I see monkey, I ignore monkey. I don't want monkey. I want somebody else. Monkey ended up being low, so it works out, but yeah, anyway. So my mistakes there were not respecting their DPS enough, getting too close to Genji and too far from Cass and wasting my cooldowns pre-fight, which really messed me up afterwards. You need to be very selective. We're talking about DPS Moira, right? But you don't do that unless your team is also doing something. You don't pressure by yourself. I think I made a lot of good decisions about who I was pressuring and when I was healing and when I was damaging, but my timing was not very good. I messed up my timing a couple times, and that either got me killed or that put me in a position where I wasn't doing much here. Okay? So let's move on to a little bit of a lower ranked Moira and look at a silver Moira, and we're going to be looking at the same map actually on just second point defense. Moira damage orb does go through Rhine Shield, so does Coalescence, but your right click does not. Second point defense here. Yeah, so we start Zenyatta, and then we go Moira. Okay, let's take a look here. So remember, we have a lot of survivability and mobility, so we need to be leveraging that as much as we can. I mean, if I remember correctly, this Moira plays pretty aggressively, which I like. I think, like, especially when you look at their comp, they already have a Kiriko, you're running a Doomfist. You don't need to be doing a lot of healing. You need to be doing a lot of supporting elsewhere. You need to be doing more direct support, right? So, like, if you, for example, if you get the opportunity to push up here, you need to do that. Not many other sports could do that. And why would it be safe? Well, because a lot of them are on cart. You've got the mobility to do it. Do it. Just got flanked on stream. Yeah, guys, it was really, really rough. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. When most people think aggression with Moira, this is what people think. Maybe not always, but, and this might work because this is silver, and I do like the principle of the idea is decent, but the execution is not good. So what's the problem with this, guys? What's the problem with this? Shut up, Alpha. Overexposed, yeah. Frontlining. Who on the enemy team is really a threat right now? I mean, honestly, really nobody. But if anything, I would like to control the space of high ground, right? And I would also like to not run directly into the middle of the enemy tank. Remember, Moira, we don't want to be running into tanks. Like, tank is just not our friend. We don't do very good versus tanks. I would rather go to high ground, fight the Sojourn Mercy with my Doomfist, and then take this safer position, this 2v2, rather than running in ahead in 1v3, and do a tank, nonetheless. And do a team and a tank that's not even a threat to us. So, not great. Even this, the fact that we chose to right-click Ram, rather than Ana or Genji, not good. Uh-oh. The funny thing here, though, is this waste of Fade was not good, but if you're gonna play DPS Moira, this is it. We've got a Blade and a Ramatra ult on our team. We're not healing that. Hey, Rice. We're not going to be able to heal this. I promise you. So, kill the backline. So we're actually right now in a perfect position, but we should have been here to start with. Hey, Stefano.
Let's go. Support
Mercy is dead
my
here.
First favorite troll.
Mercy is dead here. Surely. Yes. See? Think about this from the Ram perspective. Like, we've used all these ultimates. We've killed like 1 or 2 people, and our backline's just like dying to a Moira and Doomfist. Yeah. Good heal. Let's find an opportunity to right-click, 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 right-click. Yes. Fade. Find that. Find that. Yes. Really good. I mean, you can see the value right there, guys. There it is. We just didn't start that one off very promising. And that's why we have to have a good understanding of, like, I wouldn't say map control, but just don't run into the front line. Be sneaky, be creative, help your DPS out, right? You could probably throw in a damage orb there if you wanted to. Careful. Careful, don't peek that. You could call this right now. You could call this. Little slow in the cold. If you use your fade aggressively like that, you need to immediately start doing work. Otherwise, you might be in trouble. Again, Ram, but there's a Genji right next to you. Target priority. It's about pressure and return on investment. We started the VOD talking about it with Ana. We're finishing the VOD today. We're talking about it with Moira. I do like the aggression, the proactivity, but I want us to be choosing the better targets. I want us to be choosing better targets and coming in from better positions. Well, I did a collaboration with my Discord, r/Overwatch and Overwatch University for people to submit codes. So unfortunately, I've got all the codes I need for today. But I will be doing one for tank and DPS in the future, so stay tuned. But that will probably be in a couple weeks, at least. But you can join my Discord if you want to know about when I'm going to be doing that and when I'm going to be opening up. But yeah, you guys can see, whenever we're focusing squishies, We're good to go. One other little thing about Moira, okay? When we're using our fade, we don't just want to have cover, period. But we also want to especially have cover post-fade. So if you're going to fade in aggressively, I love fading in aggressively behind a corner, behind a wall to buy us a little bit of time. And it's also sneaky too, so they don't know where you faded to. There you go. Now don't focus Ram. Don't focus Ram. Find somebody else. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's all right. We landed behind a cover. It's very, very greedy, but I can live with it. Like, I know it's going to pain you guys to see this, but generally, for the vast majority of Moira players in higher ranks play like this. They play like this better. They play like this more intelligently with better cover usage, and they do heal their team when necessary. But this level of aggression, utilizing her survivability and dueling potential, is how you need to play Moira. The problem with our Moira here, and what separates our Moira from, like, let's say a top 500 Moira, is not the aggression. It's the fact that right now, for example, we're standing out in the open instead of standing near fire station, right? Or the fire engine. It's the fact that we throw a damage orb and then fade, but we're still in the middle of the open. That's the difference. And like right now, we're totally lost in the sauce right now, right? That's the difference between us and a better Moira. You want to get better at Moira? Look for opportunities to not just damage but also help. So let's talk about that as well. Okay? Moira, it's not just about playing with DPS Moira, it's the same mindset as Kiriko and Brig, where you enable and you play with somebody else on an aggressive DPS off angle. That's why Moira is really fun to play with dive, because you can kind of you can flank with your tracer or range. You can go on and off angle with them, help heal them, and help dive DPS duel with them. Like right here, I mean, this fight's pretty much lost. But let's say we were healthy, we could have also gone in the flank with our Cassidy here and gone in backline with our Cassidy. The fight's lost, so that wasn't reasonable, but something to consider. Lucio too, no? Yeah, Lucio as well. A lot of supports can do this. Like, you guys, if nothing else that you guys have learned, like right here, none of our DPS are playing aggressively, so I think it's probably pretty reasonable for us to look for some of our own personal selfish aggression, right? But then, again, where is that aggression going to be based? What I'm looking at right now is we just fade into the middle of the enemy team. And that's the problem, right? You should just be right-clicking from here, throwing a damage orb, taking an off angle, shooting the Genji, shooting the Ana. Or, if you want to go super, super greedy, you would have flanked around this way, dropped into the backline, and saved your fade. But this is you're going to die for this. You should die for this. Oh, you didn't die for this. Oh my days. You can't, it's the execution of what you're doing. It's not the idea of what you're doing. It's the execution, the cover usage, and things like that that needs to be better. Okay, so essentially we want aggression from our Moira, not just selfish aggression, but selfless aggression with how we're healing. But we don't want it in the heat. We want it on the periphery, around, and with cover whenever we can. You want to guard your fade. You want to almost treat like Winston jump, where you generally don't want to fade in. You want to fade out. So you want to use your walk with your feet, take an off angle by using your feet whenever you can. Or if you do have to fade into cover or corner or somewhere where you can buy time so that you can survive. All right. Do you guys have any questions with Moira? In Goat's meta, what was Moira's job? Just to put out gluts of healing and to not die. There was no DPS to duel or off angles to control in the Moira Goats era, specifically. So then Moira's job was just to put out a lot of healing and survive. Is Moira getting a rework in season 4 later on? I'm not sure. I think the fact that she has some nuance with her, as you guys saw. There's a lot, but the fact that her utility is very one-dimensional, like essentially what we talked about, that's pretty much all there is to Moira. There's a lot of little tricks and tips and tech. People talk, but even things like orb bounce. Once you master the basics of orb bouncing, a lot of like the high end, like orb bouncing is respectfully wildly overrated in terms of actual value. Once you get past the bare basics of like bouncing them in small rooms, the simple geometry, it just doesn't, it has a lot less impact in high level play than you think it does. Is playing Moira with another main healer fine? Yes, as long as you're playing to not just heal bot, and you are playing to control off angles and dive and help your DPS on flanks and things like that. I've got a cat hair in my nose. Why did goats become meta if they have no angle pressure? Because this was back when sustain and objective pressure was too strong. When you have too much healing and too much survivability, you can cheat the game and ignore off angles. Now, typically, Moira goats still struggled versus off angle comps, and it would have to use things like rotations, corners covered. They'd have to run it with a diva to control off angles. It couldn't completely ignore off angles, but yeah, it cheated at the game too much, and that's why 2-2-2. You could cheat the map. You could just go to point, and you could even die on cart over and over and over and over again. But then eventually you build a glut of ultimates, and then you just win. Goats is an old composition back in the day that was invented by an open division team, and it was 3 tanks, 3 supports. And back in I want to say 2018, maybe, and yeah. The goats came from the team name. The team name was just goats, as in the greatest of all time. That was the team name, and they just were the team that tried it. It's kind of a retroactive thing to call it go all tanks and supports, but that's not why they were called goats at the time. It was just the team name. A backronym. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let's any other questions about Moira? I don't want to just blow past. I know Moira's not everybody's favorite hero, but I do think it's worth putting in some effort and some attention. I got my cat in my lap now. Hydrate. Thank you. Is Moira versus Moira a battle to take? I would avoid it whenever I can. Sometimes you're going to have to. Sometimes there isn't a better target to support. You guys saw it earlier. I ended up having to take one when I was on Moira at some point. But generally, there's just better kill pressure, more lethal targets to worry about generally. So I would avoid it for the most part. Well, let's put it this way. If it's a Moira Genji versus a Moira Genji on a flank, both Moiras would be served better if they focus the enemy Genji first, generally. Does heal ball time out if it reaches cap of 300? It runs out, yeah. Or it runs out of time, yeah. But generally, like, yeah, as Moira, you want to prioritize and focusing people that you can kill or that will kill your team. And a Moira is by herself is not super lethal compared to other targets and doesn't generally have a very good chance of killing the enemy Moira. Chief hero threats to Moira? I don't know. I think anything that. Okay, let's look right here. Supports. I think Moira does very well against most supports. I don't think Moira is really concerned about most supports. I actually think in higher ranks, Zenyatta can be a bit of a problem because you don't, unless you have a damage orb on top of him, then he's not going to die fast enough. Bap as well has cooldowns to deal with you, so can pretty much ignore you. In the DPS category, I think Cassidy can really rough your day up. Not even with sticky, he can literally just stand still and hit his shots and you die. Hanzo can also be a problem in lower ranks as not lower ranks as well. Higher ranks, good Hanzo will just ruin your day. Torbjorn is really hard to kill as well. But yeah, your mileage may vary depending on the rank. Is solo flanking for threat aggro viable? Yes, it is. It's sometimes not always necessary or best. If your tank needs a lot of healing, it's probably not best. But like, let's say if you were playing, like, remember we talked about Reddit Lucio earlier? If you're playing versus snipers as a Reddit Lucio, you need a Reddit Lucio, right? If you're playing Moira into snipers, more often than not, you're going to need to be trying to contest those snipers or throw damage orbs in the sightlines to get rid of them. When would you switch off of Moira? Certain maps I can't get close enough to do damage. I mean, that's a good one right there. Moira is not very good when there is long sightlines. She's not able to flank or take angles or catch or do anything meaningful. She gets completely smoked. Is this a high rank Moira? No, this was a lower rank Moira. So Zen, Bap, Cass, Hanzo, Tor, almost all because of auto attack threats. Right, just pressing mouse 1 gives Moira problems. Now, if you're playing versus a low rank Hanzo as a Moira, you're probably gonna have an easier time, but around mid rank plus, Moira really falls off in terms of her ability to duel people that have like one shot combos or even just raw damage, right? They don't care. Okay. I hope you guys find that informative. Maybe if you guys don't even play Moira, but you play versus Moira, you have an idea of like the Moiras in your backline more often than not are probably trying to do the right thing. When dueling a Moira, is it better to stand still because of the new headshot damage or move because of the orb? It depends on what you're playing. If I'm playing, like, let's say a Cassidy, probably just stand still. If I'm playing as Tracer, I think the movement is helpful. The right click isn't super easy to land. Remember, the hitbox is nerfed a lot from what it used to be. Well, not nerfed a lot, but it is a little bit trickier than it used to be. So movement can help, especially if it's very aggressive movement, like a Sojourn slide or a Tracer blink or a Genji dash. Okay, last support, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about my baby Zenyatta. So I have more hours in Zenyatta than I have in almost any hero. I think actually more than any hero. Even if I include my early Genji. Yeah, so definitely more than any hero. And what makes Zenyatta fun to me is the simplicity in design, but difficulty in execution. Okay, so I climbed the Grandmaster in Zenyatta back in like Season 13, like 4.1k. And the thing about Zen is a lot of the discussion that we had about Zen, our support as a whole, is really, really manifested in Zen. Now, we talked about priority. Should I heal my team or should I DPS? The answer is yes. And with Zenyatta, the nice thing is that you can often be doing both of these same things at the same time with very little upkeep. In other words, when I'm placing my Harmony Orb, that does take time. Oh, that person's critical. I'm gonna help them, right? However, the fact that it's passive healing opens up a lot of time for you to just generally ignore the healing aspect and focus more on direct pressure. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. Oh, that person's critical, I orb them now. That person's critical, I orb them now. But you have to be very careful even with that, because if you spend too much time adjusting your orbs and not doing damage, you're not going to be putting out enough pressure. Remember, you're only doing 30 healing per second. So if you're constantly spinning, like whiffing your orb around, you're spending time that should have been invested actually doing damage, and you're probably not saving anybody's life anyway, because it's not like 30 orb often is going to be an issue. So you do need to cycle your orb. It's very important, but there's a limit between what good cycling is and bad cycling is. So that's number one. For the most part, all about doing as much damage as you possibly can. Now, for the last time, we're going to talk about pressure. What is better as Zenyatta? To shoot a DPS or to shoot a tank? And again, it's one of those questions that you guys know the answer to this one, right? If you the answer is depends. Yes, I don't know. It depends. Zen has very high damage, period. Zen also has Discord Orb that can help you melt tanks pretty decently. But you know what else Discord Orb is really good versus? DPS. I mean, I get it. Tanks have larger health pools, a percentage HP, but it doesn't matter. Discord also significantly changes the kill thresholds for things. In other words, if I'm a Hanzo with Discord Orb, or if I have a Hanzo and I have a Discord Orb, 25% of 125, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about 156 damage or so. So all of a sudden, a support that is 125 HP dies to a Hanzo one shot. But if they have a Zen, a support that's 155 HP also dies to a body shot. So obviously, I do think that tank Discord is often pretty good, but even a Discord on Squishy can really, really mess up breakpoints. Really mess up breakpoints. And not just breakpoints for your team, but also for yourself. Case in point, I'm dueling this person. 1, 2, 3. But if I Discord this person, 1, 2, okay? That's 50% less shooting, okay? So just saying Discord tank isn't really fair. That's not really smart. It's way more nuanced than that. You have to Discord aggression, people who are playing aggressive that you are shooting or can shoot, or that your team can shoot, and then hope that your team follows up off of it. If they don't follow up, it doesn't even matter. You shooting alone is phenomenal pressure. So it's all about return on investment. When you're shooting squishies, you're going to hit fewer shots. However, the shots that you do hit are going to matter more, even if you don't get the kill, because they're going to force a disproportionate response, whereas just spamming a Reinhardt shield is good value, but it's not going to exactly end the world. Okay? Now, let's keep talking about Zenyatta's damage. So damage versus tanks, damage versus supports, it depends. One thing I will say about Zenyatta is you are a very fragile hero. So if you spend the entire game only tunneling on tanks, you will have a high damage stat, but you'll have a high death stat because you'll be spending more time focusing on what's directly in front of you instead of what's happening on your periphery. Does that sound familiar? We've been talking about that a lot with a lot of heroes. Be aware of what's going on around you. One body shot in a tracer is worth 4 in a shield. And if not a lot, actually a lot more than 4 in a shield, but yes. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about damage. Right click. I want you guys to watch how fast I'm able to kill bots with right click. That's enough for a kill. That's enough for a kill. Okay, pretty fast, right? Well, what about this? It's a little bit faster, right? I can even get my Discord out faster as well. So the general rule of thumb with right click, very vaguely, is whenever you can't see enemies, you're charging a right click. When you can't see enemies, you're shooting a left click. That's that simple. I never charge right click when I'm standing and I can shoot somebody. Almost ever. I'm just shooting. Why not shoot? Left click does almost twice as much DPS as right click does. The only time you use right click is when you can't see enemies, when you're moving from cover to cover, or you don't see any enemies in your screen. Okay? Right, exactly like Winston. Winston uses his right-click charge whenever he's not shooting somebody, but when you're zapping somebody, you don't stop and charge or right-click as Winston, you just keep shooting. Exactly, that's a great analogy. Yeah, but that's it exactly. So a lot of people in lower ranks tend to not use the right-click enough. Like, for example, when I'm moving from point A to point B, I should be charging a right-click, even if it's just a few orbs. Gives me just a head start, right? But I also see a lot of low-rank players do this. Now, one advantage of the right click over the left click is there's a little bit more surprise factor. So in other words, I headshot that person, I give them time to hide before I shoot them again, whereas the right click is just like, blam, they don't have time to react, but generally the DPS that you do is such a harsh drop off, it's not worth getting that surprise factor. Okay? So, left click whenever you can, right click when you can't see anybody or when you're rotating. TLDR, okay? Prioritize on shooting whatever's available. DPS or tanks, it's going to depend, even supports, right? It's going to depend on what's available, what your highest return on investment for pressure is. Discord orb usually is what you're shooting, because you know that what you're shooting is going to get follow-up, because for crying out loud, you're falling off of it. But sometimes you will be flexible with who you're Discord orbing or who you're shooting, depending on what your team is following up on. Sometimes you might shoot a squishy and Discord their tank if the tank is going aggressively, but you want to shoot their tracer. Sometimes that's okay. Usually it's not the case, but that is something that happens sometimes. Harmony Orb is the exact same thing. You Harmony Orb aggression. If anybody's playing aggressively on your team, they get Harmony Orb because you know that they're going to get value out of it. That 30 HPS is going to go a long way. Now I know some people will say 30 HPS on a tank matters more, because a tank has armor, and so therefore the damage reduction makes that 30 healing per second more valuable. And that's a fair point. However, I disagree, because it's not just about the armor, it's also about the percentage of healing to their HP. In other words, when I'm playing with a tracer, 30 healing per second on a 150 HP target is a big heal proportionally. That hero relies a lot on her movement for survivability, so even 30 healing per second of healing is a monstrous percentage. Whereas a tank, like let's say a Reinhardt or Orisa, the healing is helpful, right? But not nearly as proportionally helpful as it is for a 200 or a 150 HP target. So the point being is that I want you to prioritize orbing, Harmony orbing your squishies when they're playing aggressively, and only Harmony orbing your tank when they're the only one playing aggressive. So, TLDR, Discord, whatever, shoot whatever you're shooting. Harmony Orb should be generally used for squishies who are playing aggressively. If none of your squishies are playing aggressively or at the risk of being aggressed upon, then Harmony Orb on tank is fine. Back in the day, there was also the good argument that Harmony Orb on tank farmed ult faster. That is obviously not as much the case anymore with the new tank passive issues. So, obviously, trance, counter ultimates, not really that deep. If you have something to counter, use it. It doesn't have to be a Genji Blade. It doesn't have to be a Graviton Surge. It can be anything that can your team that is very powerful that is being used on your team. It's also really good if you can get a Discord Orb up during the Transcendence, because your team will lose your damage, but if they can keep your Discord Orb on a target, that's helpful. The only other thing I would say is if there's nothing that you can specifically counter, you can also use your trance to allow you to position really, really aggressively and greed. If they ignore you, you kill them. If they try to focus you down, then you just discord them and trance when you need to. Does orb apply to shield damage too? No, it doesn't. That's a great question. So discord orb only applies to the HP damage of the target. How do I counter Sim Wall? Cry. I mean, Sim Wall is busted ult, but yeah. Okay, when you play against Orisa, do you want to discord Orisa to force a fortify, and during the fortify discord something, and when it's over, you immediately set it back in the Orisa finisher? That seems reasonable to me, yes. That seems very reasonable to me. That's obviously, it's more of a contextual question, but the theory of what you're asking is sound. Is it better to orb a flanker being aggressive or a support getting poked while trying to support the front line? It depends. You're describing a situation where really either one would be fine. But because either one would be fine, it's a depends question. But you have the right idea. Okay, so let's look at some Zenyatta. So we're going to be looking at some Grandmaster Zenyatta to start. And then from there, we'll be going into some Diamond Zenyatta afterwards.
Now arriving at the Shamadi battle. 2. Ready. 1.
And we're going to be looking at attack and first defense, okay? So controlling aggression, orbing flankers. Remember, when it comes to controlling the map, generally, damage pressure and healing assist, indirect pressure, is better when it's on an off angle or an aggressive position. Right now, there are no relevant off angles, nor are there any relevant aggressive positions, so there's no reason for us to do anything but shoot. Now, one other thing that we have to consider with Zenyatta is the range of the hero. Do you remember when we were asking this question with Baptiste? As Baptiste, when I want to shoot a Genji, do I want to be close to the Genji? As a Baptiste, when I'm playing versus a Widow, do I want to be close to the Widowmaker? Finding out that nuance. I look at the enemy composition right here, and I know Zenyatta is a very ranged hero, and I see Torbjorn, Doomfist, Tracer, Lucio. Doesn't mean I'm playing safe, necessarily, but I am going to be playing with a little bit more distance. You watch my guide in this map, your loss. So my concern here is there's no cover, and I feel very close to the enemy team, even though we're up 1. A little bit spooky. My cat is freaking. Distance, information. So right now, who should be shot? Who should be shot? Who should be discorded? Doom. Why? Not just because Doom is Doom, but why? Seems to be the only visible target. Get him out of there. Right. He's playing more aggressively than any member of the enemy team. He's a risk. He needs to go. Now, who should we be harmony orbing right now, guys? Ram, right. He's a tank, but he's the only one going aggressively. Now, you lost your Hanzo on the flank here. I think it would have been okay for you to try and support him, but it wouldn't have been a very good spam angle for you, so I'm not going to sweat too much over that, but I will point that out. But I want us being very careful with us pressing W. See, this is too close. This is called the Plat Magnet, okay? Even in Grandmaster, you can't do this. Keep your distance, play the cover, play the corner. And if you want to go aggressively, walk up to here where you have a better sight line, but you still have cover. This is not a good position to be. Nice. Nice. Do you see how the Harmony and Discord orb changes as people go aggressive in different positions? Good. Zenyatta is very simple. There's a lot of nuance to the hero, but the goals are just pretty basic. Just find your position, find cover, find corner, harmony and discord aggression from the enemy team and your team. Left click and right click and just do damage. Right now, if you could optimally help anything, anywhere, what would you help? Widow, but we can't be here. So I want us to understand this, so when we can't do it, we're looking for it as soon as we can. Bam! Right there. Unfortunate, but you have the right intentions. The problem, obviously, is that we're just a little close, and that's what's making me nervous. Be very careful. Ooh. Trance, okay. Now here's a question. Where could we have ended this trance if we wanted to play aggressive? You tell me. Because remember, we need to cover, and we need some form of range. You know what I'm saying? Still within support LOS. Ramatra can punish. If they chase, I have cover. I have mini. I have my Ana can heal me. In fact, we're actually safer there than we are here. Because Tracer could still flank us. Just food for thought. Ounce of prevention's worth a pound of curry, you know? Too close. You should be cooked. Yeah, that's it. Too close. Too close. So much of a Zenyatta is not about aggression, but about how the aggression is spaced. Who would help the Ana with the Tracer? You would. You would. Because you know what else you could do from this angle? You can Harmony Orb your Ana. And you could shoot the Tracer if she chases. You know, you never want to position... When we're talking about positioning split as Zen, it's split but with LOS of my team. Does Zen have fall-off damage? No. No fall-off damage. So, simultaneously too aggressive and too safe. We want the best of both worlds. We want better sightlines, more aggressive sightlines, but safer positions. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Now, good luck. This is about one of the worst rotates in the game. See, like even here, why would you not be with your Cassidy? You know, why not? He's in the aggressive position. He needs your Harmony Orb. He also has a better sight lane for you. Too close, too close, too close, too close, too close. So you need to, as quickly as you can, get to this position. As quickly as you can, because cover and distance. Don't get baited, don't get baited, you're cooked. GG's. You guys see it? Do you guys see it? Look what your Ana did. Come on, mate. Zenyatta is a very slow hero, so you have to be so decisive and so deliberate with your positional adjustments. Hey, all right. Thank you, Quinta. I can't ban this person. What's going on here? Thank you. All right. Proximity. It seems to be the issue. Sometimes it's hard. If they were on Widowmaker, it would be a lot more difficult. How nice of them, yes. Alright. Rotate, 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 rotate. Create some distance. 2 out in the open. We're 2 out in the open. And also, what else do you guys see as being an issue here? Do you see the issue? I mean, first off, Overwatch moment, by the way. What is this? What is this abomination? But what's the mistake that you see on your screen? Do you see it? Cover, obviously. Positioning, range, distance. What else? Way too dank. No orbs. Well, yeah, you're right. We don't have a Discord orb. Yeah, but where should our Harmony be? Do you see it? Remember when we had the issue with Ramatra being the only one that's aggressive? Right. You should be on Hanzo. Your Hanzo is playing almost as aggressive as your Ramatra is, and he doesn't get help. That's why he dies. Because by the time, because now it's too late, you know? It's an ounce of prevention, right? It's all about the prevention. Oh. And this is why cover is important, by the way. It's not just because of what stuff that happens here. The flank, you're just completely wide open. You can't even see the Hanzo. Overwatch moment. By the way, this is how you beat a Tracer. I mean, bruh will tell you. This is how you beat a Tracer and Grandmaster. A Grandmaster, top 500 Overwatch League Tracer. Never forget. Never forget. You know where they are, you expect them, and you create distance between yourself and them. This Tracer is at a serious disadvantage in this duel right now. You know where she is? There she is. Out. Bam. Discord body shot. Bam. Dead. Put her right into the coffin. That's it. Right there. A little bit messy. No surprises. That's how you beat it. That's how you beat a Tracer. Or a Sombra. Or a Ball. Or a Genji. No surprises. Or a Winston. Always know where they are. Always predict. Play cover. Punish them. Clap their cheeks. Somebody's got a push cart. It's going to be us for now. That's fine. Would you train to Kiriko Ultimate? I would consider it. Who should we have Harmony Orb at this point in time now? Can you guys see past this red visual clutter? Who should have Harmony Orb? Yeah, it was more for Ramel, yeah. Or Torbolt. May, yeah. May or even Cass here, because Cass is in a position to where he could get shot here. But yeah, 100% May. May has Ice Block, but we don't want her to use Ice Block. We want her to, because we know as soon as she does use Ice Block, she's not doing damage, and then she has to play really safe after Ice Block. Or the May, so she doesn't have to use Ice Block. Now, you say Ram, but Ram is not a bad choice. Ram is okay because he's also playing aggressively, but the May is playing as aggressively as the Ram and is a squishier hero. So the ratio of 30 healing matters a lot more for a squishy hero. So let's see what happens. Nice shots, really nice shots. There's the orb on the May. Keep it up. We put it on a Ram. We don't need it on a Ram right now. Even now, there's the Cass, right? But now it's too late. Cass is dead. Or the Ana dies, right? Do you see how how quickly, if you like, Harmony Orb is generally okay. It can be, but Harmony Orb loses a lot of value when it's used reactively. You have to predict who's going to be under pressure because the healing per second is too low and the animation is too slow to immediately save somebody. Also, distance. Still too close. This is something that is more of an advanced tip for you guys, and really just all of you support players out there. A little bit of ult tracking goes a long way. Ramel, Beat, Kiriko, having an idea of what you need to be worrying about can really affect your positioning. Did you guys see there was a Metro, you guys know Metro, right? There was a really funny Metro clip where he ended up in an Overwatch League lobby and he died a lot of times. And I don't know what the context was, but he died a lot of times to Ram. And the problem Metro was making is he wasn't necessarily feeding unless you considered ultimates. But the problem is when you get to this level, and even in bronze, silver, if you're able to at least factor a little bit of enemy ultimates into your positioning, it will have huge ramifications for your survivability. For example, is this too aggressive as a Zen right now? It feels like it's a relatively safe distance. You should be in your cover. That's the number one thing. You really need to work on your cover usage. But it is a little bit close for when they have Rammeled. Because see, you walk forward now thinking, oh, I'm free, right? Oh, shoot, Kiriko. Oh, shoot, Ramel. And really, your entire team chokes that one up. And that's what needs to be done a little bit better. Or even not too close when they have amp speed, right? And see, the funny thing is okay, so then when do you push a Zen? So do we just always play a million miles away? And by the way, this applies to all supports after the use of resources, right? If I see Nemesis, or if I see they use Ram, or amp or whatever, I start to walk. You see, the funny thing is, guys, is a lot of these like Ana Zen comps or Bap Zen comps, a lot of these like Zen comps actually play hyper aggressive. They actually will push really, really hard when they see the windows to push. What we're doing is we're getting too close when they still have resources to push us. That's the problem. The proximity and cover usage, by far our biggest issue so far. And you're playing a hero that is so valuable. You put out so much pressure. But when you're dead, you do no pressure. Nice use of orbs. Probably swap that to my Mei as quickly as I can, or even my Ram. Now definitely put it on a DPS. It's staying too long in our Ram. We're out in the open. We need to be rotating. So your position needs to be here or here, right? It's all about cover usage. Nice shots. Nice shots. Okay, I want to look at our first defense, and then we're going to move on to our Diamond Zen. Good sightline, good spam angle. We do lack a little bit of harmony orb value on our squishies, which is unfortunate, but we do gain a much, much better sightline for spam, and we can still orb and discord, you know, whatever we can see, which is helpful. So obviously, now we can orb our Mei. Our Ram is crit, so maybe it's okay. Something to consider, though. I mean, you guys have to understand, this is a Grandmaster Zen, so this Zenyatta is going to be doing things well. Now, I'm concerned if we match them here, because even with Maywall, our Zen loses a lot of spam. Oh, we missed Maywall. Oh, no, we should lose this fight. Good, 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 good. Actually, maybe not. We get a lot... unfortunate. Oh, your Cassidy goes on a flank. See, this is the weakness of Zen, okay? So your Cass goes on a flank. If I was Moira or Kiriko, I'd be here with this guy. I might even consider this if I was Mercy, because I have my GA. The unfortunate thing is that you're Zen, so the way you help off angles and flanks is by supporting them with your Harmony and Discord, and not with actively physically being there, usually. Oh, okay, Mensa. So, like, optimally, if you could teleport here, you'd be helping this guy out, but you can't. That's the downside of Zen. But you make up for that by having phenomenal range, so that in more open maps, you don't have to physically be there to help. So guys, we haven't talked as much about angles and space control, but they matter, oh my goodness, so much with Zen. But it's more about what angles that you can see safely. Cover, 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 cover. You should just die here, honestly. Yeah, and see, that's the thing is we lose to an angle that we didn't even know existed because we're standing out in the middle of the open. So what the better thing would have been to do here is to hold this angle here, spam, look for an opportunity to either clear this Cassidy safely, or even if we can find... I mean, this is rough, guys. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is a really rough position for squishies to hold, but yeah. Okay. Yes, Zen is a very fast projectile. Okay? Alrighty, let's... we're almost done, guys. Diamond Zen. Third point attack and first defense. Of course, mate. Yeah, sorry we didn't go in as much detail. I said, I kind of talked about it at the start, but ultimately I want this to be like, for you, of course, but more importantly, broadly applicable for everybody watching so that everybody can learn something. So I'm not exactly going into super in-depth detail for what you need to practice, but more along the broad lines of using your gameplay for background of what we can be doing, like what you guys need to know. Diamond Zen. So, I know it says Gold Genji. We're gonna let it stay. It's character, guys. It's character. It's just a sweet little Spiloism. He's a little bit dense. He's a little daft. You know. He's a little. Just be patient with a poor old man. Okay. It's like when Grandpa falls asleep in the chair on Thanksgiving Day. You know, you're just like, oh, you know, poor little. Okay. Anyway, obviously, like the priority here for Zen is use your orbs to help your team win the control for this high ground, because if you win the control for this high ground, then you're really safe as Zen. It's the stuff that's on high ground that's scary to you, and then also their backline is now fragile. Please be bluntly honest, please. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. So we need to get a better sightline so that we can do... I mean, the reason why sightlines with Zen are so powerful, or so important, is because, remember what we just said with the Cassidy? We couldn't help the Cassidy in the flank because we couldn't be there. But when you have open space, you can be there. You can shoot there. You can Harmony there. You can Discord there. So when you're here, I respect the cover usage, but I want you to get here as fast as you can so that you can be controlling the space that you can see. Broadcasting his own Genji ring? Yeah, shut up. Because like here, we're doing Sigma damage, but remember, pressure. How much pressure do we get out of spamming Sigma Shield right now when this high ground is available and pressuring us right now? You tell me. I mean, I'm asking the question when even the way I'm asking it implies the answer. But you see what I'm saying? Like, even if we miss the vast majority of our shots, which most Zens will, even in higher ranks, any damage that you can do Discord Harmony on your Genji, whatever, is monstrous here. Because you're not going to win this fight by winning the Sigma Shield trade 99.9% of the time. You're going to win this fight because you headshot the Ashe and force her to drop a high ground, or force the Moira to use Fade, or force heal station, or help your Genji to... Even if you don't get a kill, you get them off of the high ground, so then your Widow can take this position now, right? Control space as support. We're not controlling space right now. What you have done is you have said, Sigma, you're not allowed to play here. This red X, no bueno. But we don't care about this red X. This position matters a lot more to us. Now, if the Sigma was throttling your Reinhardt in the face right now at point blank range, then you might need to get rid of the Sigma first and then worry about this. But really, who's playing more aggressively here? Backline or Sigma? It's actually backline right now. And this space matters a lot more too. What if you pressure the high ground, but they just run back up there? Great. Make them do that. Whenever you clear space, guys, you don't clear it forever. It's going to be recontested. It's a constant battle. That's what Overwatch is fighting for space that you win, but you can't relax because they're going to come right back and try to take it away from you again. So you got to keep hammering away at it over and over and over again. It's a lifestyle, you know? But the problem here is that you are not helping your Genji whatsoever. And he dies. He dies. He's doing his job, but getting no help from you. You're playing cover, but the cover that you're playing is not allowing you to get anything out. This is like the risk versus reward. Would be rotating here be a little bit of a feed? Yes. Now that might mean that you need to reconsider your rollout. Maybe you need to roll out here whenever you can, okay? So you have a better sightlines onto the high ground. Just food for thought, right? However, my point being is that right now, we're taking very little risk and getting very little done. There we go. Orb the Widow, good. She's really important. Charge that right click, charge that right click. This is where the right click helps, right? You know, bam! Bam! Because you're doing nothing right now, right? Whoa. We're literally AFKing. Oh no. Alright. Like, if you could keep your distance, remember how we said that like Kiriko and Moira can be buddies with the flanker? You can do the same with your flanker as well, as long as there's a little bit of distance between yourself and the enemy team. I'm glad. I don't think people talk about space enough in Overwatch. I really think it's a failing of, I almost said our education system. Is it educational system? I don't know. Anyway, the irony in that statement is not lost upon me. Anyway, I feel like we don't talk about like what to shoot, return on investment, pressure. I feel like a lot of it's like tips and tricks and, you know, play cut. But like, what do I do when I'm in game? Who do I shoot? What is in a whole mindset, right? Yeah. Like right now, you can't deal with this. Like this Sigma's playing very aggressively, so he's worth the effort, but he's too close for you to really deal with effectively. This is too much of a risk. You gotta be really careful. Okay, now he's dropped, so now that we can walk. Probably, yeah, Translator is fine. Now find a safe spot. Find a safe spot. Okay? Now again here, Sigma's value a little bit more because he's pushed up so far, so focusing him down is okay. Optimally, we would have ended our trans here and helped our Widow win the Moira 2v1. You're like, well, isn't that kind of feeding? Not if it's a 2v1. No. Does any character get a multiplier against shields? I don't think so. Symmetra will charge up her beam on shield, so she ends up doing more and more and more damage the more she shoots. But that's just damage in general, not just versus shields. Okay, so we're not controlling space. It's like, you guys want to know what the consequences of not understanding space control? It's right here, where we feel we're stuck in a choke and we can't get out. That's the problem. That is true, J Jobs. Whenever a shield is below 50%, Echo's beam does, was it double damage, guys? Or triple, something like that? I feel like I should know these. Good. Rotate. Now you're safe. Now this is the moment of truth. We finally got to a position. It was not a great rotation. We probably should have taken the back way, but we got here. 4 times? Okay. This is huge. Now you're in a position. What should our Zenyatta do now, guys? Clinch your bottom. What should we do? Now, there's a very reasonable option for us to double back here and discord the Sigma and clear him out, because he's playing pretty aggressively compared to his team, right? But we could also rotate up here and be our Genji's bud and get rid of this soldier. Even if we don't kill him, get rid of the soldier. Soldier's gone. Now we can harmony our Genji and spam fire from above with our Genji. Beat the crap. Exactly. Come on, I believe. Your whole team is going for it. And do you hear all this crap going on and you're just like, oh, to be young and foolish. You know, it's just not, it just doesn't affect you. You know, it's like, you're here, you're safe. And honestly, you should have just stayed here. If you just been more disciplined with cover, you could have been an absolute thorn in this Ashe's side. She would have been incapable of walking forward and taking a space. So this is pretty sussy waka. But, okay. Now. Flat magnet, yeah. I mean, we walk too far forward and the Ashe pops us in the butt cheeks and then there you go. Okay, now, oh no. Don't be on card. Walk forward, take an angle here, sit right here. Pocket the Genji, get some spam going on here, right? You know? Now you got to be really careful now, because now you're in the call. Like, I get it, it's overtime, but if you had an opportunity to like hold here, this would have been so much better. Or even here, or heck, even here, so much better cover, right? But we're not. Oh gosh, I'm scared. Do you feel stressed? You should feel stressed. Now, who should we be supporting right now? Let's put it this way. Who should we be supporting? Who is the most aggressive member of the team right now? Kind of tricky, right? Who should be on card? Ryan on card's fine. Tracer, probably. Ryan or Tracer is probably okay. All right. And then in terms of the enemy team, Moira, right. Okay, so we should either be in a position to Discord Orb Moira and pocket our Ryan, or pocket our Tracer and Discord like Sigma or Ana. Now, the problem with that is look at our positioning right now. Your sightline significantly limits who and what you can help. And it does so without any added benefit of survivability. Going inside the right side, 100%. We should have been sayonara. We should have already been here as quickly as we possibly could to control sightlines. And there's still enough distance between us and the enemy team to where we're not feeding. We're in the open. Now we're just spamming random crap. And because we're not there to support, guess who? Guess what happens? Hop up spot? Yeah, you could do the hop up spot as well. Boink, boink, and jump up there. Even as in, you can do it. Okay, so we're going to look at first defense. And then we're going to call it. In chat, we're going to be done. 5 hours and 40 minutes in. And we're going to be done. 6 hours stream straight. Yes, you can do that. I would give, it is one of those weird spots that is absolutely worth a little bit of time to try. Now they're on Widow. So you need a good sightline, but you need to avoid Widow sightline. Terrace, thank you so much for the sub, mate. Who should be Harmony Orbed right now? Of course. I feel bad that I wasn't able to pick every submission. That being said, just because you got your code picked doesn't mean that you got a ton of individualized feedback. A lot of my feedback, like I said, is more broadly applied. So even if you didn't get your code picked, the VOD's still for you. Zarya, Soldier, sure, works for me. I look at Zarya and I see she's really aggressive. I look at Soldier and I say he's pretty aggressive too. So let's see. That person's crit. Okay, let's go back. Harmony, Discord. Ooh. Soldier, 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 Soldier. A little too slow. A little too slow. We need to be in a position, whether that's here or whatever, to where we can do a better job of that. All right, so let's see. Now, let me ask you a question. Hi, kitty. What's going on behind us? Do we know? Doesn't seem to be anything. Just a question. If nothing else, you guys have learned from this VOD review, but to be more aware of your periphery, even if it's just for a split second, this VOD will have been a success. All right, keep no. Zarya versus Soldier. Who is playing more? I mean, honestly, don't even look about tank versus DPS. Who is playing more aggressively right now? Who is the more aggressive position right now? Right, Soldier. This guy needs Harmony Orb. This guy needs Harmony Orb, mate. And that's it. That's it. That's it right there. This is what I was talking about. You did not even need to know what happened in the VOD to know that this was going to be happening. And let me be very clear. If this Soldier survives, you have a very high chance of winning this fight. You guys can't look at this as like my Soldier is feeding. You have to look at this like my Soldier is carrying. Even just by running around and distracting the entire enemy team, he's creating opportunities if you can keep him alive. I played this very map the other day playing Sigma, and my Echo, I think, was a little bit damaged in the brain. And she was just going so aggressive. But I tried my best to match her timing, match her tempo, help her out, push with her, assist her, prioritize and helping her, while playing to my hero strengths, right? Not going in like an idiot. And she ended up having like a 40 and 5 KD. So my point is, this is not just good for Zen, this is also just good team play, right? I'm not saying run to your Soldier. Play your distance, play Zenyatta, but assist that guy. And then now we have a really big problem. All right. Now, do you see how, if we're going to win this fight, it's going to be on what happened over here? Oh no, we lost it. Oh no. We won it over here with the Moira. Do you see all this crap that's happening here? Sigma pushing cart has been as close to irrelevant as possible. Like, it just hasn't mattered that much. It just really hasn't mattered. I'm not saying never shoot tank, guys. I'm not saying never shoot shield, but you really have to weigh what's actually going on around you. Keep your distance, keep your distance. Don't stand out in the open, don't stand out in the open, don't stand out in the open. I think you just lost the cover. That's okay, that happens. Okay, so Zenyatta. Find where your DPS pressure matters the most. Find where your support pressure matters the most. Who you should Harmony, who you should Discord, who's in the most aggressive position, who's in the most carryable location, whether it's the enemy team or your team, right? And find a sightline where you can safely assist with that. And that sightline might change. This is Overwatch 2, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just hold one spot and just lock your feet like glue. Even with a hero like Zen, sometimes you're gonna need to move and rotate, right? So keep that one in mind. Do you guys have any questions? Requires a lot of awareness. Yes, absolutely. Questions about Zen. So map control matters more in open space and pressure more in closed space. I would have to think about that question more. Ultimately, map control is what allows you to do more pressure. In other words, if my Soldier controls this angle here, he just does more pressure. That's why he's here. So if I help him do more damage. A tip for Harmony Orb, it helps me to think about who will take damage first in a fight. Heard Khan say. I mean, that's fairly helpful, but the problem with that statement is the fact that you can pretty much always predict that your tank is going to take damage first. So I would, take damage first in terms of a squishy, sure. Against Sombra, cover health packs LOS from your DPS and supports. And also, yeah, exactly, Esker. Charging volleys, it's really, really tricky. Like, you charge a right click in the Sombra decloaks and you're cooked. Anticipation is everything. Like, you need to know when. Like, for example, if I'm coaching a Sombra, when would I coach a Sombra to engage on a Zenyatta? When the fight starts. So as a Zenyatta, it's kind of like on you to, if you don't know where Sombra is and the fight starts, don't get too tunneled on what's happening in front of you. Does Khan still play? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if there's been anything publicly said, but no, I don't think so. Any comments on Snapkick and taking 1v1s as Zen? I mean, it's pretty good. I don't know, there's not a whole lot to say. If somebody gets too close, kick him away. It helps you to line up your shots. What are the best times for ult as Zen? Mostly for counter? Mostly for counter, yes. Mostly for counter. Like, if you look at this composition right here, Nano, I don't know, like, Flux would be fairly helpful, but also just, like, if you get caught with your pants down out in the middle of the open, that could be helpful as well. Can you explain to us angle pressure and point pressure and Koth versus payload? I mean, it's risk versus reward, right? Like, how much payload / point capture percentage can you risk giving up before payload matters? Because Overwatch is a perfect marriage of objective and map. When you're pushing payload, you're not controlling off angles, but you have to push the payload to win. So it's about prioritizing objective enough to win the game mode, but the goal is to win the fight so that you can capture the point. And there are some times where the payload is useful and can split attention. What heroes work good with Zen? Here's the irony. You guys want to know a hero that works really well with Zen? Tracer. On maps where you can see, a Tracer is really nice. Tracer loves Harmony Orb. That 30 HPS and Discord on anybody she's shooting. And Zen loves Tracer too, because Tracer, she can also duel other Tracers and Sombras and Genjis to keep the Zenyatta alive. What heroes don't work well versus him? We don't work well with him. I think anything with like a lot of like a Mei, Ryan, like a Brawl comp, a Lucio, or something with more healing is generally better, but it can still work. Any comments on flanking is Zen timing when you're taking those flanks? And also, you generally don't want to take too many aggressive flanks when they're running super, super aggressive flankers like Tracer and Ball that you might run into. I would take flanks more when I'm very comfortable running into a Widowmaker or a Soldier, or heck, even a Cassidy. I would be more comfortable running into a Cassidy than it would be a lot of other heroes, just because of the nature of the range of those heroes. When did Khan stop? I think after this season. Is it ever worth dying and keeping trance? Yes, if you feel like the fight is lost either way. If you feel like, okay, we've just lost, this trance isn't going to turn it, then just die. But yeah. Sojourn ult, it's okay. It's not great, honestly. It's more, Sojourn ult for trance is more okay if she was specifically targeting you. If Tima's Reaper Ball switch off Zen, no. I think Ball can be a tough one, but the dichotomy of Ball versus Zen is Zen also beats the crap out of Ball if he makes a mistake. So like, if you're really, Ball versus Zen feels more of a skill check if you have good pocket from like an Ana or Brig or Bap or whatever, because a Ball that makes a mistake into a Zen dies, but Ball without Discord generally doesn't die very often. How can we play the game with Zen? I don't know. That's a good question. I think you'd have to kill people. I don't see, especially with like the removal of a tank, there's fewer ult shutdown trank play the games, I think. Will this be on YouTube later, tomorrow, this week? Yeah. This will be, okay, listen, if you guys, okay, last plug here for those of you guys don't know. So these are kind of two combined. ! Discord, all sorts of free coaching resources in here. And what these are the in-depth coaching sessions. Most of these, 90% of them, I would say. And these are the means going one-on-one with a person, talking about their training habits, their goals, things that they need to improve at, mentality, ranked warm-up, and we go over their specific gameplay extensively, talk about habits that they need to build, a lot of questions and answers, a lot more thorough and in detail than the VOD reviews we did today, because today's VOD review is more about a broad guide rather than what that individual player need to get better at. So if you guys want something way more individual focused, check out some of these VODs, and these are all free. You can look at any of these. You can go in here, you can search N, and then you could type the hero that you're looking for, and you can find pretty much, like as I said, pretty much every hero in the game. There is going to be coaching sessions on here, and what these are transitioned to is you click the thing, and you will go to my second channel. So I have my original channel, I do a lot of edited stuff, but this is just basically the clip dump channel. And all of my stream coaching sessions, some of them that happen even off stream, the private sessions stay private, right? But the ones that are stream coaching, but I wasn't streaming, I'm just recording it as if I was streaming, these all go into here. And so you can go back and you can find full streams, full this, all of this is totally free. So if you're interested in coaching or you just want to learn more, all of that resource is out there for you. So highly recommend checking that one out. And then there's also an Ask Spilo channel as well, which I go over about once a week. Where's my psychology channel? But yeah, so all that being said, today's thing will be on the Spilo 2 channel later, either probably tomorrow, but it won't be chopped up pretty much at all. It'll just be the raw clip dump, right? Chopping this up is probably something that will probably take a couple weeks and will be kind of slowly put out over time. Should you Discord reactively to who your teammates are focusing, or Discord enemies you personally plan to shoot think should die? I think a measure of both, right? The fact that you're even asking the question like that means that you're definitely thinking about it the right way. So when's the time to switch to Zen or Swell? I like Zen in more open sightline maps, and I don't love Zen when there's like super, super tight sightline maps. It's not even like, oh, I can't play Zen into Tracer or things like that. I mean, that to an extent, that's kind of sort of true. It's definitely harder playing Zen into Tracer, but a lot of it is just like, if you don't get good sightlines, like King's Row is a pretty decent, it's not a bad map for Zen, but it's not as good of a map for Zen because you just don't get as good sightlines to control space. You kind of know what I'm saying? So, that's kind of like the idea. You're not a sniper support, but you do have some sniper-like tendencies. Is there a most versatile support? Easily Kiriko. Easily Kiriko. Kiriko shines in really a lot of ways. She's just, there's not many situations that a Kiriko is not good. Yeah. Yeah, Kiriko is really quite strong just because she is quite the jack of all trades. How many games should we send for a paid VOD review? Generally just 1 or 2 replays is more than good enough. But yeah, most of the questions that you guys have should probably, I'm just throw this in here. I'll throw the FAQ. Most of the questions should be answered here. If there's nothing answered in there, you can answer it in the Discord as well. Now, I will warn you that with my in-depth coaching right now, I am booked out for a little while. So you just keep an eye on that. But part of that is also I have to take a week off start of May. What support lineup would be good into Pharmacy when you have Ryan, Cass, Hanzo? Probably depends on what map it is, but I think something like a Bap Lucio would be pretty good, where Lucio could kind of assist your Cass Hanzo to move around and take off angles on the Pharmacy, and then the Bap can be a direct threat on the Pharmacy, also while healing the Rhine. Moira is second most versatile? No, I would say no. I would say maybe Anna. Crud, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Yeah, but if you guys want to know like what actual in-depth coaching looks like, Lucio, yeah, Lucio is pretty in-depth as well. Then check out the Spilo 2 channel, and you guys can see some of what it's like. Mercy's pretty versatile, yeah. Mercy's pretty versatile, but I'm thinking more like a pro level. So part of me is kind of jaded, and like a low to mid rank level, I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think Bap is not as versatile at the higher ranks, honestly, because it's the lack of range really hurts him. He's just really bad in some situations, I think. What support should you play with him where? It really depends on your other heroes more than anything else. Like my immediate response is Lucio, But what if you're playing with a Pharah? Or, Moira Lucio is like a pretty good dive comp. It's pretty good with like a Rhine comp as well. Which are the hardest to easiest to learn? I would say, okay, what level are we talking here? Are we talking about master or just pick up the basics and get to like a plat, diamond, decent level at? Let's put it that way, because I think those are very different things. Any info about the new heroes coming to Overwatch? Not that I've heard. I've heard a couple of leaks, potential things about, but nothing that I'm allowed to know to leak, and also nothing really tangible either. The basics. So the basics, I would say, to get the basics of support here, to like, let's say get to like a plat level, right? Obviously something like a Kiriko is just a little bit overtuned, so she's easier to climb. But like, let's say get the basics of the hero, even if that's like, let's say because Brig is undertuned, you can only get the plat. Kiriko is overtuned, you get the diamond, whatever. Easiest is probably Moira. Second easiest is probably Mercy. Maybe Bap somewhere around there. Ana, Bapper actually somewhere around there. I think Brig, Kiriko, Lucio, Zen somewhere around the top. I don't know what exactly. Like Kiriko's overtuned, but to really understand the hero, even just the basics, does take a lot of nuance. Like you can watch today's review, and anyone where it felt like it was a lot more complicated to explain how the hero controls space, those are generally the more complicated heroes to master, right? You don't have to master them to play Kiriko well. She's very strong. You don't even have to understand her to get value out of her. But by using the basics of the hero, that's kind of what we go for. What is Moira good at? Not a lot. She's a lot like Kiriko, controlling off angles, playing aggressively for duels herself, putting out a big lot of healing in bursts. Like Moira is probably the highest, I wouldn't say burst healer, but like one of the better, along there with Baptiste, of just like putting out a big burst of healing. Healing output, yeah. Like when Moira has orb, she can put out an ungodly amount of healing. But obviously that's just not sustainable. That's the problem. And there's other things that she probably could be doing. Yeah, Tesla, and ARX, I think. I think ARX is another one. I'm not really familiar with a lot of really good high rank Moiras. There's a couple of GM ones, but I don't know of any ones that are like really, really good. There's that one Korean one, if you guys haven't checked out, Crow Overwatch, KROW Overwatch, the YouTube channel. They did a video on Moira, a one trick, and like top 20 in